boy, shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Hit that like button. No Cap crew, hit that like button. Everybody watching, hit that like button. If you're watching from the clouds, hit the like button. Let's get it.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in.
Sauce boy, shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy, Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Cap-tivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your boy, please hit the like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy. Let's go.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you to everyone that's here early. Hassan, T Will, the Night Star, E Senior. And I missed okay, hold on. Oh, that's it. Yo. Jerome in the house. Yeah, I just seen you come through, bro. Yeah. Thank you for everybody that's here early, man. We're gonna have a fun conversation and also a serious conversation, right? Michael B. Jordan, Michael B. Jordan, Michael B. Jordan, Michael B. Jordan. It ain't over with, dog. We gonna talk about it, right? I was inspired today to do this story. I ain't gonna tell y'all why, but I was inspired. Shout out to the witch doctor. Shout out to Israel Mills. I was inspired to do this story today, right? This live stream that we're gonna do is hardly ever talked about, right? Hardly ever talked about. We gotta talk about it though. Men are out here struggling, and this is one of the hardest things to talk about as a man, especially if you know you're guilty of it, right? And you've been accused of it by women. And we know women get together in their groups when they get on the phone with their homegirl, when they go out and they have girls' night or girls' trip. They talk about it. They talk about their sex partners and how good or bad they was. Right? And most of the time, if you're good, if the man is good, they ain't gonna tell their homegirls because they don't want their homegirls to possibly get in the dude inbox. Or try to get his number and call him or something. Or try to, throw some dirt on her name. Y'all know how it go. Come on.
No captivity.
We're gonna talk about it. Most of the time, if a man's sex good, women don't really talk about it. They don't really talk about it. Am I lying? I want to say, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so at this time, or hit the dislike button. Either or, we don't really care over this way. Just do one of the two. We ain't got no big ego over here. Also, to support this platform or stories of this magnitude, right? Support us with a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, aka cash app. And you can do that at $Freezy1976. That's $Freezy 1976. That's right. How y'all feeling today?
No captivity.
It's Monday, right? We had a late live stream last night. They hit me with a copyright claim, a couple of copyright claims. Matter of fact, I might need to hold on. Let me go in my YouTube studio and take care of that other copyright claim. YouTube stay hit. They will hit you. They don't give a damn. They will hit you with a zillion copyright claims. They will. Let me see. Let me make sure I got that. Yep, I got one more. Oh, wait, it won't let me do it. Oh, it's still editing. Okay, no problem. No problem. But like I said, to support this channel, send a super cap or a cash cap. It don't matter, right? Both of them will get read. You will see either one of them highlighted, right? That's what we're doing. If you got a chat that you want to get highlighted, send a super cap or a cash cap. Both of them will get highlighted. We got the capabilities over here. Shout out to JD25, just came on in through the doors. Jerome, shout out to the Night Star. Anti-American, thank you for being here, bro. As always, Issa, that's my boy right there.
No captivity.
So, we gonna talk about it, y'all. Is bad sex bad for marriage? Like, will that prevent you from getting married to somebody? Is it really that bad? Well, we do know already, right, that some men will not marry women because of their body count. We talk about it all the times in these spaces, on panels or whatnot, right? We've had huge discussions on body count. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't go to say all men feel that pertinent about a woman's body count. There's a lot of men that are very passive, they're very open-minded, and they don't judge, right? But it's some men that do judge, right? It just depends on what kind of man you get. But is it the same for women if a guy has bad sex? We don't talk about that. First off, I encourage women to be married before you even have sex for the first time. But we know that's not the case for most mature women. So we're just going to have a realistic, mature conversation tonight. So is it the same for women if a guy has bad sex? Will that also determine how good your marriage is? Does it determine the quality of your marriage, women? I'm asking the women, right? Will you look over the bad sex if he's financially stable or in a high tax bracket? I got questions, y'all. I got questions.
No captivity.
Will you look over it? Is good sex that important to you? How important is sex to men and women? This is not a body count. This is not a body count conversation. This is a sex conversation. This is not for kids under 18 years old. I want to say 21, but I can't stop, legally 18. Hey, you're supposed to be out, either going to college or out the house, getting your own apartment or something like that, right? What's the real deal though? Well, listen, I don't know if you guys heard, Michael B. Jordan made mainstream media because Bree Tisa of Selling Sunset, the series on television, right? I ain't never heard of this show, Selling Sunset. Obviously, it's a popular show. I never heard of Sunset. Put a one in the chat if y'all heard of Selling Sunset. I don't watch reality shows like that anyway. But she came out and first you know what? I got a video that I'm going to show y'all, so I ain't even going to tell it. But Michael B. Jordan, it ain't looking good for you out here, bruh. It's not looking good for you out here. And, Michael B. Jordan, this is Bree Tisa. This is Bree Tisa right here. And some of y'all might recognize her because she's one of Nick Cannon's baby moms too. But she made some taxing accusations about your boy Michael B. Jordan. So let's talk about it. Okay, JT said he heard of Selling Sunset. Hot Sauce said he heard of Selling Sunset. I ain't had cable I got rid of my cable damn near 5 years ago. I don't know. All I know is Atlanta Housewives, Basketball Wives, Hip Hop, Love and Hip Hop. All those shows still popular. Them the only reality shows I really heard of. And I remember America's Top Model. I ain't used to watch really none of that stuff. But obviously, apparently Selling Sunset is a popular show. Bree Tisa, she made some disparaging comments about Michael B. Jordan's sex game. So before I show this video, I'm trying to debate if I need to, you know what? Let me go ahead and put the should I put the link in the chat now? Nope, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna just set up the video. How about I do that? I'll just set up the video. So I'm about to get ready to play this video. I think this is the reunion show from Selling Sunset. I think so, right? But they set up Bree Tisa with a lie detector test. That's how serious it is, right? She already had mentioned that she had sex with Michael B. Jordan early on in the season. But during the reunion segment, they set her up with a lie detector test to see if she was actually telling the truth, if she actually had sex with Michael B. Jordan. So let me show y'all this video right quick. Okay, here it is. I got it. Camera. I gotta remember that. So this is it, right? This is the video that she made the comments about Michael B. Jordan. Shout out to, who is this? E Entertainment. I think it's E Entertainment Television. I'm going to be breaking down some of the things in this video because some of y'all might not know the timeline, but they do a pretty good job in this video letting y'all know what the timeline is. Maybe I don't got to stop it. I'm gonna just play the video. Y'all check this out. Check this video out.
Is Michael B. Jordan good in bed?
Bree TAC has a not-so-suitable-for-work confession about Michael B. Jordan. If you don't already know, during an outing with her fellow realtors in the latest installment of Selling Sunset, the Netflix star claimed she once slept with the Creed actor.
Who would you sleep with, celebrity-wise? Who would you pick?
Michael B. Jordan. I could do that, and I've done that.
So one of the cast members said if they had a choice to sleep with a celebrity, they said it would be Michael B. Jordan. This is Bree TAC. She said, I have already been there and already done that. That's what she said, right? She's kind of coming off as if she's bragging a little bit, right?
Oh, you have? Fast forward to the season 7 reunion on November 16th. While in the hot seat during a lie detector test, Bree, who shares 16-month-old son Legend with Nick Cannon, elaborates.
Is Michael B. Jordan good in bed?
She's hooked up to a lie detector test, y'all.
I kind of want to know for myself.
Amanda wants to know.
He's my whole pass. He's my whole pass.
I'm gonna be in so much trouble. Oh, shit. No.
Cue gasp from all of
Did y'all hear what she said? She said, no, Michael B. Jordan is not good in bed. He does not have good sex. I don't know if he got a small cucumber. I don't know. I really don't care. But that's not the subject matter of this evening. We asking primarily women, but also the men, how important is sex for you to actually be in a marriage with somebody or even in a serious commitment?
Bree's co-stars. Polygraph examiner John Grogan then chimes in with a thumbs up, noting that's true.
He's not my whole pass anymore.
I'm sorry, babe.
Free?
Yeah.
Well done.
Good job, Bree.
Crushed a lot of girls' dreams today.
Yeah.
A lot of
And guys.
E! News reached out to Michael's rep for comment, but has not heard back. But the Black Panther star wasn't the only man brought up this season.
Did this hurt Michael B. Jordan's dating life? Let me hear from the women. Did this hurt Michael B. Jordan's dating life? Is this something to be embarrassed about? Let me know. I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If my wife told somebody that I had bad sex, or that I was bad in bed, I would be very embarrassed. That would be very embarrassing. Now we know that there's alternatives. You know, you have fellatio, oral sex. You know, but is that enough to satisfy a woman? Right? We know that's enough to make a woman have an orgasm, but is that enough to actually satisfy a woman in bed? Michael B. Jordan used to talk to Lori Harvey. Y'all remember that? Right here. Y'all remember Michael B. Jordan used to talk to Lori Harvey, right? I got a question. Is that the reason why Lori Harvey actually turned him down when he proposed to her? Y'all remember Michael B. Jordan actually asked her to get married, but she was like, no, I'll pass, Mike. And it made national news. Everybody, it was a big hoopla. Is that the reason why she turned him down? Because he wasn't really putting it down in bed like that? Kind of make you go, right? Do women really care about it? If he was really good in bed, would the answer have been different? Would she have married Michael B. Jordan? We don't know. But I really would like to talk to the women tonight. Is that really important? Y'all remember that, right? I mean, this dude was madly in love with Lori Harvey. And everybody was like, first of all, everybody was confused on why he would want to marry a well-known promiscuous woman in Hollywood, in the entertainment business, had sex with P. Diddy and his son. But that's neither here nor there. She turned him down. She turned him down. It's not like women are asked to get married every day. You feel what I'm saying? What's really going on with Michael B. Jordan? I don't know. But I'm going to open up the panel. Hold on, let me see. Let's talk about it. I'm going to put the link in the chat so we can talk about it. Anybody can come up. I really want to hear from women. If I can get any woman, listen, it's not going to get disrespectful. It's not going to get, we're going to try not to get too raunchy. But what I'm saying, I really want to hear from women. I want the women to tell me how important sex is to them, and will that stop them from getting married to a man? I really want to know that. But if I want to hear from guys too, if it would stop you from marrying a woman, right? But that's kind of easy. That's an easy answer because we know men are physical. We talk about it in these spaces all the time. We know men are very visual creatures and they're more so physical in nature. So me as a man, I pretty much know what men are going to say, but I really want to know what women got to say. But we all can talk about it. Okay, there's the link. I'm going to pin it to the top. Pin to the top. Let's go. How y'all feel about that? Guess what? Michael B. Jordan isn't the only person that's accused of having bad sex in the entertainment business. Y'all want to know who else is accused of having bad sex? Well, let me show y'all. One thing, when it comes to money and women, I think money will make women bypass a lot of stuff. When it comes to money and what you're able to do for a woman, in my personal opinion, I think money will actually make a woman bypass a lot of bad things about a man. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Can you stay married to a man if he has bad sex and never cheat on him? What about that? Women, that's another question. Matter of fact, let me write that down so I won't forget it. These are the questions I'm going to be asking y'all. Let me see. Can you stay married to a man who has bad sex. And never cheat on him. That's to the women. But I'm going to show y'all some other celebrities I ran across who it's been insinuated they got bad sex. I'm talking about men, right? Let's see. Okay, here we go. So, okay, Eminem, right? Eminem, he has been accused. It says the award-winning rapper might be skilled with his lyrics, but according to his ex-wife, Kim, he doesn't have many talents in the bedroom. She claims he was quite boring.
No captivity.
Let's see who else was accused of having bad sex. Okay, it's not about women. They say this one said, I read this one already. This one says Paris Hilton, she have bad sex cause she be too high on drugs and alcohol. That's why her sex is bad, right? I don't know if that count or not, but she need to just stop getting high. But your boy was accused of having bad sex. 50 Cent, right? Apparently rapper 50 Cent can sing about the candy shop, but when he gets there, he doesn't know what to do. Oh.
No captivity.
Who is writing these articles? That's what I want to know. An exotic dancer said that during a sexual encounter with the celeb, he pretty much acted like a 14-year-old boy and his member was quite small. Ouch. But she wasn't done yet. When rating his skills from 1 through 10, she gave the G-Unit rapper a 3.
No captivity.
Yep, JD25. They put 50 Cent on the chopping block as well. Let me see if anybody else that we really care, really. Okay, do y'all know this woman? This woman is we really only care about the men in this article, but I'm just going through it just for the hell of it, just to kill some time. Mariah Sharapova. I don't really watch tennis like that. But yeah, the tennis player may be good on the court, but when it comes to her bedroom skills, she is reportedly less than stellar. Adam Levine once quoted that he, let me see. I'm gonna bring you up in a minute, Pink. Adam Levine once quoted that he had presumed that the tennis star would be a fun and wild lover. But in actuality, she was like a dead frog just laying there, not saying a word. But you're a damn top athlete. You laying there like a damn dead frog. What the hell?
No captivity.
This one here for the thug.
I thought these people was top athletes. Oh, Angelina Jolie got bad sex, but these people be this what I can't. This what I don't understand, y'all. This what I don't understand. These people be dressing half naked, very risque. They go for sex appeal. They want to be known as the sexiest person alive, but you got bad sex. And let me read it just for the hell of it. Angela Jolie oozes sex appeal, and men all over the world tend to agree. All except one man, her ex Billy Bob Thornton. Is Billy Bob the one who had sex with Halle Berry on that movie? Billy Bob Thornton. Pink, is that the same one?
Yes, that's him.
Okay. Billy Bob Thornton, who says the actress who was once voted as the sexiest woman in the world. That's what I'm talking about. Was voted the sexiest woman in the world, was actually boring in bed. He was quoted as saying, sometimes it may be literally like effing the couch. Well, damn. Oh, Lord, they don't.
No captivity.
They got Tiger Woods on the chopping block too. I didn't see this coming. Tiger Woods, y'all. Tiger Woods, it say it's kind of hard to believe that after cheating on his wife with so many women, the golfer still wasn't a pro in the bedroom. But it doesn't explain the multiple women. He needed the practice. Well, I can explain that. I don't know the rest of the. Well, I know the rest of this guy. Taylor Swift. Hold on. Taylor Swift. Wait, the superstar. But let's go back to Tiger Woods. We can explain Tiger Woods, can't we? Tiger Woods got a lot of money. Come on now. It's not hard.
It's for the thug.
That's why he had sex with a lot of women. Women don't care if you got a lot of money. They will lay there like Celie from Color Purple. Okay, we'll see. Taylor Swift. The superstar has dated a legion of Hollywood men. None of those relationships worked out, and now we may know why. Reportedly, some of her past lovers have found her to be childish when it comes to bedroom antics. She wants to kiss for hours on end, but doesn't want to do much more than that. Yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. I ain't thought this dude liked the sex with women. I ain't even think he liked it women. Ben Affleck. Is he still with J-Lo? Let me see. Ben Affleck dating one of the sexiest women in the world, J-Lo, and it seems it was his bedroom skills or lack thereof that really broke the camel's back. Sources claim that the actor didn't have the necessary skills to satisfy his Latino lover.
No Cap-tivity.
Let me bring my cuz up. Let me see. Let me see. There we go. Pink, how you doing, Pink?
Friend.
Pink, I know you've been paying attention to the show so far. Is sex really that important to women? Because I mean, I've heard that women can go a long time without having sex versus men. Men, we don't want to go a long time without having sex. But I heard that women can go years, like a couple of years without having sex. So when I hear stuff like that, I'm thinking to myself, sex might not even be that important, especially pertaining to marriage. What'd you say about that?
It's not that important. And we could go the rest of our life if we want to without messing around. So it's not that important. But I mean, if you dating or whatever, that's probably part of dating, you having fun or whatever. So you don't want to get caught with no dud. But in real life, if you getting married, or whatever, and you want to be with the person, they got to do, I don't know. To be honest with you, when you married, that shit really don't mean anything, because after a while when you marry, hopefully y'all friends and y'all find stuff to do besides that. So in the long game, it don't matter, but hanging around, dating and stuff, I feel like it matters when you dating, but not.
Why does it matter when you're dating? Because you just want to have fun or something?
Yeah, you just having fun, you out there doing your stuff, why waste time, on a low level experience. You know what I'm saying?
So it matters when you're dating. Does it matter when you're married for a woman?
That probably will attract the person, at first, but in the long run, it really don't matter.
So bad sex won't make a marriage bad for a woman?
Not really. I mean, if it's bad sex and y'all poor and he beating you or some other stuff going on, then that's crazy. But I mean, if it's only bad sex and y'all life is good, then that shouldn't be a priority if you have a good life.
Okay, well, take yourself out of it. When dealing with women,
that's for anybody. Like, what kind of person are you? Like, you can't think about anything else but having sex. Like, of course, sex is fun, but in real life, you can't have sex all the time. You don't want to do other stuff. Like, I feel like in real life, if you plan on being with some man or whoever you're going to be with, y'all should have other things to do besides have sex.
Right, but after you get done doing that other stuff and you engage in sex, and the sex is consistently bad, women don't really care about that. In a marriage,
I mean,
you stuck with this person for the rest of your life.
if you married them and you know that it was bad, then that's just what time it is. You can't get mad after you shouldn't have married them. So
But what if he
anytime
went?
you marry
There are
somebody,
cases where men go impotent after marriage. That's a little different.
then you got to work around. Like you married them, if something go wrong, you got to work around.
Will that make a woman cheat?
It shouldn't because
sometimes I'm talking about marriage is supposed to be for the rest of your life, right? Will that make a woman cheat in the long run? Like it's at least one time in the marriage. If she see a dude that she's attracted to, she's drunk somewhere, and she's sexually attracted to this guy, to another guy outside of her marriage, will that make her having a husband that's just terrible in bed, he can't get it up, will that induce her to try out another dude?
It shouldn't because, like I said, like if you marry the person and something go wrong, then y'all should be trying to work it out. Like y'all should be trying to figure out ways to get that together. You know what I'm saying? Like she should be at home figuring something out with her husband, not at a bar. So it's no excuse just because your husband, go impotent or something go bad. Y'all should be trying to figure it out. But if the person
that's interesting.
if the person do go and cheat, they was gonna cheat whether his shit work or not. So that's just what time it is.
Let me bring Hassan and Mr. Baby Leg up. That's what he called himself, Mr. Baby Leg. Let me see. Here we go.
Baby leg.
Yeah, he called himself Mr. Baby Leg. Let me see. Bring this up.
Them be the ones be false advertising. The ones be doing.
Nah. Okay, here we go. Baby Leg, how you doing, bro?
Shalom, brother. How's everything? Hope you're doing well. Shout out to the
Shalom. I'm gonna call you hot sauce. I ain't gonna call your ass no damn Baby Leg. But you think Pink is up here capping?
A capping, man. Real talk, man. First and foremost,
why? How?
Because you saying that sex doesn't matter, but we see the divorce rates. One of them, fast sex is one of the top
divorce because of money. Divorce is 9 times out of 10 because some poverty.
No, but the top bad sex is one of the top 10. Right? Bad sex is one of the top 10 reasons why couples get divorced. Right? Is finances is number 1, but bad sex is still in the top 10. Right? In America,
because it's bad sex and y'all broke at the same time, so they got to go. You can't have
but that's separate. They calculate it separately, right? The top 10, right? 1 through 10, right? So bad sex is in the top 10. Finances are number 1. Like the number 1 reason why people get divorced is finances. That's facts. But bad sex is also a reason why people get divorced because it's in the top 10 as its own category. Right? So a second, right? We know that a lot of times women marry their second choice, right? And when we look at it, a lot of times she'll still get pregnant by another dude and still stay with her husband. 30% of fathers right now are raising kids that they do not know that they're really not the biological father. That's 30% that we know of, right? I say it's higher. But women do dual mating strategy where she'll marry one guy, not even be sexually attracted to him, but he's stable, and she'll still get pregnant by another dude, right? We know this, right? The DNA testing is out here. So that's why I'm saying it's a little bit capped because women do care about good sex. They just don't. Their reaction to bad sex is different from a man's reaction. A man, if he's getting bad sex, he'll either cheat or he'll leave. A woman will stay if the lifestyle is good enough, but still get good sex and get pregnant and say, "This is your kid." right? The reaction is different, but she's still going to get it.
You think? Do
Now,
you think a woman, if a woman is with a husband who has bad sex, she's eventually going to cheat on him?
Absolutely.
What's the chances of what's the percentages of that? Hot sauce.
70%, 70 to 80%, right? 70 to 80. It depends. Now, if she's religious, you're gonna have better. Like if she's an Israelite, you're gonna have better chances. But if she's not an Israelite, man, I say 70, 80%.
What do you got to say about that, Pink? You agree with that?
No, all that shit he said was stupid and sounds stupid and it's dumb. How the hell 70 to 80% of women is out here having babies on their husband? You know that it would be less women. Every man ain't down with that. Like it'd probably be 5 women if every woman go out there get married and have a baby on their husband. And so all the men out there is raising other dudes' kids secretly, and they don't know. You sound wild when you said that, but I mean, I feel you though. If that's how you feel,
it's not what I feel. This is what we know. This is facts. 30% of men are raising children that they do not know that's theirs. This is facts. This ain't my opinion or anything like that.
Cite your resources. Where did you get that information from? Cite your resource. What?
Okay, I actually put it in the chat. I actually put it in the chat. But I'll post it again. But I mean, this is common knowledge at this point, right? I mean, gentlemen, have we not heard this?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't study who all babies belong to, who all husband and stuff like that. But
I'll put it in the chat. It's not a problem. I'll put it in the chat. But I'll just say this one thing. Freezy, you did say body count doesn't matter, but body count does matter for sexual gratification, right?
No. I said body count matters to men, but to women it's not really a big deal.
But when the higher a woman's body count is, the less sexual satisfaction she reports. Right?
Really?
They've done studies. Yeah, I put it in the chat.
I need to see that.
Where these studies from? Like, who's making these studies? Studies from where?
So you're saying? Oh, wait. You're saying the more a woman has had sex, the less.
The more a woman who has, the more bodies a woman has, the less sexual satisfaction she reports, right? So a woman who's like 3 or under is going to report higher sexual satisfaction than a woman who has 11, 25, 50.
I feel what you're saying. Gotcha.
Postpartum, right? And I just dropped it in the chat for anybody who wants to see it.
So you're saying the more she has sex, the less effective her sex partners are going to be to her.
Right, because it's dopamine, right? The more, the more you build, because you're building up a tolerance of dopamine, right? So the higher your tolerance, the more you need, right?
Yeah. Right, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if she's doing everything up under the sun, and you know the guy that she falls in love with isn't as sexually advanced as her, probably, and he's not willing to do what she wants to do.
It doesn't matter, bro. You can have a horse leg. If she has so many bodies, bro, at the end of the day, the dopamine is not going to hit her the same, right? It's just not going to hit her the same.
Sex is like a drug, you're saying then. It's a drug.
Well, when you have sex, you're releasing dopamine, right? Your body releases dopamine when you're having sex, right? So the more partners you have, the more excited you get, and more dopamine releases in your body. But at some point, you will build a tolerance for it. Just like alcohol, right? Mm-hmm. 1 or 2 cans of alcohol get you tipsy, right? But you drink for a couple years, now you need 4 or 5 to get tipsy, right? Your body builds a tolerance. This is basic biology. And I dropped the link in the study, so it's not just me talking.
Where did you put it?
Hot sauce. You made a good point about people religious.
You didn't put it in the back chat.
Yeah, I just dropped it again.
Okay.
In the Holy Quran, in my holy book, that's why you cannot have sex until marriage. So that way, no diseases. Because think about it, people get, in the Western world, they have started having sex, not all, but majority at 15, 16, some 13. That's why you got to wait until marriage. So that way, when you do have sex, You don't know if it's good or bad. You're just enjoying it, and that way you have a kid and you can thrive in the relationship more. But when
You
you're
heard
having
what you just
sex
said,
all the
Hassan? You heard what you
what?
just said? Y'all want women not to have sex till they married because they won't know if it's good or bad. Basically, they won't know what time it is, and they'll just put up with whomever and just accept it for
No,
what it is.
it's for the men too, men and women until marriage. It's not just for the
Nah, I
women.
mean, I
Well, we
respect
know.
people religious beliefs, so I
Well,
don't have nothing to say
we
about
know her
that.
son. We know her son gonna bust in 3 seconds once he get married. He ready. He locked and loaded. But hot sauce. For some reason, it's not showing up in the chat. I don't see it. I don't see what you put in the
I don't
chat.
know.
Okay,
I'm gonna rebuttal everything he just said because nothing he
I to
said
the
to
back chat.
me
Okay, feel
was
free, Pink.
yeah. Nothing you said to me was had any type of facts or science or anything. You just made that shit up. I don't believe any. I mean, that's just not even how sex. Women is not out here having sex, and then we get so caught up that we. That's everything you said was whack. Do you have sex with women? Because that's not how women react when they have sex. Then on top of that, the more sex you have with a guy, that has nothing to do. I mean, women and men are human beings. I'm no different than a dude except for my body parts. A woman can have sex with a guy and never think of that motherfucker again. Won't even remember their name. Won't have nothing attachment or anything. So a woman having sex with a dude, I don't
He
know.
left it in the. That's why you can't find it, Freezy. Hot sauce left in the private chat.
No, he just left it in the
Look at.
private chat. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. You want me to
Oh,
show it, hot sauce?
Yeah, you can show that. You can see the graph and everything. Also, I
Okay.
put in sex and dopamine, right? So these are world leading National Library of Medicine. So world leading institutions. World leading institutions. That so
Man, cite
yeah,
the
whatever.
context of that study. What is the context of that study, and what
You
is the
see it
resource
right
for
there.
it?
You see a lifetime part. No, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll
It
down.
says, does sexual history
Scroll
affect
down. You can.
mental well?
I'm just gonna give you the context. Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down. 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 Okay, right here. Right here. Okay, you see on the X it says percentage reporting very happy in marriage, and then you see in the Y, right? One partner to 21, both men and women. So Hassan is right. The more sex you have, both men and women, right? The more you build up a tolerance for dopamine, right? You're not the body is not designed to be banging out all these women or men and when to hey look the you're one man one woman, right? So the less sexual partners you have, the more sensitive you are to dopamine, the more satisfaction you report. The more partners you have,
If you
then the
build
less.
up a tolerance to dopamine, how can you be sensitive to it?
That's my point, right? You're no longer sensitive to it. That's what the study shows. One partner is more sensitive to dopamine than if you look at 21. The chart says that. That's what I'm telling you.
That kind
I
of makes
see
sense
the
though,
chart.
right?
No,
It's
it don't make sense. It don't make sense at
well,
all.
Okay, what he's
no,
saying what he's saying
it-
is the more sex you have and the more sex partners you have and the more sexual experiences you have, the more it's gonna take for you to be satisfied
right. That's with anything.
with future partners.
That's with anything, right? When you're drinking alcohol, right? When you first start drinking alcohol, you're more sensitive to alcohol.
Right.
The longer you drink alcohol, the less sensitive you are. That's with anything in life. We build up
But what
tolerance.
was that? But what was the point of that data, though? So now that you know that, what was the point of that particular study? What
The
was
point
that
is,
negative effect?
the point is when it comes to bad sex, body counts matter. So if a woman who only had two or three partners said this guy's bad sex, then that's more believable than a woman who said this guy has bad sex, but she has 50 bodies on her.
So what you're saying is the excuse for a woman saying she have bad sex is that she's starting to become immune to sex.
She's becoming dopamine resistant. I would say that. I would use that word, dopamine resistant, meaning that it takes much more dopamine than the average woman. So, for example, if a woman has 50 bodies, she needs more dopamine from sex to get pleasure than a woman who had 3 bodies.
And you
Meaning
believe
that
that as a grown man.
it ain't nothing to believe. That's what
Have
women are
y'all seen the
reporting. That's
documentary
what women
on?
are saying.
Have y'all
Women
seen
are
the
saying
documentary? Have y'all seen the documentary on the Playboy Mansion guy? What's his name?
Hugh Hefner, I seen that. I seen
Okay,
that.
Hugh Hefner. The thing that stood out the most about that documentary was Hugh Hefner was his appetite for sex. He started out, having sex with his Playboy bunnies and stuff, and then he was engaging the models in in threesomes. Like he would invite another woman in. And then the
He was a
threesome with
hedonist.
two huh?
Yeah. He was a hedonist, so that's what he was doing.
Well, the threesome with 2 women turned into a threesome. He got tired of the 2 women, and then that turned into a threesome with a man. So it was him, a woman, and another man. He got tired of that because he did it so long.
Right.
And then that threesome turned in from a woman and a man and him to him, a woman, and a dog. He started getting tired, and he wanted to once he got tired of what he was doing, and it kind of goes into what Hot Sauce was saying. His brain just got bored of the same old thing what he was doing, so he needed something else mentally and psychologically to get him off. So he just kept pushing the envelope, right? And that kind of goes with what I think that applies with men and women.
Yeah, because
But Hugh Hefner was an active hedonist, and that's he was exploring his kink and how far he could take his kink. People who involved in kink is not the same as some regular person who just like to have a lot of sex. So I'm gonna disagree because I feel like it's too many factors, and with relative data like that, when you don't really know the purpose of the study, it's posted on the internet randomly and not in a medical.
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Say something, Freezy. Can I say
Go
something?
Go ahead.
If you looked at the link at the top, they weren't random sites. These were national medical libraries by universities. University of Michigan.
But university before. I'm
let
just
me
gonna
finish.
intercept. I'm just gonna intercept for one moment, and I'm gonna just.
But no, because you got to let me finish explaining, right? The Institute for Family Studies, these are not random sources. These are primary sources. Now, you have already made up your mind. No matter what I say, you're going to disagree. So I'm going to accept
not
that.
really.
I'm going to
Not really.
accept that. It's fine.
Not
But
really. You're not letting me explain because you want to be right.
I'm not
So
being right because
before,
I'm already
so
accepting. You're not going to hear what I'm going to say. So I accept that.
Let him finish saying what he has to say. Then you respond.
But
Go ahead,
all I'm
Hassel.
saying is that let's just be honest. Let's just be honest about the data. Like I didn't grab it from some random places, right? I got it from national medical sources, and that's all I'm going to say. But I mean, you can believe what you want to believe. That's fine. I accept your point of view. I accept your perspective.
I haven't stated my point of view. I was questioning your sources. As a data analyst, somebody who processes data all day on my job, what I will say is taking a source of data without purpose. Like when you took this data, you were trying to place it with your opinion. Okay, it fits your opinion because of the information in the data. What I was asking was, yeah, you got medical data from a viable source, but what was your purpose in the study, and what was your study that you were making, and what is the point of you using the data? Like you just took a random study that kind of go with your point that women be freaking off to the point where now the more she freak off, the more is she can't take that. Everything you saying is like relative because everybody doesn't view sex the same way. A lot of people are asexual. Some women, it's too many variables in people's sex life for you to say that all women will go out, cheat on their husband, have kids with random people. It's just too much of a blanketed statement for you to take
Well,
that data and make
let's
a
look at
statement.
this chart right here, right? Let me kind of blow it up a little bit. So right here it says it's a table, the role of sex age in explaining the relationship between sexual background and marital happiness. So with men, the percentages are higher, which is expected. It says baseline age is 71%. The relationship between sexual background and happiness, right? But the marital age plus marital age, it says 71%. That's just with one partner. It goes on with 2 partners, 3 partners, 4 partners, whatnot. But with women, it's pretty high too. Like it's a few decimals less than men, but just with
You
one
gotta
partner.
like where they got them people from, the whole context of the study, like the whole. It's so many variables in a study. I wouldn't take this data
That's not
and use it for that unless we were making a study specific for the topic. So that's why I don't use statistical data and internet arguments, because you can manipulate those findings and it could fit into any type of topic that vaguely resemble that data. So that's why I don't take statistics off the internet like that. So that's why I'm disagreeing with you, not because I harbor some kind of personal vendetta against your opinion. It's just that that's how I look at data. If
The
you're gonna use
website
data,
comes from
Can
family studies right here. The family studies.
Freeze, I just wanna highlight something.
Go ahead.
First, I want to highlight a couple of things. The Institute for Family Studies is not a random site, right? So
all
second,
data is random if it's not
so
applied to a
I
specific
didn't
purpose.
interrupt you.
Just because
I
you
didn't
took a
interrupt
study
you.
off the internet doesn't mean that it's correct based upon what you're saying. All I'm
Right,
saying is you took that information because it fits your agenda. That's all I'm saying.
okay, so look, it's not a random study. Then I also backed it up with supplemental studies, which went with dopamine and sexual behavior.
But what
That
is the
all
purpose of
correlate.
these? What was the original purpose of
I
these
mean,
studies?
this proves my point, right? Every 3 or 4 words, I'm constantly interrupted, right? Every
Yeah,
3 or 4 words.
let's let each other finish. Let's let each other
Right.
finish.
So this proves my point. And then most importantly, right? Most importantly, I didn't send something that just shows about women's body count. I sent something for both men and women's body count to show how excessive sex affects both gender, both dopamine and the number of partners, right? So it wasn't even a bias just towards women. It shows the relationship of both men and women and marital happiness and the relationship between men and women and dopamine when we're talking about both genders. You see, so we know the studies about men who watch excessive P Hub, right? The more you watch it, the first you go to seeing one partner, you got to go to threesomes, and then you got to go to this and that, right? Because your body builds up a tolerance, right? We know those studies, right? So when we talk about that for men, nobody has a problem. We all understand that, right? We all understand that. But yet when we talk about women, now there's a bias here or there, or there's or it's out of context or something like that, right?
It's
But
not that.
notice,
It's just that y'all always talking about women, and it get boring when women is always
but
the subject.
notice,
It's
I
boring.
posted both, and Hassan talked about both men and women. We didn't just stick to
But the
women.
whole
We talked
purpose
about
of
both.
this conversation is to say that the more sex a woman has, she somehow becomes immune to sex and needs even more sex to be gratified than how a man would. So it all boils down to, even though
Both
you're
men and both
inferring men into it, is it all just boils down to
Well, the
women
reason
and
the reason
something
why
negative
the
about
reason
men.
why we're talking about women today is because Michael B. Jordan, the lady Bree Tisa, right? Bree Tisa, she came out and she outed Michael B. Jordan as having bad sex. She said the dude got terrible sex. So
He
the
probably
question,
do. Yeah, he probably do.
right? But the question is, men always talk about women's body count and how they're reluctant to marry a woman some men, not all men, if she has a high body count. The question is, will a man having bad sex make a woman reluctant to spend the rest of her life with him?
No. Y'all will never have to worry about y'all bad sex because we'll still marry y'all.
Okay,
and then we'll still marry y'all.
This is what Hot Sauce was saying was cap. When you said no, this is what he was saying was cap. And this is why he came up with the studies.
And the reason why I'm telling him to put his little studies down and get off the internet is because we will marry you with bad sex just because we love you. Just like we'll marry y'all when y'all broke, when we'll stand by y'all when y'all be in jail. All that dumb shit when we supposed to just get up and leave y'all asses where y'all at. We still be there. Why? Because we love you. So if we don't love you, you got some good money or you a provider or something you doing. So either way, y'all gonna win. We'll still be
most
there.
of the time, with my experience, if a woman is with a dude because if he's broke, when he's broke, he got some good sex. That's what I've noticed. I'm telling you, that's what I've noticed.
No Cap-tivity.
He digging her ass down.
Y'all don't know what that man's sex. Y'all don't know what that man's sex is giving her. Y'all don't know about that man's sex. It'd be more than likely.
Ma'am, I agree with you. I agree with you. Women will marry a man with bad sex. I agree with you, actually. Right? Where I've said it's cap as where she's not going to cheat. And I dropped another link in there that talks about 30% of men are not the father of their child. And this is from a DNA testing center, right? So
I guess
it might be
30% of those men that went to that DNA testing center.
Yes, right. So anyway, look, I'm saying, and I'm providing facts that a woman would marry you even though you have bad sex. And I'm also saying a large majority, 51% or greater, in my opinion, will have a baby on you as well.
Then y'all need to leave women alone. Just pay everybody what they need to be paid and stay out women's face if that's how y'all feel.
Unless she's an Israelite or Muslim, according to Hassan.
Well, listen. When I played the video, let's look at this video again. When I played this video, right? Hold on. Let me see. Let's go back. Do I still got it up? Yeah, I still got it up. So look at all the women's reaction when she revealed that Michael B. Jordan had bad sex.
Is Michael B. Jordan good in bed?
Bree TAC has a not so suitable for work confession about Michael B. Jordan.
I could do that, and I've done that.
Is Michael B. Jordan good in bed?
Because he's fine. That's why it's probably unbelievable.
I kind of want to know for myself.
Amanda wants to know.
He's my whole pass.
I'm going to be in so much trouble. Oh, shit. No.
Cue gasp from all of Bree.
Okay, if it's not a big deal, why did it make national? Why did the women give such a?
Fine.
No, but listen. Why was it? Why did they make? Why did the women? Why were the women so taken back from her answer? And and this dude had bad sex. Why were they so disappointed?
Because he's fine as hell, and to know that it's all for nothing. That's disappointing.
But you said women don't really care. You said women don't really care, though. That's what I'm saying.
Because no, what I'm saying is in real life, who the hell messing with Michael B. Jordan? No damn body. He's a fantasy guy. So when you meet somebody who really messed with him, and they like, damn, it was dry. You like, damn, you know what I mean? It's kind of like. It's kind of like that. But I mean, y'all gotta learn how to separate internet shit, fantasy football type situations, and real life shit. Half of this shit, like this stuff with Michael B. Jordan, whatever, it's fun. He got bad sex. The girl exposed him is funny, ha ha ha. But this shit ain't got shit to do with a regular dude, because in real life, half of y'all gonna give bad sex for the rest of y'all life, messing up some woman's, wasting her time, and that's just what it's gonna be. Like nobody gonna stop y'all. Nobody gonna deny y'all. Y'all gonna keep having y'all bad sex with y'all women.
Well, let me ask you something. Pink. Michael B. Jordan had a big ass cucumber and was putting it down and was making Lori Harvey just have orgasms left and right, would she have still turned him down when he proposed to her, you think?
Yeah, because she not marriage. I know this gonna sound crazy to some of y'all, but marriage ain't the game plan for some women. And she's very young. That girl's a very young girl. She doing what she's supposed to be doing. She dating and she's rich. She's free. I don't see the problem in it. She's not committed to any of those people. She's dating. She's out there having a good time. She don't want to be tied down with Michael B. Jordan and whatever.
Well, let's
that
connect
goes.
the dots. We know when women have sex, we talk about it all the time. If a woman cheats on a man, it's different from a man cheating on a woman. A dude, he can have sex with another woman. He will never fall in love with that chick. It's just physical. It's just animalistic. But if a woman is in love with her husband, but she gets found out that she cheats on her husband with another man, a lot of the times is because it was an emotional transaction. Like, she was very emotional and this dude, he won her over, right? So a lot of times when women have sex with guys, it's more an emotional experience. It's if this dude got good sex and he's putting it down and he's making you reach for shit that ain't there. Listen, if Michael B. Jordan had good sex, if Michael B. Jordan had good sex and he was putting it down with Lori Harvey, I think that for the fact that he doesn't have good sex and it's been revealed that he doesn't have good sex, it was easier for Lori Harvey to not have an emotional attachment to this dude to where she would want to marry this guy, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
But good sex don't make us like y'all.
It don't.
And that's why
Pete, you cap. Hold on, Pete.
That's why
No Cap-tivity.
You know, like I know, we done seen women key up dude cars, bust their windows.
But that ain't got nothing to do. Yeah, but y'all got to realize a woman will love you if you had one arm. You could look like you could be a burn victim. A woman will love you. You might not even have no dick, and a woman will love you, and she'll fight you and scratch a car and beat up other people.
Please.
But that's why it's such a problem now with men and women, because y'all got such a weirdo, cartoonish view of women that y'all can't even believe that simple fact that we would love y'all like that. Y'all can't even believe that shit. And that's why y'all whole life gonna always be terrible. That's why y'all life gonna be terrible, because y'all can't believe that women love y'all like that.
Okay, so why do you think a woman?
Hold on. Stop.
Go ahead.
Stop.
Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
Am I wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong? Chat, Freezy, Hassan. 80% of divorces are filed by women. But yeah,
because we get tired of you. I can love you and not want you around me.
That was a great point.
No Cap-tivity.
But I'm hearing that we get love no matter what. Second point, the number one reason for divorce is
money,
finances, right? But when you go get married, it says for richer or poorer, right? You agree, richer or poor.
I've never agreed to no bullshit like that. You might have agreed to that, but for me,
I am not saying anything about you. I am not saying anything about you. I'm not making any.
No woman for richer or for poorer is figurative speech. Don't no woman in real life want to sign up for no poor. Fuck that. No, that y'all just take that out.
So Hassan, you gotta bear with me a little bit. But every black man know you gonna have ups and downs. Every black man had come ups, and every black man has times when he's poor as shit. That's a part of the American journey as a black man.
No, it's not. Not all of them. Not all of them.
But notice, right? When you talk, I don't interrupt you, right? And
let him finish his thought. Let him finish his thought, Pink. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
I'm not even. None of my comments are even directed at you. I'm not making any personal comment about you. All I'm saying is this: that at the end of the day, right, black men have come ups, and we sometimes we catch the brick, right, and you got to build yourself back up again, right. That's a part of the, not all, but that's a part of most of black men's journey, and I'm speaking as a black man that was born and raised in America on the East Coast. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? 80% of divorce are filed by women. Number one reason why you're leaving is because of finance, despite that in the vows it says for richer or poor, right? Despite the vows that say that. So you know what I mean. So this is why now I'm going to speak to you. This is why when I'm hearing this, it sounds like a Disney cartoon, as you say, because what you're talking is not how women are moving. And I'll leave it there. Right?
Go
What
ahead,
you're saying,
Pink.
women ain't doing that in real
No,
life.
Pink. When are those statistics? Those statistics that he just, those statistics that he just stated. Those statistics are used by men and women all across these spaces. 80% of the time, women are the ones filing for divorce.
That's true, but what I'm gonna say about that, women file for divorce either because it's abusive or it's not enough money. And I don't care what nobody say. If poverty, at some point, people get tired of it. So even if the person loves you, nobody loves being poor, and at some point they're gonna dip out. They're gonna try it. They're gonna try to work through it. They're gonna see what you can do. You can't get them out of it. At some point, they're gonna dip. It don't matter what the sex is or anything else. Money matters is different than
So why
matters
did you
of the
say
heart.
earlier, women, it doesn't matter if you got good penis, women will still be with a guy that's poor. It doesn't matter about the penis.
Because they will at first, and they'll try to live through it. But poverty is gonna just tell her to get up and leave. At some point, she's just not gonna endure it. Like, she'll love you, but she's not gonna love being poor. Nobody gonna just stay in that. They're gonna try, but at some point, they just not gonna be able to take it, and they just gonna dip out or whatever because they just not gonna be able to take being poor like that. They're gonna just dip. So that's what that is. But as far as that other stuff, I can't shake how somebody sees the world or their personal views or whatever. So if that's how it is in your reality, then that's sad for you. But I don't know a bunch of black dudes that had to struggle and be poor this time and that time and that time. Like, I don't know. So that's not my reality. So I can't speak on that
That's
part.
fine.
But I
I
do
mean, that's
know
not your reality. That's fine.
I do know the men that is in my life, they wouldn't accept, certain things, and they will go out there and try to get it. They wouldn't just accept that shit, and they wouldn't try to make their woman accept it, I would hope. But I don't know. That's off topic.
Pink, have you seen a woman get emotional because she found out that her man slept with somebody else, and she ended up getting very irate, keyed his car, bust out his window, attack him physically? Have you seen this happen before?
Yeah, because it's embarrassing. Like, when you a woman, we go all out, we brag to other bitches, we make it a big thing, and this and this and this. And then for when you get cheated on, it's like you look like such a fool. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why women react like that, because they look so foolish and dumb in front of everybody. You just make a fool out the person, so they react like that because you played them so close. You know what I'm saying? It's just
So let me ask you
horrible
something. If a guy has a 2-inch private part and he's known to be impotent, if the woman finds out that he tried to cheat on her with another woman, do you think she would act the same? Do you think she would act the same way?
Yo, she gonna act way worse.
She gonna act worse with the 2-inch guy?
Yeah, because a dude with a micro penis cheating on her, get the fuck out of here. That's so embarrassing. That shit is embarrassing. That shit would be so embarrassing.
You agree with her, Hot Sauce?
No, I mean, she just proved your point. She just proved you and my point. Right? Like
How? How?
if he has whack D, she's gonna lose her mind. She's gonna leave him. If he has good D and we're up there with a baby leg, right? She's just gonna feel stupid but still stay with him. That's what I heard.
Oh, so you're saying, Pink, you're saying that the guy with the 2-inch peen, if he cheat on her, she ain't gonna have no problem leaving his ass.
No, I did not say that. I said she gonna
Okay.
feel stupid because she loved him even though he was inadequate. And he still went out and, and cheated on her and he ain't even got nothing to cheat with. So she making
But
she even
who is she?
more
But who is she most likely to stay? Like, think about staying with the guy that's putting it down, that's making her have an orgasm all over the place, or the guy that's never making her have an orgasm and has a 2-inch peen. Who is the guy that she's more likely to forgive and stay with?
whoever the richest one, because both of them scenarios is
Both
trash.
no. Both of them are. Both guys are poor.
Same money. Both guys are broke.
Money.
She gonna at some point. The peen is gonna win for now, but both of them
exactly.
Cap-tivity.
But both of them gonna leave though. She said both poor in the scenario. Both people gonna be gone. It's just that
No. They're just middle class. Both are middle class. We don't need to be extreme. Middle class. Both are middle class.
If it's middle class, then I'm gonna keep it real. If it's middle class and the woman is with him and y'all saying all this is he all inadequate, she just loved the person. And if they middle class and he got all this baby leg or whatever y'all talking about and all this and that, he's just gonna be knocking off everybody in the suburbs. Like he's gonna be the most popular dad at the game. That's all that's gonna be.
Who's she gonna stay with though? Which one? Please pick one. Please pick one.
If they in the suburbs, nobody's leaving. You ever been to the suburbs? Nobody's leaving anywhere. Everybody's gonna stay put, no matter what's going on.
But who's most likely between the two? Who's most likely?
In the suburbs, he would have to have somebody would have to have another baby or something. It would have to get more extreme than that.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you what I've seen before. I've seen a guy with money. Word got around to this guy, he has a small situation. The girl that he was dating for a long time ended up getting found out dealing with another guy. Now, this guy that she started dealing with behind her boyfriend's back, she ended up telling people that she, when she got found out that she was cheating, she said, you know what? It don't matter because I'm staying with this other guy anyway. He's better in bed anyway. She said that. And the guy that was better in bed had less money than the guy with money. I'm not making this up.
She probably said that they keep from making a fool of herself. Like, was she gonna admit she did something stupid? She gonna try to play that shit off?
Her boyfriend with money, he was willing to work it out. He was a simp.
I'm gonna put it like this: if I'm cheating on you and I'm doing all these things to you and you still want me back, I'm not gonna trust your ass, and then I'm gonna dog you out even more. So she probably didn't even want that no more. If that's
so she left the money? You saying she left the money?
But come on. If I can, don't nobody want to do nobody like that. And then y'all gotta realize it's levels to the money thing. Being with a weak ass dude is not worth no amount of money.
So the money don't matter. Go ahead, Hassan. Go ahead, because you've been quiet. Go ahead.
But the only way she'll leave him and do the stuff that everybody's been saying, she has no respect. Now, if she has respect for him, let's say he's poor or rich, she's not gonna leave that man. Now, if she has no respect, yeah, she's gonna do the cheating and all that BS. You gotta respect your man.
Look at
a lot of people, and
go ahead.
A lot of people, especially in my generation and younger, there is no respect. The female don't respect the man not acting like man. So it's a mess. And that's what I keep telling people. Be respectful. Do not get disrespected. But people they don't listen.
See, this show is actually critiquing men with bad sex. It's not. This show is actually not critiquing women. This show is critiquing men. It's for the women to critique men, right? And because we know men talk about body count. We tired of the body count conversations. We know men, we care about body count. Some men do, some men don't. But I'm asking, do women care if a man is satisfying them in the bed if they have good sex? Quantum Love said that money won't save him. LOL, women will cheat. So, we got one woman in the chat say, yeah, women will cheat. The dick matter.
Women will cheat. Women will, I just dropped a thing about women having babies on dudes. Women will cheat if she's not sexually satisfied. She might not leave him, but she will cheat. I agree with Quantum Love.
I agree with Quantum Love too, because I'm gonna tell you, I done seen it happen. I'm telling you something. Listen, first off, let's just be honest. Let me show y'all the video.
Women cheat more than men, actually. Women
I was going to see. Be quiet, Hot Sauce. You trying to beat me to it?
My bad.
Yeah, you trying to beat me to it. Let me see. If I can find it. Do I still got it? Yeah, I still got it. Here it is.
I don't think women care enough about y'all bad sex to make a topic. I think that's what it is. Like, dudes be having bad sex, and it's so abundant and viral, and it's so common for some of y'all to have bad sex that it's not worth the conversation. But y'all love talking about what we do no matter what. But that's just not even worth it because it's so abundant with y'all. Like, y'all so bad at it, most of y'all.
Women are bad. Hold on. Most women do not have good sex. Most women definitely do not have good sex. It's just that, men, thank God we can come on anything. Hand, mouth, wherever. Thank God for that. So, but women are not great at sex. Women are not.
That's because y'all don't know what sex is half the time, and y'all not really having it. Y'all just be masturbating on women.
But women are not. Women are. I'm so you're not. I mean, because think about it, look at it this way, right? Look at it this way. Men have to do so much more to gratify a woman. Women don't have to do much to gratify.
That's a good point.
Right? So automatically, that puts women at a deficit. You don't have to do much.
But that
right?
for you to say that means you
didn't
experience because that's supposed to be your pleasure to find out what's wrong and how to get it going.
Oh,
you talking about too much work, so you already out the game. That's why y'all sex be bad. You talk about it takes so much work. The women, and what do you mean? What do you mean? You're supposed to be working. It's a job.
Look, give me a magazine and I'm orgasming. All right. How many women can't orgasm off a magazine?
Be clowning y'all because it's so y'all. That's some clown.
So I'm just saying, it doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take a lot to satisfy a man. It takes a lot to satisfy a woman.
Yeah, and that should be. Why is that bad though for men? Like y'all say y'all love women.
It shows that men are better at sex in general than women. Right?
Well,
a lot of the box is trash.
Okay, let's look at this video because I got a question. Hold on, here we go.
Women cheat more than men?
Far more.
Come on.
Far more.
Come on.
Far from.
Women cheat more than men?
Far more.
Come on.
Far more.
Come on.
Far from.
Why do you think women cheat more than men?
Because they're in denial about the infidelity. When they cheat, they don't even label it as that. If a woman starts cheating,
what do they label it as?
They label it as my husband's no longer satisfying me. They won't even say I'm cheating. They'll say my husband isn't satisfied. They find a way to redirect and shift the terminology so that they are void of guilt.
Really?
So she's saying not only do women cheat more than men, The reason why they cheat, she's saying that the excuse they usually give, they won't even admit that they cheat. She's saying the excuse that they give is, my husband wasn't satisfying me. What you want me to do? He wasn't satisfying me. That's what she's saying. So if women cheat more than men, doesn't that mean women really do care about sex?
Yeah.
I mean,
Sadia Khan, she's the truth. That's her name, Sadia Khan.
That circumstantially.
Leave it in the back chat, hot sauce. Go ahead, go ahead, Pink. Go ahead, Pink. I'm sorry.
Oh no, what I was saying, like, that circumstantially fits this conversation, that video clip. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people probably are out there cheating and doing all kind of stuff. It's a whole genre for that. So it's easy to pick up that and talk about that because it is a lot of people doing that. That's a thing with a certain demographic of people. Like, everything we talking about, it pertains to like a certain group of people. It's like certain people do that shit. Everybody's not on that, but it is a lot of people on it. And I feel like
Pink, what about this? We ain't even talked about this. Most women, would you agree with this? Most women report that they never even had an orgasm in their life.
Yeah, that's true.
So when a woman actually meets a guy for the first time, that's making her orgasm left and right, going crazy, you don't think that woman will hold on to that guy and she would actually, that would actually be special to her?
Not like that. It's just showing her that the other dude she had is trash and that she been missing out. So now when she go out, she'll seek more experience or a better, she'll know more about what she's looking for. Because most of the time, if somebody can't have orgasm, it's because their partner can't get them there. So that means they've been dealing with certain type of inexperienced men or men that don't care about a woman's pleasure.
But
so
listen,
they meet somebody
imagine,
like that.
Imagine a woman that hasn't had orgasms all her life, and finally when she gets 39, 43 years old, she meets a man that's making her have an orgasm or reach climaxes and stuff. You don't think she's gonna think this dude is valuable, and she's gonna get emotional, have an emotional attachment with this dude?
No, that's not how sex works with women, and that's
It's
why
not.
No, she just gonna realize that she been cheated, and now that's gonna make her go out there and find more experiences with different dudes, finer dudes, bigger dudes, better dudes. Different things is gonna happen now because now she knows what she can do. So that's not gonna make her love that one guy. He just opened the box for her to go out and explore and see what else is going on. So that's not how we operate. Just because, I mean, some women, like them pick me girls, they operate like that. Like they equate sex with love and stuff like that. But grown women can knock you off and never speak to you again, or really enjoy the time that they have with you, but go marry somebody else. So it doesn't, sex and grown women don't equal love.
I think that's messed up. That's messed up because sex is supposed to be with someone you love, and it's supposed to equal that. It's a way to pair bond with one another.
But this is my thing. This is my thing though. If a woman came for the first time in her 40s, why would she go looking for another man when she found the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow right there?
That ain't no pot of gold. If she been having sex her whole life and not having orgasm, that means she really didn't understand about sex. So now that she with somebody and at her big age, he's helping her explore herself, she gonna want to see what the rest of them out there doing that's into that. Like now she's, the older a woman get, the more
I agree with that.
We enjoy. So
you're saying most women aren't having sex because of men or because of them? You're saying it's because they don't know what they're doing.
a lot of women are having sex just because they man want to have sex with them and they want that man, but they themselves are not enjoying it. They're not getting anything out of it, and it's not doing anything from them except for probably giving them babies. A lot of people have a house full of babies and never, enjoyed the process of getting them babies. So when a woman, if she did live that long without being pleasure or whatever, and some guy gives her that, she gonna be like, okay then, and then she gonna want to try it now with new different people because
Try
she
what?
gonna
That's what
feel like
I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost. Try what? She
Try
okay?
sex. Try sex
try
with
more
other men.
sex with different people because she
No,
was like, well,
listen to what I'm saying. She was
fine.
already having sex her whole life. Like when she got 18, she was having sex.
Yeah, but you said she wasn't having orgasm.
Right. Listen what I'm saying. She was having sex.
Crazy.
Right. There's
can I say
women with multiple. There's women that
but
has
having
had sex.
and having orgasm is two different things. You can have
Right.
sex while
This what I'm saying. She's been having sex half of her life, from let's just say 16 to 43. She never had an orgasm. But she finally met a dude. Let's just say she's met a guy at a damn social club or something like that. They got to know each other. They talked for a couple of weeks. Boom, they started having sex. This guy started making this woman climax left and right. This was a new experience, a new feeling. She just never felt this before. This guy is the way what his package is just something about this guy and the connection. Because a lot of times it's not just the sex with women, it's the emotional connection. It's a mental thing also with women. So she found this guy who has like just great sex and she connects with him mentally. You're telling me after all these years of having sex, she's gonna stop having sex with this guy and go and try to find somebody else to have sex with too? Or you telling me she's not gonna actually value the guy that she actually found, that she actually ran across?
Because that means that she been missing out, and now she understands what she been missing out on. So now she can go try that shit on somebody that's more into her thing. I mean, it's not gonna make her just fall dumb in love with the dude. That's not how that's going.
If she's young, right? If she's young, let's say like in her 20s, and maybe one or two guys was trash, and then she found the guy that she matched with sexually, I would say she would stay. But when she's in her 40s or even 30s, right? When she has had different men and now she finally was able to get satisfaction, she's going to explore, Playboy. She is going to
explore what? She's been having sex.
I agree with what
you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. She's going to explore other things that's going to make her come. She's going to. Because you're missing the point. The point you're missing is this, right? Because at 40 and 30, she has been with multiple men already. So at that point, the man can be interchangeable, right? The man is interchangeable.
How?
Because she's not falling in love just because
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why I don't agree with that. First off, most men aren't putting it down in bed. Most men don't even know what the hell they're doing, right? So she finds Dirk Diggler after 20.
I understand what you're saying, brother.
Listen what I'm saying. After damn near 25 years, she finds the black Dirk Diggler. He making this lady climax all over the damn place. She crying, don't know why she crying. She going crazy. She waking up making breakfast for no goddamn reason. Breakfast in bed, telling this dude she love him and she never met anybody like him before. And y'all telling me she gonna jeopardize that?
Yes,
and try to go find sex somewhere else?
Because he's not the only one. It's other people that can do the same thing. That's what I'm saying. When you grown you don't have to you can play your own games. Like if she waited that
That do
long
not make
to
sense
get
to
out.
me. That don't
It do
make
make
sense.
It do make sense
keep
because
sleeping with
y'all not
him.
apprised like that, and that's why these
She's
conversations
gonna
be so
keep
hard
sleeping
for y'all
with
to
him,
have.
and she's gonna start sleeping with other people too. She's gonna keep sleeping with him and start sleeping with other people too.
Do you see what Quanta Love said? She said, "Freeze head. She gonna stay with that dude." What y'all talking? Listen, man.
I don't
What is y'all?
know. I'm not. I guess if you digmatize,
No,
I don't
because
know. I've never.
I know girls. I know
Look, she
girls.
said she not going no motherfucking way.
Like Hafsa said earlier, I don't want to move, but you said a girl keeps having sex over like with multiple men, she's never gonna be satisfied. Is that why you're saying that? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, because we're missing. Yeah, you're missing the fact that at 40 she had multiple men already, right? So men are interchangeable at this point. So you're not looking at that part, right? So yeah, she finds a guy with great sex, and now she's gonna say, "Oh, I can orgasm." Now she's going to explore, right? I'm not saying she's not gonna.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not saying she's
saying.
gonna stop having sex with the guy, but I'm definitely gonna say she's gonna explore, right? Because I have friends, I have female friends that happened to, right, in their 30s, right? Dude knocked it out, whatever, and then after that, she start exploring with other stuff.
Can I tell you? She's going to explore, but can I tell you what she's going to explore? She's going to start exploring with this dude who's making her have climax.
And other dudes too. And other dudes too. And
why?
Other dudes too.
Why go to another dude? Listen. Here's a chance where you can stop your body count. Here's a guy you found. Listen what I'm saying. Here's a guy you found where he's pleasing you. He's making you bust to eternity.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna listen. Why would you? That don't make no sense to me. Why would you leave this guy and go explore other? You saying she's gonna keep having sex with this guy, but why would you keep increasing your body count when you finally found?
Because women don't give a shit about body count.
But y'all body count be at like 10,000.
And then second, bro. But first, I want to say
having the whole tri-state area worrying about somebody's body count, and I don't understand why men put that in. But I guess if she have those kind of morals where she worried about what some man feel about her body count, maybe she might.
I'm gonna tell you what good D do.
Hold on,
hot sauce. I'm gonna tell you what good D do. That same guy, right? They could be in a relationship. She could find out he cheated on her, had a baby from another woman. She gonna be mad, but guess what? Eventually she's gonna keep having sex with that guy.
Yes, nobody's disagreeing with that.
But that's what good D do though.
But good D ain't gonna keep her loyal and staying. Get the fuck out of here. Listen, bro. Let me just break it down to you like this. If she is younger, right, in her 20s, I'm rocking with you. She will stay, right? Because the less relationships you have, right, the more valuable they are to you, right? The more breakup you experience, the less value the other partner has, right? That's just how the mind works, right? So if she's in her 30s and 40s, experienced multiple breakups, right? So at that point, right? Okay, if I lose this, they say like if I lose this nigga, I don't care. There's next man up. They tell you that shit, bro. The problem with men.
Okay,
hear me out. The problem with men is that we don't listen to women. The problem with men is that we don't listen to them. We think, oh, let me just stick her down real quick and she gonna act right, whatever. Nigga, no. Listen to her.
Now he talking like he got some sense, Fred. Now he telling the truth. That's facts what he just said, because when you grown, all of that body count shit and morals and stuff like that, grown people do what they want to do. So she is like her whole life she been missing out. This dude is showing her the way. So she was like, okay. So it's other dudes. Finer dudes, richer dudes. Now she can go practice that shit and get something out of it. So I mean, at her age, but if you got somebody that's inexperienced young girl, it's easy for you to play the flim flams on a young girl because she ain't never been out there, and it's easier for you to do stuff. A lot of this got to do with inexperience. A lot of reactions that people get with the so-called good D and stuff, that's because the person you was giving your so-called good D to wasn't really that experienced, of never experienced nothing good until they got to you. So you know what I'm saying? So it's all relative. I feel
would say
like
this. The younger the woman is, the more valuable a man is to her and to her life. The older a woman is, the less valuable a man is to her.
Correct.
I think I'm not saying men shouldn't listen to women, right? You should listen to the right woman. I don't think you should listen to all women, but I think
what I mean by listen to women, I mean what I'm saying is that when she's telling you she's about this, she's about that, listen to her when she says like who she is as a person. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but I beg to differ. I think men should just plain out know women and women's character, and you should know, you should know different calibers of women, how they dress, and things should give you an indication, right? But I'm just telling y'all, listen, man, I think that, if you know women, you know that women connect spiritually, physically, and emotionally when it's about sex. Men is mostly just physical. Now there are some men that's not used to PUSSY and they will go crazy over some damn PUSSY. They'll go crazy because they're just not used to it, right? They just can't believe that this woman's showing them that much attention. We talking about, the incels and stuff, the simps and stuff, right? But I'm just talking about dudes that's experienced, dudes that's been out here, that's been in the party life, been go to bars, very sociable, used to dealing with women. They have a good understanding about how a woman thinks. If you're smart, you're not going to listen to, a lot of the shit women say, because women will lie to you. Women will have you they will have you stringing along, and they'll have you breaking off your damn pockets, and then they'll have another dude on the phone. They'll call in about 30 minutes. Trust me, it's not really wise to just keep listening to women.
That's what we're trying to say to you, brother.
But everything you
right. But listen what I'm telling you though.
Be doing that shit
guy,
to women, like
out of all the guys in her rotation, that's gonna have her attention the most, right? Usually, it's not the guy just because he got money. The guy that's gonna have her attention the most is the guy that knew how to connect with her sexually, mentally, and emotionally. The guy that's having her reach for shit that ain't there, that's climaxing all over the place, making her laugh, all of that shit. That is the man she's gonna pay most attention to. Yeah, that's the guy she's gonna be buying drawers for out of Walmart.
Nobody's disagreeing with that, but she still has other niggas. That's all I'm telling you.
Right.
I don't know. Everything that sounds like somebody who's very young. A grown woman, it don't value dead weight like that, because a man after a certain age and a certain stage of life, a man is dead weight. So I mean, if you single and he's single at a certain age, he dead weight. So I mean, if he do give her the orgasm and all this kind of stuff, I mean, he probably in there. They gonna kick it. It's gonna be cool. But she not gonna be flip flopping over that dude. Now he just showing her the light. She gonna go out there and, like he said, see what else is out there, because I'm telling you, a man after 35, 40 years old, and he ain't talking about marriage or it ain't nothing going farther than that, that's dead weight. She ain't finna go out there going crazy over dead weight.
And see, can I say something really quick? I just want to say something really quick.
Go ahead.
Like see, that's the point, right? When and that's and that's the reason why I said that if she's younger, then yeah, she's gonna stick with him and only him, right? Because like she said, right, women were at a certain age, you're gonna start looking at dudes like, if you can't do this and that, you dead weight, and you need to listen to that. And that's why I'm an advocate, like, you know what I mean, like for dudes, marry a woman under 30 because she's gonna value you more, right? She's over
It's not
30.
that she's gonna value you more. A
Yes,
girl,
that's fact. That
a
is fact.
woman under 30 years old is damn near a child. So any woman under 30
No,
years
she's
old is
not.
super
She's an
young,
adult.
and you can
25 to
tell
30.
her anything, and you can easily manipulate any woman under 30 years old. You can
Nobody,
manipulate her. You can. It's
no
very
one
easy to
manipulates.
manipulate a woman
No
under
one
30 years old.
manipulates more than women. Women lie about everything. Women telling the truth is like a
I
vampire
mean,
going in
it
the.
is what it is, but a women under 30 is easier to
So
manipulate.
dudes, men don't even manipulate like that. Right? Men are simple. We don't got
No,
time for
men
all
are
that.
predatory. Men are predators by
Well,
nature. They're predatory.
here we go. Here we go.
They are.
Here we go.
Have y'all ever
Masculinity.
seen the movie Casino?
No.
Yes, I seen
Yeah.
Casino. You talking about chick, but she had a pimp though. That man, there was a man preying on. That was two men preying on each other. The pimp was preying on Robert De Niro through the chick.
The pimp was the one she was in love with. Hold on, let me see.
Cause
Let
he
me
was weak. He portrayed himself as somebody she had to take care of. She ain't had no kids.
let me bring anti-American in here 1 second. Let me see.
So up here talking about 28-year-old women
AKA
and children.
the hyena stomper.
Y'all don't want to hear that, but that's what it
Yo,
is.
what's up? What's
The
up, man? Long
reason why
time no see.
men deal with younger women is because it's
Is that my
predatory.
boy? Is that my
Yes,
boy?
yes,
What he
sir.
have?
Yes, sir.
Tabasco sauce? Is that the
Yes,
great
sir.
sinner?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How you been though, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm trying to drop knowledge on these people, man. Let these people know.
Freezy. You know I was coming up after hearing this. I wasn't even gonna come up.
Bro,
I was gonna chill out in the comments. It's been a nice night. I just
My
got me a
bad.
job paying me like 24 an hour. I'm having a
Oh,
good day.
Bring some
You know what I'm
clarity
saying?
to the conversation, man. Please, man.
Bruh, I mean, I don't know where y'all was at because I'm hearing that after 40, us man is dead weight. Hey, listen,
you are.
I'm
You are.
I'm approaching 40 and I've never had so many options in my life.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? As a 40-year-old man, the Quran says 40 is the age of true maturity of males. So I hardly think we're dead weight. But I will agree with you on a certain aspect of that. If you ain't on shit
I
and
just
you're
said
after
that though.
40,
Y'all heard me say dead weight, and now you all sad.
I
I said
if
if
you
you ain't
remember,
got shit going, by the time
yeah.
you in that age frame, you dead weight. Period.
But check this out. I
That's what I
remember what
said.
I just said when I came on. I just came in. So I don't know what I came into. Remember I said I don't know where y'all at with it.
Okay, that's where we at.
Okay, but this is my thing though, right? Garbage sex was never ever really in the equation for either side, male or woman, until motherfuckers got to sleeping with everybody
There it
and
is.
having a lot of partners. Because look, if I'm with a woman and that's the only woman I know, and I'm faithful, I'm loyal to her, she loyal to me, whatever. The sex ain't even. I don't know what garbage sex is. You know what I'm saying? It ain't until you get corrupted that this comes into play. And I'm gonna use myself as an example, right? Now, at a certain age, and I'm gonna try to keep it PG. At a certain age, a brother never received fellatio, right? Now, after receiving fellatio,
You
I
need
can't
that
never
shit.
go back again. If
Right.
a woman told me, yeah, I don't do that, I'm gonna be like, yeah, This ain't gonna work, sister. I'm sorry. I got to have that. The reason why is because now I've been exposed to it. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with amounting a whole bunch of bodies, man. That's the reason why it's a such thing as garbage sex. Because if you only been with one person or a very low count, it ain't gonna be a such thing as garbage sex. But say if you meet your soulmate, right? This guy is awesome. Everything you wanted. But and his sex is good. But he ain't Mandingo Jingo that made you cry and made your legs shake. That's gonna always be in the back of your mind. Now you can hold it at bay. I'm not saying you gotta listen to your primal urge, because everybody got a higher self and a lower self that contradicts it. You know what I'm saying? Contradicts each other. But what I'm saying is, once you have all them experiences, man, it's hard. It's hard because you always gonna compare it to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? But it's really on the person to keep their knives, to keep their desires in check. But once you go there, it's over. And it's the same for dudes. Once you done had a whole bunch of loving man, and you really had a girl that really know what she doing in that bedroom, you might really like this one girl. But you're gonna be like, man, shit, she ain't nothing to, you know what I'm saying? And that's just the way it is. And that's the society that we live in, man. We live in a society that celebrates whoredom on both sides. Well, really on the man's side, it's humiliation and whoredom. But really on the woman's side, it's just pure whore. We in a society that celebrates that, man. And I'm not saying every now and then there might not be an exception to a rule, but overall, it can't form successful and fruitful families in a society that's predicated on principles like that.
Listen,
So as long as these principles stay the same, it ain't nothing gonna change.
There's a
That's
lot
why.
of there's a lot of misconceptions about sex with women, right? These women aren't having orgasms, guys. And a lot of people stereotype the men that's not giving these women orgasms is because they don't have Mandingo cucumbers. Y'all watch this. Y'all look at this right here. Now I've been kind of know this, but I'm gonna just show this to y'all. This is Esquire, right? This is a study from Esquire magazine. They took a poll. It says the results found that the average preference for a penis that measured 6.3 inches in length and 4.8 inches around, whereas for a one-time sexual encounter, the average plastic penis the woman chose was larger, measuring 6 to 4 inches. But what I'm telling you is these. Wait, did I show that? Hold on. What is that? What that's saying is that throws out the myth that this dude, the reason why she didn't have a climax or orgasm is because his penis wasn't 9 to 12 inches. No. Women prefer the penises, the most pleasurable penises, according to this study, is around 6 inches.
But that's what most of y'all got. Y'all ain't got no 12 inches or no big long schlong. Most men ain't got all of that.
Listen, what I'm
a lot
saying.
of people don't even know what that look like. I've seen them do studies and shit where they have a chick and they be like, okay, what you think 12 inches is? Or 10 inches. They'll just throw a higher number out there. And the woman,
Most men don't even got all of that.
listen, but look, most women will pull the tape, right, and swear that that's the length that they asked for, and it usually 9 times out of 10 be way shorter. Like, a lot of women don't understand what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, listen.
I'm gonna agree with that statement because most men in real life don't have nothing near that. So most men, I mean, the reason why they say that the women like the average size of this and that and this is because that's what y'all got. You know what I'm saying?
No. Hold on. The study said that it took a poll and a study of the size penises that women have had and the ones that actually pleasured them the most. That's what the study is saying. It's saying,
Yeah,
and
because
most
that's
women
the
are
most,
saying,
because that's all they got.
no,
It's not no whole
most
bunch
women
of
are.
dudes
I'm talking
with
No,
about
big
that's
women.
not
long
that's
ass
not what he's
dicks.
saying.
That's
He's
not what
saying
it's
that during
saying.
the study, that the study showed that it was the average size that pleasured them the most, and they took the study
Yes, because
from
they've
women who
had
was
the bigger.
had big and average.
They had the
But
bigger
what?
size
But
penises.
where did the big peen come in though?
Listen what I'm
Because
saying.
that's what the woman had.
No, hold on, guys, hold on. The study is saying that the women had an option of plastic penises, dildos, right? So the dildos were lined up. You had the 12-inch dildos, the 8, the 9s, the 10s, and the 6. When they saw the dildos, the women majority chose the 6 as opposed to the 12. That's what the study is saying.
No,
Because they
that's
were
not what
all
the study is
plastic
saying.
penises.
That's
Yes,
not what
it
the
is.
study is saying.
It's
Listen,
all
listen
plastic.
to. No, that's not what the study said. Listen to what the study said. Let me bring it back up. Here it is. I think this is it. Right
Let
here.
me read it. The result found that the average preference was for a penis that measured 6.3 inches in length and 4.86 inches around or
Just stop right
circumference.
there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Right.
The results found that the average preference was for a penis. It's just dealing with regular penises, not plastic. That it measured 6.3 inches in length. So what I'm telling you is, now the plastic thing, that was another study, right? But it's saying
No, it's the
the
same
average
study.
preference.
Whereas one-time sexual encounter, the average that means they were using plastic penises to do the study.
Listen,
No,
no,
that's
listen
not
what I'm
what it
saying.
says. It says that they
No.
prefer average regular peens and large dildos.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So what I'm saying is this. The myth that the reason why these women aren't having climaxes because these guys don't have big penises, we could throw that out the window. That's not why these women aren't having climaxes. They're not having climaxes because most men don't know what the hell they doing.
I agree.
That is why most
exactly
women
what it
aren't
is.
having
I
climaxes.
disagree,
It's not
brother.
because the
That's
guy
exactly
ain't
what
got
it
a
is.
Hey,
big
listen.
penis. It's not
I
because
gotta agree with that.
it's not because
That's
you know
true.
women.
That's exactly
I
what it
gotta agree
is.
with that. Hey, cause
That's
look,
exactly what it is. That's
Hold on, let me
exactly
say
what
this
it
real quick.
is.
Let me just say this real
Because
quick. Let
that's
me just say
exactly
this
what
real
it is.
quick. My responsibility is not to make her orgasm. That is her
And that's
responsibility.
you know what?
No, I don't agree with that.
Just like
I don't agree with that.
well,
That's some little boy shit. That's some little boy
listen,
shit. That's
listen.
I
childish.
don't agree with
That's
that.
childish.
It's the best when they are aroused, brother. When they
Yes.
are aroused, brother, it's the best.
How can
I'm
you
sorry.
even have sex and the person dry?
bro. The
It's gonna
point
be
is
very
that
uncomfortable.
if a woman doesn't know what makes her excited, that's her job to find out
No,
what makes her
you
excited.
make her
Yes,
excited. You the
it is.
man. You make
Yeah.
us
It's
excited.
your
The man
body. It's
make
your
us
look.
excited.
Women
I
who know what
understand
makes
you,
them
brother, but I can't
climax.
do it.
Women who don't
I
know,
can't
bro.
do
I'm
it.
sorry. Women who know how to climax, know what makes them climax, they climax. Women who don't know what makes them climax, they don't.
This
And
dude is
women
a
don't
little
explain
boy.
their
I
bodies.
wouldn't
I don't
dare
Okay,
agree
look
with
see,
at a
that
look.
at
little
all.
person that would say
Hey,
something like
Freezy.
that.
The one good thing I like about being a Muslim, and in particular a Shia, is because our imams are known as the representatives of God, right? And
Yeah.
they came to the imams with these questions. So one of the companions of the imams, peace be upon him, came to him and asked him, "I'd like to put my mouth on my wife," meaning basically he wanted to eat some noonie. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the imam told him that not only is it permissible, that he encourages you to do it. In fact, he said, not only do he encourage you to do it, he said that if you don't do it, that is not a part of our sunnah, which means that basically not eating the nookie is not a part of the ways of the prophets and of the imams. So listen, I look, bro, I don't understand what some man out there doing. You know what I'm saying? But I done had some women where, listen, I done made them cry before I slid up in them. So look, it's true.
No,
It
no, no.
depends on
You're not
you.
hearing me. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. What I am saying is, she needs to know what makes her climax. And then you do it and you make her climax. It is not your role to kind of fucking explore that shit out.
It is.
She
I
That's
mean, but look,
literally your job.
if the
That's
lady had
literally
the
your
same
job
thing
as a
with you, you
man
wouldn't like
to
that.
that ain't
figure
my
that out.
job. That ain't my
If the
job.
lady
It
say,
is.
"Hey,
job.
look, it ain't my
That's your
job
job
to
as a
make you
man.
bust."
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Hold on, listen. Wait. I'm gonna tell y'all something. All respect to hot sauce. That's why a lot of women aren't having orgasms. That's why. Because
bro.
hold on, hot sauce. Listen, let me tell you something. There are men, me myself included, right?
No captivity.
That understands women sexually and a woman sexually and the anatomy of a woman's body.
Man, y'all need to get off this mythical dick shit. Y'all
Nah.
fucking
Nah.
y'all
How old
insane.
are you? Because you sound young. You sound like you don't.
I'm older than you. I'm older than you.
No, you ain't. You ain't older than me.
But
Hey,
hold on,
hey,
wait,
no, that brother. Hey,
Pete,
listen,
let me finish.
that brother, he sound young, but that
Wait,
brother
hold
ain't
on,
young.
wait. Let me finish. The reason why hot sauce is calling it mythical dick shit is because he can't understand what I'm saying.
He can't.
That's
He
why.
can't. You don't know what you're talking about.
He
That's big
doesn't
man,
know what I'm
grown
talking
man.
about. That's
I know
fine
exactly.
though.
I I know exactly what you're talking about, and what Freezy talking about ends you up in child support court all the time.
No, it's not about having a baby,
Continue.
bro. No.
Continue.
No.
Know exactly what you're talking about.
No, man, no.
You don't know
You
what
are
you're
a
talking about. You
child,
don't know what
a
you're talking about.
boy. You a
Right?
boy. You a
Listen.
boy.
You don't know. Okay, whatever. I mean, you know what I mean?
Cassandra
Insults don't
B.
bother me.
Listen, Cassandra B.
I'm not insulting you. You just not grown. You not a grown man.
Listen, Cassandra B wrote a great comment. She said, "How in the hell we gonna make ourselves climax with your junk? Make it make sense." Answer that, hot sauce. Answer that, please.
Well, so first of all, I didn't say you make yourself comments. I'm saying that you need to explore your body. You need to do whatever you need to know what makes you orgasm. Right? You should know. Women should know their body. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's to make herself orgasm. All I'm saying that she should know her body. She should know what she likes.
But hold on, that doesn't make sense. That
No,
doesn't make sense.
Is it? You cut me off.
Okay, go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
All
ahead.
right, so at the end of the day, I mean, like, what you call it?
making sense.
I forgot, but there's one great sex therapist. One of the reasons why she says women cannot orgasm is because they don't take time to discover and pleasure themselves and discover their body.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is this.
Mm-hmm.
The woman is the receiver of sex. The men are the givers, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know most of the time women are either laying in a missionary position, they're in a receiving position. They are expecting to receive an orgasm. They're expecting for a man to facilitate an orgasm. This is why they're having sex, right?
Absolutely. Humans have sex for enjoyment, right? But she should know.
Let me finish. I'm not done. What you're saying, right, is equivalent to me saying if a woman is giving me fellatio, it's my fault if I don't.
No one used the word fault. No one used the word fault. But you should know how she should suck it. Do this, do that. Let me teabag you. Okay, now swallow.
Okay, what I'm telling you is the reason why I know that is because a woman did it before. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No captivity.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You missing that point.
No, you missing my point. You missing my point. Because before a woman did it, I did it. I told her how to do it and what I like. And then
you
she did
ain't
it.
know what you like. Listen, you didn't know what you liked before she did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all
bro.
right, man. You talking
I
crazy
gotta agree
talk
with
now.
it, bro. Cause look, right? You telling me that okay, You done ran into a head monster before, right? That's what we call it up north.
Right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right,
Head
right.
So
doctor. We
like
call them
Go go
head doctors in
10,000. Go
Florida.
go
Yeah.
10,000. Go
we call them
10,000.
monsters, or we call them vampires. So
Okay, go
look,
ahead.
All right, sucking the
you
soul out of you.
telling
I hear you.
me before you had your first encounter with an animal, that's what I call it, animals,
Okay.
you knew what you wanted that animal to do. I'm saying no man knew. You just sitting in that chair on your
Let
bed
me
like this.
let me break it down to you. Let me tell you this.
So
Let me
like,
tell you. I give instructions every single time, my brother. Every single time.
man, brother, why you so methodological with it though, brother? You come in there
Because
like
I know what I
RoboCop.
like, my nigga. I know what I
Yeah,
Come
like.
in there
because he
like,
I know
want to
what
be
I like.
right. He one of them people that want to seem like they real
I know what
smart.
I like.
He want to seem
I
like
know
he
what I
real
like.
smart.
Hey, that brother coming in like Judge Dredd. He dead or
Yeah,
alive, you're coming with me.
he
No,
want
this
to
is what we
sound
trying to
smart.
tell. Listen, this is what we trying to tell you, hot sauce. Before you was able to give instructions, right?
No, bro, listen to me. Listen to me.
Oh, let me finish. There was one.
time.
That was. Listen, when you were younger, when you was
Yep.
green to sex.
I gave instruction.
No, you did
What?
not, bro.
Yes,
Stop
I did.
it.
Come on.
Yes, I
Hot
did.
Come on, bro.
No captivity.
Hot sauce.
What did you do? Watch a lot of
I
corn
swear.
or
I
something?
swear to you, I did. I
Right.
swear,
Hey,
I was like,
you know
yo, I
what?
want
I
this,
can
I
believe
want
it.
that.
I
I
believe you
swear
right,
to
Freezy. Hot
I
sauce was
swear to
watching a whole lot of porn. He
He
already knew what
watched
he
a lot of
wanted.
corn. That's what it was. Yeah. He had
I
to.
swear to you.
All I'm
Well, you know
saying,
what?
all I'm saying is
Oh, my
this.
bad. I just wanted to ask
Go
Brother
ahead, Issa.
Hassan's
Go ahead.
opinion on this. I wanted the Arab man opinion on this. Let the
He
Arab brother chime in, because I know the Arab brother come. Because listen, I know they act reserved, but the Arabs some freaky people. You don't have 6, 7 children per household without breaking backs like lobsters. You know what I'm saying? So I need that brother opinion.
I
He
don't
come
think
from a
I
culture
think I
of
think
back breaking.
I think her son has been quiet for a reason. He's been soaking in a lot of information. I don't think he had his first encounter yet with sex, unless he something he ain't told me yet.
I mean, Hassan Shia, if Hassan is Shia, that means he do muta. He done had him some muta. He done had him some
Nah,
temporary marriage.
he's told us that he's a virgin, right? He's still a virgin, so yeah.
Hassan ain't no weirdo. He not doing that.
Oh, well,
He's
listen.
sticking to
Well,
his
Hassan,
stuff.
listen. I hope you don't run into no monster for your first time, brother. Please. Please, brother. You gonna go wild. You gonna go where you gonna be like, I die about my Habiba. I die.
Hassan, how old were you? How old were you? Because Freezy, one thing I want to tell you, my first time I was 24, 25. My first time. I was old.
Oh, for real?
Right? Yeah. My first time.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, man. Hey, good kudos to you, bro. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing, bro.
I did high
12.
school. I didn't have a girlfriend. The first time I even kissed a girl was like 21, some shit like that.
Right.
So,
That was
Okay.
bad. I was 12.
So your first time was when you was what, 25, 26. You telling me
24,
your
25.
first time you was able to tell a woman exactly what you wanted?
Yeah. I'm 25 years old. Hell
I've
yeah.
never heard of that before. But
You know how much, bro? You know how many strip clubs I've been to, and how much porn I watched before 24 years old.
But listen, let's go with your situation. Of course, it's obvious you're an anomaly, right?
Yeah.
You're an anomaly. You're not your average. You don't represent the average dude out here, right? So what I'm telling you is, most guys, they don't even know what good sex is. They just want to get a nut.
I agree with you. No, but that's not my point. My point is that, like, basically all I'm saying is this: if women want to have better sex, they need to understand their body, and it's their responsibility to understand their body. That's what I'm saying.
No, but listen to what I'm telling you. Most guys, men and women are different. Obviously. Most guys, I'm gonna say 99% of men in the world will not have a problem climaxing. Guys don't really have a problem climaxing. It's not a difficult thing for a woman to make a man climax. But when it comes to a woman, this is what I'm trying to tell you, hot sauce. women are extremely different sexually. Women do not reach climaxes the same way men do. There's a lot of mental and psychological things that must take place. And you have to be
bro.
you have to be able to connect with a woman.
I'm talking about one of the only creatures that can have multiple different types of orgasms.
Yes.
Like I'm a man. I can only have one kind of orgasm.
Can you do me a favor? Can you highlight Jerome's comment? He says, "Yeah." Can you highlight? Because finally, a man with some fucking reason.
Which one? Which one?
Where he talks about it's
so it's only a man's
reasonable.
responsibility.
Yeah, I think it's both. The woman should be able to tell the man what she likes. The next one.
The next one down. Let me see.
Right, yeah, right under it. Right under that one. Right under the one you highlighted.
Oh, I'm looking at my software. That's why it's a little different. Let me see.
It's the one right under it. It says, "Yeah, I think it's both." The
Let me look at it on my YouTube screen.
Right, even sexual psychologists would tell you. They will tell women that you need to explore yourself to know what you like, right? So that you can climax. I mean, come on, right? I mean, it's sexual laziness, right? It's sexual laziness, right?
What you call it?
Sexual laziness, right? Bro, matter of fact, everybody who's listening right now, if she's under 30 and she can't tell you what she likes, she's sexually lazy.
How? She young and don't know what's going on.
At 30? At 30 is young?
Nah,
A 30-year-old person is young.
I'm saying 30. I'm saying if she's 30 and she don't know what she likes, then, you know.
In today's day and age,
most 30-year-old women still exploring, so that's age appropriate for her to still try to figure out what's going on.
You exploring at 30?
Yes, because 30 is not old. Not for a
I'm not
woman.
saying it's old. I'm saying it's mature enough to know what you want. I ain't saying it's old.
30 years, you shouldn't even be having sex that early. That by the time you 30, you so experienced that you.
Ma'am, a geriatric pregnancy starts at 30. Geriatric pregnancy starts at 30. What are we talking about?
This comment?
No, it's not. What do you mean geriatric pregnancy start at 30? No, it don't.
Hot sauce. You talking about this comment?
No, I'm not. No. Basically, he just basically said it. He just says that. Hold on.
Read the comment to me so I can highlight it. Read it.
Yeah, I think it's both. The woman should be able to tell the man what she likes, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so this is the thing, right?
Oh no, I'm sorry, JD25. My bad, JD25.
Oh, because you said Jerome.
Yeah, my bad. I'm wrong. It says at Jerome. Yeah, I think it's both the woman and it's JD25. At Jerome. Yeah, I think it's both the woman and the man. She should be able to tell what she likes, and I mean she should know what she wants, especially at 30 years old, right? Especially
at 30 years old, you can still be.
Okay, hold on. Wait. All due respect to JD25 and Jerome and Hot Sauce, right? You guys aren't making any sense. I'm gonna tell you why. We just talked about, and we talk about it all the time in these spaces. Most women have not had an orgasm. Are you guys listening to what I'm telling you?
I'm listening.
How can most women tell you what they like if they haven't been privy to even having an orgasm? Most women have reported that they have never had one. And do you know why that is? It's because most men are lazy sex partners. They don't know what the hell they doing. Y'all better listen to Freezy.
I disagree with you, brother.
Listen.
I rock with you, but I disagree.
Hold on, let's read. Let me read Dr. Nakambi's comment. Let me see. Shout out to Dr. Nakambi.
Super
chat. Down in the comment with the $10 super cap, he said, hot. What is that? Hot
sauce.
Hot sauce. My bad, but I gotta get better with these abbreviations. Hot sauce. Women understanding their own bodies intimately can help them communicate better with their partners about their sexual needs and preferences. If they don't know, they need to learn. That's what he said.
Boom, and this is a motherfucking doctor. Salute.
Yes, but listen.
No captivity.
Listen what I'm telling you. Listen. Most of the time, their learning experience is with a man.
Well,
I'm trying to, how can you, wait, how can you get around that? Get somebody to tell me. What? Listen. Don't you need a real penis with veins and blood flowing through it?
Look, the professionals have spoken.
No.
Right? That man is a doctor that you just highlighted. He spoke.
Okay, what I'm telling you is that I'm the one dancing in the PUSSY. I'm the one giving it to her. I am the one performing most of the time. Somebody said that earlier. I think it was you, Hot Sauce. You said women don't really have to do much anyway. All they got to do is lay on their back most of the time or just take it. We doing all the work. Didn't you say that, Hot Sauce?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if that is the case, that means that a lot of the responsibility is on men because we are doing most of the work.
But we doing it, but it doesn't mean that it is right. Bro, she should know what she likes. She should communicate. Sex is communication, right? Intimacy is communication.
Yeah, but you won't even communicate to the person and ask them what they want. You want them to know what they want
already,
and be the person and everybody be happy. If it's about communication, why not?
No captivity.
At 30. Man,
yeah, but 30 is not that old, and then
it's
most
not old
men
at all.
are not that good that she would have
it's
all
mature
this
enough.
experience.
No one's saying it's old. I'm saying at 30 you should be mature enough to know and can be mature enough to communicate what you like.
They probably
30,
yeah, but if she don't know, which most 30-year-old people are not, because I mean I don't know about y'all, but I mean in real life, just take the internet and all these weird scenarios out of it. In real life, normal guys is not out there having sex all the time like that, and normal girls is not out there just knocking people off all the time. In real life, people be at work, they be messing around with their friends, with their kids.
I think women are having sex more than men. If you really want to know the truth,
absolutely. In real life, women are having more sex than men. In real life,
I think so.
I feel like that's true too, but women
you
probably
on mute, Issa. You on mute, Issa.
I said because a lot of the men, they can't get no sex. You know what I'm saying? If they not presenting to what the culture says is approved, because we live in a culturally approved so-called society, so they ain't gonna get no sex. But a woman can get sex for anywhere. Only thing she got to do is say, "Hey, listen, I'm open for service," and it's some brother somewhere that's gonna take that tail. A man can't do that. I can go outside my house right now and be like, "Hey, ladies, I'm open for service." They ain't gonna be like, okay, motherfucker. It's just not the same. A woman can just get it so much easier than we can.
Get it.
And I'm talking about ugly women too. Ugly, big women.
Oogly.
What? It's a homosexual out there willing to tear off.
Listen, Dr. Nakami said, additionally, a large number of women require additional stimulation, such as oral sex or manual stimulation to reach orgasm. A small percentage can do it without another stimulation. So, guess what? Most guys can't even do that. Most guys can't even eat no damn coochie.
My point
they
is
won't. A lot of guys won't do it.
A lot of guys won't even do it.
Hey, I can't blame the brothers though. They don't want to do
They
it, bro.
start
I'm
getting
sorry,
mad.
you
The
don't
day
want to
starts
eat no. It ain't like back in the
yeah,
day. You don't want
they
to eat
start
nothing, bro. It's something else done been up in there already.
yeah, not
Yeah,
today
but
start.
y'all are the same way. I gotta argue against that when dudes say that because y'all dudes are not, all virgins and all
I
clean.
understand
Men
that,
are
but
nasty. Dicks are
you gotta
nasty and
understand. I
disgusting. They
can go
way
take a
nastier
shower,
than the
baby.
cooch. And
Do you
y'all be over.
understand?
I'm
No,
just
we're not.
saying in
No, we're not.
general,
I can
men
go
are
take a shower.
disgusting. Men are
But
nastier.
let me
Men are
just say,
nasty.
let me understand this. Let me understand this. So, okay, the difference between man and woman is that I can go take a shower, and what's on me from her gets washed off. Period.
Nah, nigga,
It's
nah,
a
nigga, no.
scientific
No.
fact that my semen stays within your body for up to 48 to 72 hours. Man and woman are very different. You say nasty.
If a woman go pee after she have sex, all of that comes out. That's
No, it
something
don't.
that
No,
y'all
Them
should
two
learn.
different hoes. Them two different
It's
hoes.
different. I'm not talking about the semen coming out of her
That's what
urethra.
I'm talking about.
I'm
We two
talking
different
about the
beings.
semen coming out of her vagina after she pee because I'm a woman, so I'm gonna tell you how it works. When we sit on the toilet and when we pee comes out of one hole and then the other stuff come out of the other when we sit on
I
the toilet.
understand
So
that, but
that's
it's
why
still my
women go
DNA
to the
still stays in
bathroom
there.
like that. That's why
My
we
well,
go to the
DNA still
bathroom.
stays in there.
And
And I may not be a woman, but
when
I got
women go
14
to the
sisters.
gynecologist,
Do you
they
understand?
tell
I
us
got
to
14
pee and
sisters.
sit down and stuff so we can get rid of that. So women have a
Not
different version
seven,
of that.
not two, three, not four, five. I have 14
Mhm.
sisters. I understand women very
I
well.
don't care how
Now,
many sisters you got. Do you have a pussy? Cause I got one, and I'm telling you how it works
but
after
listen,
people have sex.
I'm telling you the same way you telling me how it work. I've talked to my sisters, and they've
I'm
told me,
sorry, a man telling me about women's functions is not gonna run because you don't
you're
have
listen,
a
not
listen. I'm
pussy.
not
acknowledging
telling
And
you
that.
about my opinion.
your
I'm
second
telling you
hand
about what my sisters
experience
say, and
is
my
I don't
sister
care
is
what
a
your
fellow woman.
sister's saying. You don't have a pussy and you haven't experienced. I don't
Listen,
care what your
it
sister's
don't
saying.
matter if I repeat
I
what
got
she
brothers.
said.
I got brothers and they got dicks.
Right.
I can't tell you about
And
they
let me tell you
dick.
something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I forgot your name, love. What's your name again? Okay,
Who,
whatever. You
me?
want to play that game.
You talking about hot
But
sauce?
check this out.
Talking about hot sauce?
If your brother tell
Oh,
you
he's talking
something
about the lady.
and your brother tell you something about being a man and you repeat it to me, I'm not gonna say, well, you a woman, you can't tell me that. I'm not gonna say that.
You
Because
should because I shouldn't be
no,
telling you
no,
nothing about
no.
being a
Because if
man.
it's listen,
I can't
if
tell
it's
no
truth,
guy
listen,
about dick
if
and
it's
balls
truly
and
coming from the mouth of your
I
brother,
can't talk about that.
if it's truly coming from the mouth of your brother, he's the man, and only a man can explain to you or impart to you how it is to be a man. So if he explained that to you, I'm not gonna discount that. But that's the difference
Yeah, but what
between
I'm saying
man and
is,
woman.
as a woman, don't tell women about women shit and you don't have a pussy. And
Listen,
I don't
listen, listen.
care how many
I
sisters,
understand
mammies,
that.
and whoever you
Listen, listen,
got,
listen. I
just don't
understand
do
that.
it.
This is
Just
the
don't do it.
reason. This is the reason why I have no love for the American sister. I don't. And I know before you say, "Hey, I don't give a fuck," I don't give a fuck. I know you don't care, but this is the
I
reason why I
wasn't
have
gonna
no
say
love.
that. I was gonna just feel sorry for you. I wasn't gonna
Listen,
say that. I just feel
I
bad for
don't.
you.
I have no love, none at all, none at all. And it's sorry to say that, but this is the reason why,
I
because
mean,
of the delusion.
black
But it's
black
okay, love.
American
There's no hard
women
feelings.
need to hear this because they need to know how y'all are so they can avoid y'all at all costs.
Well, this is the
Listen,
thing.
I've been avoided y'all. Listen, if one of y'all was in a burning building, I would keep it pushing.
This is the thing.
I am a cold shoulder for real.
And
You know what I'm
wait,
saying?
wait.
I welcome this kind of and see, friend.
Let's bring
This
it back.
why I
Let's bring
didn't
it back to the
marry
topic.
Wait,
no
hold on.
American
Wait,
Negro because y'all
I
feel
mean
that way.
that's good for you. You ever heard of Dr. Fresh Cress Welsing's septum ring theory? It's alive and well in you.
I don't
If
care.
you ever heard of
I
that
care
wait.
septum
opinion
ring
about me.
theory,
Who the fuck is you? You some big fat ass dude
Wait,
with no
that's
opinion.
good for you. Oh
hold
no, it
on,
hurt.
hold
That
on,
hurt.
wait,
Ooh, that hurt.
wait,
You
wait,
on the internet talking
listen.
crazy about my
I'm
septum
not
ring.
talking crazy to you. I'm just speaking the truth to you. I'm not talking crazy. I'm not cussing you out. I'm just speaking the
Disrespecting
truth
black
to you,
women.
which is the way I feel. And listen, the way you feel
Disrespecting
about it,
black women.
the way you feel about it is okay. That's the way you feel. I have no problem.
Disrespecting black women.
I've
Listen.
been left y'all in the dust. Hey,
Listen.
listen, I left y'all in the dust a
How
long
you gonna
time
leave
ago.
us in the
Hey,
dust?
hold on.
You
Brother
kicking
Willie,
up dust
Brother
with your
Willie,
big ass.
have we left them in the dust?
You kicking
Man,
up
they
dust.
kind of left themselves in the dust. I mean,
Have we left them in
kicking
the
up
dust,
dust.
Brother Willie?
You
Come
kicking
on.
up dust.
Y'all wildin'.
Dust.
Y'all wildin'.
Y'all a
You
bunch
can't
of
do nothing
dusty
with the
ass
kuffar,
niggas
man.
talking
We
to
know that.
dust.
We know that. You
Okay,
can't do
I'm
listen.
nothing with the
coughing with the
disbelievers.
dust.
Wait. Let's get some order. Hold
Dusty.
on. Hold on. Wait.
No
Hold on,
captivity.
everybody. Wait. Let me say this. I understand if a man doesn't want to just, if he's in the dating world before he gets married, he doesn't want to just go out there eating salad may and Sue. Every salad may and Sue, right? You don't want to just do that. But what about when you actually marry a woman and she becomes your wife? Will you take a different approach to it then as far as pleasing her sexually? Will there be a different mentality as far as what you're willing to do to please her sexually, right? Because I'm not promoting that men should just go out and just eat everything walking. No, I'm not saying that, right? We do know there is some nasty women out here, right? We know that. But
Yeah,
once
but
you
for your
get
wife,
married, will that be on the table? Will you be willing to? Let me ask Issa. Issa, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Once you get married, we know I agree with you. Men shouldn't just be going out there putting their mouth on random women that they meet that they have sexual encounters with. But once you get married to a woman, are you still against it?
Hell no, because it's my duty to please my wife.
Okay.
I have to. Listen, as a husband in Islam, if I do not please my wife, right? Like genuinely don't please her, and not because I can't, but because I won't.
Mm-hmm.
That's grounds for divorce. Because I'm not able to perform what's part of one of my duties, which is the physical duty. So if I refuse to perform that and I ain't like got through no injury or nothing, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like sick or nothing. That's grounds for divorce. So you have to. You absolutely have to. And that's on both sides.
Right. So the point I was trying to
Can I ask
make.
a question?
Go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead.
Okay, because if you can drop the link, because I'm not trying to bring up old shit. But what is this? Because I heard this a lot. What the fuck is this septum ring theory? If you can drop that in the back chat, that'd be cool.
Septum ring chick supposed to be like some kind of hoe shit they got going.
It's Doctor. Actually, it was invented by a woman, but
Tell me
it's
the
Doctor
thing you put
Fresh's.
on the thing you put on the
He talk about this. He talk about this a septum ring.
What
But
is
you
that
have
theory?
to. You actually have to read her doxies on the septum ring theory to understand. Like I can explain it, but you're not going to get the full gist. We would have to
Just
do
put
a
a link in
whole
the back
show on
chat.
that.
Put a link in the back chat or a keyword that I can look up on my own.
You just look
we
up the
see what you
doctor.
trying to do, hot sauce. You trying to please your woman. That's what you trying to do.
That's why I say most of this stuff be so tired because it all
I hear it
goes
a lot.
back
I hear it a lot.
women
Like
being
like
bad
this
in
last
some
time, I
way.
hear it like a lot.
Hot
The
sauce about to get a
conversation
piercing.
always goes to how women is horrible sometimes.
What you say, freezing?
Hot sauce finna get a piercing. Damn, that
Nah,
shit
man,
hot sauce
bro,
talking about, dog. I'm telling you.
I am Feezy. I am super conservative. I am super.
No, I'm just messing with you, bro.
Super
I'm just messing with.
Super Israelite.
I
don't
know.
fuck around.
The point I'm trying to make is that ideally, women should be virgins.
Yes,
Ideally,
yes.
right?
So should men. Men too.
No,
Right.
no, that don't apply to us. No, it doesn't apply.
It applies. It applies to women. We
Let me
talking
ask
about.
y'all a question, and I'm serious.
Hold on. Before you go there, you're next, Pink. I'm gonna get this out. Ideally and religiously throughout history and antiquity, women's were expected to be virgins, to be to be the best case scenario possible, to be an acceptable wife to a man. Now we know throughout history, men have had concubines. Men have had multiple wives, right? But when a man gets a wife, throughout history, she was expected to be a virgin. Now, with that being said, shouldn't that tell us that the person who was going to teach that virgin about sex and about her body would be the man that she actually joined herself to, because she didn't have any knowledge of sex. Who isn't the person the first teacher of sex to a woman would be the man?
Yes.
But what I don't understand.
Okay, so that just proves my point.
If everybody's supposed to be so virginal and doing all this, how the man know about sex? So where he getting women from? If the women's supposed to be virgins, who is he fucking to practice on to show his virgin?
Let me answer that.
How
Let me
to
answer
have
that.
sex?
Let me answer that. Like I said, he's having sex with, well, at the time they were called concubines. Now the reason why these women were concubines, because it takes more than sex for a woman to, let's just be honest. It takes more than sex for a woman to be chosen as a wife, right? A woman has to possess a certain amount of skills and certain, nurturing skills. So with her physical skills,
Quality,
right?
ethics, character.
Right, character and everything. So it's more than just sex for a woman to get married. So when there were women that didn't have a lot to offer, and there's still women now today that don't have a lot to offer when it's come to being somebody's wife, but at least they can be used for sex. It's been that way throughout antiquity, right? The women that were chosen for sex had more to offer in a household than just sex. They were exceptional women. The women, that's the way it's actually supposed to be. With women being married, a woman actually asked to be married is an honor. Every woman does not deserve to be married. That's why.
Why you said that, Fred? That was fucked up.
Every woman does not deserve to be married. That's why women, when they're proposed to, they go to crying, and it's a very emotional thing, because some women thought it would never happen. Right?
That's very true. All women do not deserve to be married. That's very true.
All women do not deserve to be married.
Well, what they supposed to be now it's getting good. What the fuck they supposed to be doing? If some women don't deserve to be married, then what do they deserve?
They deserve to be who they are, hoes.
Well, this is the thing, right?
Wow.
Look, this is the thing. Listen. You can, like I said before, it was expected for a woman, even if a man was having sex with a woman, right? And he didn't make her his wife. It was still expected for this man to provide for her. She just didn't have the honor of the title of wife. You understand what I'm saying? They can be, listen, if you're not a wife, you can be a handmaid, you could be a servant.
Oh shit.
I'm just saying, like, but there's levels to it.
Listen, you preaching to the choir, Freezy. Listen, you married, brother. Listen, Hassan, I hope you taking notes, brother. Don't you get you nothing from the West, brother. You go back to the land of Iraq, the land of Kufa.
No, wait,
okay?
Issa, let's ask Pink.
That's not where he come from. Stop doing Hassan.
That is where he come from.
Wait, guys, let's ask her. Do you think every woman? Do you think every woman deserves to be a wife? Let's ask Pink.
Let me first say, as somebody who's non-religious, and I don't, my mind is free from the shackles.
Right, let's throw religion out of it.
I will say this right here. Yeah, we're gonna throw that out of it. In the real world, people deserve what they want. If that woman is looking for marriage, and if that's what she values in her life, then she deserves that, and I wish that for her. That the same for a man. If that's what he wants, then I wish that for him as well. But to say in general, based on your belief system and your morals, that somebody don't deserve that is fucked up. Because who the fuck are you to say that somebody don't deserve marriage or deserve happiness? That's how I personally feel. Because
Do you think marriage is an honor?
I mean, it's an honor if the person that you want asks you. I mean, a million motherfuckers that asked me to marry them throughout my lifetime. I only married one of them. It was an honor to me because that's who I wanted to marry. But in general, motherfuckers asked me to marry them. Ever since I've been 16 years old, people been asking me to marry them.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
So
I mean,
Freezy,
I married the person that
Go
I
ahead.
chose.
Go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead.
Freezy, I just want to say this. There's a lot of things that we want that we don't deserve. Just because we want something doesn't mean we deserve it. And,
That's a fact.
And the court system and the divorce rate shows that not everyone should be married. And on top of that, a lot of women say they don't want to be married, right? Because I look. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. When women say not all women want to be married, I do believe that. I do believe that not every single woman want to be married, and I think a large portion of American women, they don't want to be married, right? Which is fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Because not everyone should get married, right? I don't believe that everyone should get married. And at the same token, I think there's a lot of good brothers that get caught up in bad marriages because they chose a woman that didn't deserve to be a wife.
Well, this is the thing,
right? Because I don't operate from the aspect of all black men are horrible or all black women are horrible, right? Like, so I think majority of black people are decent, good people, middle class, hardworking, law-abiding citizens, right? And I think there's a lot of good brothers that unfortunately chose women who don't deserve to be wives.
But also, hot sauce, every marriage isn't honorable.
That's true too. That's facts.
Right?
That's facts.
I mean, just because you're married doesn't mean you're in an honorable marriage. You feel what I'm saying?
But
like,
what do that all of this be based on? This seem like everybody got these morals that they got.
Listen.
And if everybody don't live by their specific morals, now you some kind of fucked up person, or the person don't deserve this, or the person don't. What if that person don't? Me personally, I'm not religious.
But no, Pink, I've heard you say
no.
Pink,
I don't believe.
Wait, Pink. I've heard you say, Pink. I've heard you say, Pink, if a guy is poor and broke, he don't deserve no woman.
He don't.
She did
because
say
what
that.
is he gonna do?
Oh, well,
what
I
is
thought
a
everybody
broke
deserved
man?
love.
Y'all be mad when I say shit when y'all talk. What the fuck is a woman gonna do in poverty? You as a man, why do you want a woman and you poor? You can't even
agree with you.
Why would you want a woman and you poor? Why?
We agree with you. That's what we're saying.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this, Freezy. Look. This conversation is pointless. I'm gonna tell you why it's pointless. Okay. She views religion as having shackles on you, which is her opinion. She entitled to it. You know what I'm saying? This is never going to go anywhere. It would be like me. She didn't say she was atheist. She just said she don't mess with religion. That don't mean that you're an atheist. But it's like us arguing with an atheist about.
You can go next. Go ahead.
It's like us arguing with an atheist about the existence of God, or is there? It's not going to go anywhere because our premise, our base is totally different. That's why the Quran says, "To you your way, and to me mine," and that's why I practice that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna have a conversation with her, and it's not like no disrespect to her, but we have two different moral compasses that are controlling our input and our thoughts. We come from two different makeups, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But for this topic of the conversation, it's going to be fruitless because we're coming from a place.
I agree with what he's saying, because if you can't have a conversation without inserting your morals and your religion, then you can't have no conversation
No,
with nobody.
no,
Because
but
I
that's
have
not
a
even.
lot of
Listen,
beliefs. I
that's
have
not the
all
point.
I
Because
have all
like me as
kinds
a
of
Muslim,
personal
listen, me
qualms
as a
and shit
Muslim,
like that.
everything that I do is according to my religion. My
And
religion
see,
has laws for everything. Now look. Before I know
and
you about to
control
say
me like that. Don't
I'm
let
not a
control
Muslim.
me like that.
Listen. You finna go into that and all of that. Listen, I don't mind that at all. What I'm saying is it's not going to do anything for us, man. It's not going to do anything for us. We come from a religious background. Three of us. And I think Hot Sauce has a faith too. I don't know what it
I
is.
came from a
But
religious background. I grew up in the church, and my
I
mom
don't
right
care.
now
Listen, I don't care
believes,
what you grew
but
up
I'm
in, love.
not
I'm
religious.
talking
I'm
about
not
what you
religious.
are.
I'm not
I'm
religious.
talking about what you are and
Me
what
and
you live.
me and Freezy are the same belief system.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I'm talking about what you are and what you practice. It's never going to the conversation is fruitless
But
because you don't
I'm not religious, and I said that up front. And when I and
right.
every all of my
That's why I said it's
decisions,
fruitless.
all of my decisions and everything I do is based on reality and what's real and life
No.
experiences, not
It's based on
fantasies
I
out
and
of somebody's
self, the ego.
theological books.
It's the ego.
I deal in the real
Wait.
world
Hot
situation.
sauce, you
So
gonna
I'm
go
not
next?
religious.
Let me read this super chat.
All right, yeah, read your super chat first. Read your super
Okay.
chat.
What's going on? Oh shit, I'm missing. Super chat. Shout out to Only Bill for Valor with the $5 super cap. He said, "No one deserves anything. Everything is earned."
No Cap-tivity.
That's fact.
Shout out to Only Bill for Valor. I think that's
Everybody
facts too.
deserves to live their best life. You deserve
Right,
that. If you
so
think that
That's
you
that
don't
new age shit,
deserve
man.
I'm sorry.
to have
I'm
what
next.
you want,
I'm sorry.
you don't
Let me.
deserve to live your best
Go ahead,
life.
Hot Sauce. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
Yeah. So what I want to comment on that. Yeah, like see that's the thing, man. Is in about this whole entitlement culture thing, right? No,
How is that entitled?
you deserve what you earn. Point blank. Period. You deserve what you earn, right? And I know I know you're not religious, so I'm not speaking to you on this, but I'm just speaking to the general audience, right? Uh, in business, we have something called you kill what you eat, and the Bible says if a man doesn't work, he doesn't eat, right? So at the end of the day, you gotta put in the work. You gotta do what you need to do to earn it. But the one thing I do want to say is that that for Miss Pink, like I want to ask you a question because right now the perception comes off as if you kind of think like for lack of a better way, I apologize. I don't know how to say it better, but it does come off as like you kind of hate men, right? You called us predators so far. You say that we're dusty, we're lazy. So I mean, so my question is like, do you think men are decent in general? Not some,
No,
but in general, do you think men are decent or
I
just
don't
we
hate
ain't shit?
men. I don't hate men. And let me tell y'all something. I've
Uh huh.
raised men. I got a man right now I raised. He live in Washington, D.C. I've raised grown men, strong men. So I don't hate men. I got a man right here I'm raising now. I got one in here, 10 I'm raising. I don't raise men. So I don't hate no man. But the reality of it is a man is dangerous for a woman. Now y'all men, and I'm not putting
How
it
do
on
you
y'all
take
in general or
men when
whatever,
you say
but as a
Let her finish, and then
woman,
you can
but
let her
as
finish, and
a
you can
woman
respond,
who's
Hot
been
Sauce. Go ahead.
alive for 46 years, a man is dangerous to a woman. A man is very dangerous. Y'all predatory, and if we not careful with how we act around y'all, and if we be around the wrong ones of y'all, we could get hurt, killed, or some shit can go down.
Oh
A
my
man is dangerous, and
dude.
y'all don't want to listen to that shit because y'all act like all women is crazy and all women
It,
is all
it ain't
no.
even that.
Women,
Baby, I'm from Chicago.
women,
I know man is dangerous.
man,
You don't have
women
to
is.
tell me that.
Wait.
What I'm saying is, but
I'm
what
gonna let
I'm
Hot
saying
Sauce
is,
respond, and then you can respond, Issa, after Hot Sauce. Go ahead.
dudes Dudes act like that shit is not a part of what a lot of our behaviors is driven. Where y'all might be straight dudes, decent guys, or whatever. Most men will have you in some kind of mortal damn danger if you not careful. So that's why I talk the way I talk, because I don't censor men. I don't give a goddamn what a man think about me. I don't give a fuck how a man feel about me. I don't care about a nigga talk about me. I don't care how nobody feel about me, because I know for a fact how men is, and I know how men act behind closed doors, and I know how a man will do and talk and walk when other men ain't around. So that's why I talk the way I talk, because I know how a man act, and I don't raise men, and I know how men is. So that's why I talk the way I talk. I don't hate no man. I just don't censor men because I don't need men. If all the men in my life disappear, tomorrow I'ma still have the same wealth and the same clout and the same everything that I always had, because I ain't never had to have depend on no man. So that's why I talk the way I talk to men, because I don't give a fuck about how no man feel about me, because a man can't make me or motherfucker break me. I make men and I raise men, and I got grown men representing.
Hot sauce, what do you have to say to that? And then I'm gonna let Issa go.
Okay. Could you highlight Dr. Nakumbe? That's my only comment. Can you just highlight that?
Which one? The concept or
the very last one?
The very last one. Okay.
The very last one. That's all I gotta say.
So he says. So then, Hot sauce was correct in his perception of how you come off, as evidenced by what you just said. Hostility towards men.
I'm not hostile towards men. Just because I don't censor men, that does not mean I'm hostile. That means that I don't censor you. So other hoes are like, they'll be like kissing y'all ass and trying to agree and trying to fall into y'all opinion so that y'all look at them in a more favorable manner. But a bitch like me, I don't give a fuck how you feel about me. Fuck you. And that's how I feel about men, because I know how men are. I know how men are. I know how men are. I know how men are.
Issa, go ahead. You're next. Go ahead.
You know what? I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off of here, bro. And this is generally from the heart, bro. This is the exact reason why I have walked away from them. You know what I'm saying? And I just mean it as a whole. And I'm not, listen, I don't pull no punches. I do the same thing with my mother. I don't fuck. Listen, they are the most dangerous place for us. And when I say us, I mean good black men. I'm not saying all black men. I'm just saying good black men. No matter what level of goodness that you're at. When I was on Dennis Sperling show, bro, I told him, he asked me, he said, man, I can't just let people sleep hungry and da-da-da-da. No, bro, because if you don't, the way things are and the attitudes that they got, the shit go continue, bro. You gotta walk the fuck away, bro. I don't care what's happening to them. I don't care none of that. I ain't putting no S on my chest for none of them, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Because
why I have my attitude towards men.
Wait. I'll let you go. Freezy told me to let you go.
Yeah, we're gonna let Issa finish.
And I let you go unabashed. I'm just saying, this is just my personal opinion. I don't have no love for them. None. No love at all. You know what I'm saying? Let another race of men have them. Because they never been our woman. You know what I'm saying? And every day that they get on and we have conversations, it supports it more and more. This is the white man's woman. This is the devil's woman. This is the Kaffir's woman. That's his woman. He created her. You know what I'm saying? And we just got to give them back, bro. And the more we do that, and the more we keep on going overseas and finding wives, and I'm like Dennis Sperling too. I prefer, brother, listen, just because I say don't date American black women, don't mean I say don't date black women. It's black women all around the world. You know what I'm saying? It's just different flavors. So that's just the end of it, bro. I think we just need to all walk away, bro. If it ain't concerning somebody in your family, bro, you just need to walk away from them.
Bro, I will say this. I'm not against men traveling abroad to get women at all. I'm not against that. There are women across seas that they, they're very deserving of marriage. And I know y'all don't like to use that word deserving or whatever, but I feel like there are women across seas that will honor their men to the utmost. They're waiting to be great wives. I want to highlight.
Hey, Freezy. I got to get up out of here, brother. But before I do, my landlord is in South Africa where he was. He just got back today. And when I say brothers, and is any brothers in the chat, any brothers on here, look, brother, look into South Africa. That's all I'm going to say. Just look into it, brother. Go there, have a good time, brother, and experience true femininity. That's
And
it,
get your
man.
money up,
I
because
love you,
African
Freezy.
girls like that money.
Salam
Get your money.
alaikum, brother Hassan. I'll take a Iraqi auntie too. I'm not like that. You know what I'm saying?
Let me read Dr. Nakambi's comment real quick. I wanted to answer this. Dr. Nakambi said the concept of deserving, right? The concept of deserving to be married doesn't align with the principles of personal choice and mutual consent that are integral to certain religious views of marriage. It was a two-part comment. Everyone deserves love, respect, and the freedom to make their own choices, including the choice to marry. So this is the thing, right? Because I wanted to respond to what Dr. Nakambi said. Let me make us bigger too. Let me see. And make sure I make us let me see. Yeah, so I wanted to respond to Dr. Nakambi. We all know.
Can I also respond to that after you're done? Can I also respond, please?
So we all know, right? 90, I'm gonna say 99% of the time, when someone is proposed to, someone is asked to be a spouse, 99% of the time, it's the men who are proposing to women. 99% of the time, men are choosing women to marry for different reasons. Women aren't choosing men. Women have been in relationships for years and still hadn't got proposed and still hadn't got asked to be married. Why did they stick with this man? In hopes that this man would actually propose to her one day, right? That's the only logical explanation. A woman with a man for 30 years, 25 years, come on. So the reason why this man probably hadn't proposed to this woman is because he probably feel like she don't deserve it. If we're gonna let's just be realistic. Most men, when they think about marriage, they operate off of whether a woman deserves it or not. I mean, let's just be honest. Go ahead, hot sauce. I'm gonna let hot sauce go, and then you go, Pink. Go ahead, hot sauce.
So I'm going to agree and disagree with the good doctor. So I'm going to agree that everybody deserves love when it comes to love from your parents.
Hold on, hot sauce. Yes, Doc. Yeah. I've been waiting on you to come on up here. Come on up here, Doc.
Please let him get up here.
The link is at the top of the description. Go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead.
I'm tired of him.
So I agree people deserve love as far as from your parents, your family members, things like that. But when it comes to marriage or in relationships, there has to be a give and take. There has to be it requires work. You have to give and you also get to receive. And the reason why the divorce rate is so high, this is where I blame men. The reason why the divorce rate is so high, especially in the black community, is because of black men. And the reason why I say this is this. Because we as black men do not have requirements, standards on what we want what we want in a wife and we don't demand it. Black men are the most easiest, nonchalant men in a heterosexual normative relationship, right? And we're often classified as the garbage men of the dating world because we're known to date anything. And that's one of the problems, right? We have to be more demanding. We have to have criteria when it comes to marriage, and people and women have to prove themselves just as much as a man has to prove himself to be a good candidate to be a husband. A woman has to do the same in kind, right? Or otherwise, we'll keep having these high ass divorce rates. And I'm going to pass it. And salute to you, doctor. How are you?
Salute to the doctor.
Good to see you. Pink? Was Pink gonna get in?
Yeah, I think she was next. Go ahead, Pink. You was next.
Man, this is what I gotta say about the whole deserving thing. And that's why I went on my little rant before on your other homeboy about when they was like, oh, do you hate men? I don't hate men. I love men. Shit, I love me some men. But at the same time, this how y'all present yourself. It's so, that's why I say on these internet streets, that's why I say it's all the same conversation. It all, no matter what you talk about, it's gonna go back to women being fucked up in some kind of way. Like, this started off as we making fun of Michael B. Jordan and he came screwed, you know what I mean? But it always circles back to women being evil or fucked up or bad in some kind of way. And now we talking about some women don't deserve to be married and certain marriages is more authentic. Why? Like, okay, like dudes say, I'm a keep it a buck. Dude was talking about going overseas to get a woman or whatever. Them women demand 20 to 30 times more money and assets and everything else than an American woman. So that's weird that everybody wants to go overseas and get women because they 50 times more expensive. Then on top of that, I got me one of them foreign people y'all be talking about. My husband is not American, but he's black. And he loves everything about me. Like, where everybody, American men say that I hate men and I'm this and I'm that. He loved that shit. Why? Because I got a mind of my own. I got my own personality. I think and do for myself. I have ideas. I do my thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm a whole person, and he like that. But an American dude will think I'm loud and I'm undesirable, and I got these. I hate men, and all the little stuff y'all hear people saying on the internet. But it seemed that it's not that I'm a man hater. I have an opinion. I got opinions and thoughts of my own. And when y'all encounter women that got thoughts of their own and don't subscribe to certain moral standards, that person is undesirable. And I feel like that's what's wrong with American black men. They got high standards, but do y'all own houses and have assets and stuff? The kind of standards y'all want don't match y'all lifestyle and y'all pockets.
Niggas are dusty and broke. Yep, niggas are dusty and broke despite being in the middle class. Majority of us. But yeah, you're right.
But what do you think is middle class though? I'm not talking to you either in general. Like, if you middle class, good for you. But I'm talking about people who make all these demands.
I'm saying majority of black men are in the middle class. Majority.
But I'm talking about, you were talking about you in general. So now that we talking
No,
about you,
I wasn't talking about me in general. I said black men in general. I always kept it general. I've never, this whole conversation, as long as we've been talking on this panel, I've never made it
be
personal.
in general when you talking about people don't deserve to be married and don't deserve love
Right. I'm speaking generally. I'm speaking generally.
Yeah, but in general, you can't say people don't deserve what they consider
Why can't
happiness.
Why can't I?
Because why? Who are you to do that? Who are you to say who deserves what?
But I mean, I can still speak generally. Whether you agree with me or not, that's fine.
I don't speak about stuff like that in general. Because in general,
I'm not you.
Say,
I'm not you, and I'm not making it personal.
You're not
the
me.
whole conversation
I know you're
is making
not
it
me.
personal.
Because you're not the main character. You'll never be me.
But
what I'm saying is, why would anybody say that somebody don't deserve to be married?
I can answer that. I can answer that because when you're married, I'm gonna let you go next, Doc. Marriage, most people when they get married, they expect to have kids. They expect to reproduce. They expect to leave a legacy behind. Right? Some people don't deserve to be married, and not even just women, because I don't want this to be a one-sided thing. I'm saying this for men and women. There are men that don't deserve to be married. There are women that don't deserve to be married. For the most reason is because they will not be.
We did say both sides. We did say
both
that.
sides.
Yes, that's correct.
They will not be good examples for kids that they will have.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate for you.
Wait, let me finish. They will not be good examples. They will not be good examples for their kids. We talk about it all the time. These kids are being raised. First of all, they're not being raised at all. And we're bringing monsters into the world. And so some people are just not equipped to be husbands and wives. So when I say
Facts.
a man does not deserve to be married, or a woman does not deserve to be married, it's more to it than just being together. You know,
what about unmarried people that have kids?
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
That's bad, because you're setting a bad example. Why not get married? What are you telling your kids? You don't have to get married? You telling your daughter she can just have kids and not be a wife? That's a horrible example.
Why she got to be a wife?
That's a
because you have children. Children need mothers and fathers.
Yes.
What are we
Why
talking
they
about?
can't just have them? I got a father. He ain't married to my mama. He's somewhere out there. She's somewhere.
And
no,
that's
but
not good.
Children need to grow with their mother and father together.
I'm gonna let Dr. Nakama get in here so he can add some.
It's the judgment for me. It's the judgment and the projecting the morals of others onto other people's life for me. That's how I feel.
No, that's not morals. Children need their mother and father growing up together. They are healthy.
It's projecting of the morals.
Opinion.
That
is not opinion or moral. Children need both their mother and father.
Do you have children? How many children do you have?
I have zero.
What you talking about? You don't even got no kids. What are you talking about?
Let's let Doc get in there 1 second, because he's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, because I talk, so I figure if I can talk, I should be able to wait also. Thank you, first of all. Salute to the panel. Hassan's in the house. What's up, my king? Thank you for everyone, Pink and everyone, hot sauce, and hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you for allowing me to share in this space. I just want to offer a couple of perspectives. They may not land for some people, and they may. So 3 points I think I want to make. The work that I do, I have to listen to language. And Freezy, that's why I was telling you that video last night. The second that lady said in that video, you have to fight for it, you have to fight for it, you have to fight for it. Her first 3 words told me everything about her. She fights because she's used to dealing with injustice and being rejected and being less than. So her whole message, without her saying those words, when you study language and study behavior, with that same theory, when I'm listening to this, I hear we're conflating things. See, marriage is like a reward. In certain cultures, it's a reward. It's a benefit that actually take your daughter into a family. It's a benefit, it's a value, it's a whatever you want to call it. At the same time, a person is deserving when they earn it or when they qualify. So if we take away the fact that some women may not earn this reward, but they do qualify to grow our legacy.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have that with no man. So then if you're saying, well, yeah, I can just have her and have the kids, then that thwarts your own premise about you need to be married. So just by the fact that you're talking about marriage and family, she qualifies right from the start. If you think that person shouldn't be married, she's ratchet, she's whatever, cool. You don't believe she deserves the reward of being in your family or protected by you, so on and so on. But just by the fact that she qualifies, and you're talking about family, married, she's already, so that's just that perspective. Again, deserving, and can a person have children without being married? I hear when you say that's wrong. Yes, through a spiritual context, through anything other than sex before marriage, it is wrong. However, I think Pink is speaking to the fact that a person can and has and will continue to have children. And so, therefore, if she's deserving or not of marriage, remember, she already qualifies to have a child, period. So that's that part. The second thing is when we talk about how I would perceive you, which I said on the show yesterday. I'm not sure if I apologize and I have to replay it because I remember saying this is what I think Pink went through, and I gave that breakdown. So I don't want to pretend to know you, and I'm not going to psychotherapy you or anything like that. This is what I want to say. We can pick the starting point. I know it doesn't start with Pink. You can pick wherever you want with the starting point. Before slavery, Adam and Eve, whenever you want to pick. Here's my perspective. If you go the Adam and Eve route, the woman got the blame for eating the apple. If you go the slavery route, before the Europeans came over, Africa already had slavery, but a different form. They didn't do it the same way. They didn't punish the same way, or they didn't treat it the same way. It was work. Like we have jobs now and we're slaves at the job. It was work slavery. Europeans came over and changed it, and they divided the families. They took the men away. And then the men came out, or the men were being abused, and the women were having babies by the slave owners, and the men were like, how did you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? Not knowing because he didn't see she was in the house being raped. So then if you go that route, once again, a woman is being blamed. Regardless who's right or wrong, I'm just saying if you look at it, a woman's being blamed. If you go the Priscilla route, women used to be in control. They ask, well, how did men take the spot? They abused us. So if you go her route, men once again abused women. So far, no matter what route I've mentioned so far, the women have been the one abused. Now, recent day, if you think about it, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? It just depends on how far you go back. But when I hear, so listening to the words, I know for a fact, that's a lot of knowing. That's not guessing anymore. First time's an incident. Second time's a coincidence. Third time's a pattern. I believe sister has been at a pattern. She's witnessed too much for it to just be a guess that men ain't shit. So either hearing and they got locked in the brain, either seeing they got locked in the brain, or experiencing herself and they got locked in the brain. I still value men, and I still have sex with men and love men, but I know at my core, y'all ain't shit. Now I'm going into my theatrics now, because then Pink, I'm gonna ask you the first word you think that comes to your mind when I ask you. I just know for a fact, men ain't shit. Y'all dogs, y'all treat us like shit. You don't give a fuck. You throw us out in the trash, blah, 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 blah. Fuck no, fuck you motherfuckers. So somebody hate some goddamn men. Fuck y'all. Now what does that sound like to you? What does that sound like to you? Not those words. I don't want to be disingenuous. The energy.
Yeah.
The energy.
I feel you.
Yeah. So
but,
I think, like I said, go ahead.
I agree with everything you're saying, because that is true. Like when dude was saying, I hate men, dudes, nobody in real life talks to me like that. Like how internet dudes be acting like I'm so, so too much or whatever. In real life, that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like only internet dudes feel like that about me. But I do feel like that about men, because my whole 46 years living, I've never encountered a man, whether they was related or out there in the streets or just romantic. Men in general, at some point, gonna fuck you over or do some shit or say some shit or something gonna happen. You know what I mean? And I don't
When was
want
the
it
youngest?
to be like that.
Right. When was the youngest you witnessed that? When was the youngest? How old were you at the youngest when you witnessed that?
5.
Okay. I'm assuming, because unfortunately there are some out there, I'm assuming you didn't have no man at 5.
No.
So what got locked in your subconscious mind, which wasn't even your own experience, what got locked in your brain was something that's still carried over until now, even before you dated a man. When I hear you talk, I think that maybe you had some man last year, you had a man a few years ago who treated you bad. When I hear you say all 40 something years, I want the men to hear this is not occurring like a bad apple, a bad episode. This is something that she experienced, witnessed, which impacted her belief in safety. And if you listen to what she said, you can get bleep bleep by a man. You can get XYZ by a man. Like some people won't work at a factory because they know if your shirt gets caught in that machine, boom, you're gone. Some people won't work around guns because they know you can get hurt. Certain people, when they feel their safety is in danger, they just won't do. No matter how you slice it and dice it, I'm good. I'm good. So if a person broke in the house right now, you wouldn't grab. If I have to, I grab it and use it. If I got the right dude who I don't feel fearful of, but I always watch my back because you just never know. It's not the proof if they will. It's always the thought that there's potential. I always have potential to get hurt by a man that's locked in my brain, and I don't give a fuck what y'all. And that energy is the pushback. It's not the energy because I hate y'all. It's the energy because don't try and convince me. Stop. I don't give a fuck.
But Doc, hold on first.
Yes.
I see, because that's the thing, right, man? Like I said before, I already knew what she was on, so I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna convince you, so I'm just gonna move forward. But then, we got to get in an argument about moving fucking forward because I'm not here to change people's opinion. But like so, for example, when we're talking about a child need a father, right? I cannot imagine how we can sit here and say that child doesn't need his father. But I get from her perspective, right? You broke it down. So at the end of the day, I just want to move on, right? But why I gotta be judgmental? Why I gotta be all that, right? Because I understand
because
her life.
My answer.
It's
My
judgmental.
So hot sauce.
It's
that's
factual.
one of those things. That's one of those things where I would say you'll never win. Here's why. If the experience is locked in my brain, you can't take that away. So when you
that's why I'm
argue
just saying
with
I
me,
want to move on.
Right,
That's why
but
I'm
you
saying
did
that.
move on. But if you still talk about it, that's not moving on. Because
No,
whoever gets
but
the last word.
No, you're not hearing me. I'm saying that when I was asking to move on, we still had to argue about it. When I was saying, okay, let's just move on.
Yep. So let me capture what you just said. You said I'm not doing what?
I said I'm talking about the moment in time of the event.
But what words did you use? I'm just using an example. You said I didn't what?
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Did anyone capture what Hassan said about what I didn't do?
Wait, I wasn't talking about that.
Oh, you mean when he say that?
He said.
No, you could just say it because I'm.
I know
I'm
I can, but I mean, I want you. I mean, go ahead, Pink. When you said this, Doc, you don't hear me, and then you went on to explain.
Right.
That's exactly what happened to Pink. You didn't hear her, and she went on to explain. When we don't feel heard, we'll go that extra step to feel heard. So the way you stop an argument is you allow that person to feel heard because it doesn't mean that they're right, just because they're heard. But whenever one of us feels not heard, we're going to outdo each other. That's just my only point about it. She didn't feel heard, so she said it again.
Yeah, I just wanted to move on because I just wanted to move on because I just know that I'm not going to change her mind. So, or she's not even willing to hear. Like when we talked about the data that
I want to address that. It's not that I don't want to hear y'all because I'm quite open-minded. As a matter of fact, I feel like I'm the most open-minded person out here besides this doctor. And the reason why I say that, it's not like I'm not open-minded.
Why Hot Sauce said it like that? Talking about no.
I'm not.
I want you to think about it.
Cut me off, bro. Since the inception of this podcast, I would bring something up.
I'm gonna talk my shit because this my cousin podcast.
Say like 3 words and then she cuts me off.
That's who I am in person. I talk
3
shit.
words and cuts me
But what
off.
I'm saying,
Hell
what
no.
I'm saying is, y'all
I just want
are
you to think about this. Think about this analogy. If there are two cars blocking each other off, right? I want you to think about this analogy. If there's 2 cars blocking each other off, and the one goes and the one goes and the one goes, the only way you're going to actually get out of that stalemate, one has to back up and go around. The more you continue to do this, you'll continue to be stuck and you continue to argue.
Hey,
And I'm
doctor.
not
Hold on,
a
one
religious
second, one
person,
second, one
and
second,
all of
doctor,
their
Yeah.
morals,
doctor,
ideas, and
please,
everything they
doctor.
say
No, I
I
just
just
Yeah.
want
wanted
to
come
to
say,
ask
from
him one question
religion.
hold on,
Their
because
no,
go
no,
ahead,
no,
hot
Here's
sauce.
hold on.
Go
Here's
ahead, hot
just
sauce.
When I
before you go.
first
Just before you
came
go.
on
Let me
this,
capture this. Let me capture this. Let me capture this. Then go. Already, Pink, you said 3 times now about religion. Because notice when we didn't acknowledge you, Pink, you said it 3 times to make sure you got your point in. So
Yeah, because
anyone
that's
arguing with
why.
her, right?
Yeah,
Anyone arguing with her, if she doesn't feel heard, she's going to keep going because that's her history. She's not used to being heard. When she witnessed whatever pain it was and it didn't stop, no matter how much she cried, screamed, or whatever, it got locked in that 5 years old that I am not y'all not listening to me. So guess what's going to naturally happen? People in Pink's
doctor.
situation, male, female, or otherwise, they're going to continue if they don't feel heard. You didn't even respond to her, but she still said 3 times about the religion.
Because
That's
I'm not going to respond. I'm not going to respond to her because from the beginning of this podcast, she talked to Freezy and she was here by herself. Then I came on and I said, well, this is what I think is different. And then I presented evidence and then I began to talk. Literally every 3 or 4 words she interrupts. Now I am an aggressive person. I am very aggressive. So once I feel attacked, I'm going to attack back and I'm comfortable being aggressive. I am
right,
comfortable and that's who I am. So the
right.
point is just that once I get to that point where you're not willing to hear me or you're not willing to be reasonable, then I'll just move on.
I
Right.
think I
So,
want to
so
go
think
ahead.
about
Go.
that, and then the brother with the braids. I don't know your name. We'll get him. So think about that, hot sauce. Instead of
Who got
saying
braids?
she, my bad. My apologies.
I'm just
The
The
brother
messing
who
with you,
got
dreads.
who,
brother.
the
The
brother who has more
dreads.
than me. The brother who got more than me. All right. My bad. Hot sauce. Here's just a perspective. I hopefully we can one day say it's not about what Pink is doing. See, it's not about what she can do to you. It's not what you can do to her. It's what you won't let her do to you. So here's the deal: if you already know you're an angry person, if you already know you're here for the fight,
I'm
then it's
not
not about
angry,
her. Keep going. Oh, excuse me, not angry. My bad. My bad. If you already know you are
aggressive,
strong and are here for the fight,
aggressive.
then aggressive. Thank you, aggressive. Thank you for correcting me. Then that's what we say. I'm aggressive, and clearly she won't let up, and I'm not going to let up. But that gives you the power. If you put it back on her, it gives her the power. So then I say, I'm aggressive, and no, she's not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. But when it's like she won't stop, she won't, then you actually give her the power. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
No. My
All right,
point, my point
brother in the
is just
dreads.
that once I realized that I was just going to drop the conversation, and
Yeah.
that's what I've done. I just dropped the conversation.
Okay. That's
But
about five
her
times you
point,
keep
her
saying you're
point.
going to drop it, but you still keep going. So think about that.
No.
You keep
I'm
saying
because
it,
I'm
but you
talking
still.
about something different. I'm talking about
All right.
something different. I'm
All right. Well, before you do, let me
reciting
get the brother
the
with the
most.
dreads. Let me get the brother with the dreads, please, before you do.
No,
Please.
but I mean,
No,
that's
let him go
craziness.
ahead
But
and
all
get it
right, go
out. Let
ahead.
him
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and get it out.
All right.
No,
All right.
because I'm not talking about the situation about religion. I'm not talking about whether men are cheating. I'm just reciting what has factually happened, and then
Yeah.
now I'm bringing it up, but I'm not. But it's okay. Go ahead.
No.
All
Now,
right.
doctor, when you explain her psychology, right? Now, do you acknowledge that that also goes in reverse?
Say more about that, please. What do you mean? It goes in reverse
Like
for what? How?
it goes for the male side also.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody.
Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you why, me personally, why I walk away from them. You know what I'm saying? And it has listen, and I'm gonna be straight up honest, and just with the
Mm-hmm.
sister up there too. It has nothing to do with her. This is me being 100% honest. Okay?
Right.
Wallahi, I
Mm-hmm.
swear by Allah. My mom was not the best mom. Okay? This is before I became religious. My mom did a lot
Mm-hmm.
of stuff. I got to one point where I was like, yo, I'll smoke you. When I got to that point, my religious side kicked in. But I
Mm-hmm.
was like, yo, I got to cut off relationship with you.
Right.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because if what you doing make something that came out your own body feel that way towards you, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I see even with the sister above, we was talking, She launched right away. Oh, you fat, da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
I see this kind of stuff. It
Right.
don't faze me, but it's the reason why I walk away from them. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
at one point in time, if I was willing to do that to the own person that birthed me, which is not a natural act, it is
Mm-hmm.
unnatural, it is wrong. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest. Okay?
Right.
If I was willing to do that to her, ain't no telling what I'll do if another person set me off. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? When I was in the
Mm-hmm.
streets, I'm not saying I'm the baddest motherfucker around, but what I'm saying is I was very dangerous. Okay? Just imagine a young black man with an Eastern mentality, with a Mahdi army mentality.
Mm-hmm.
For real. And Hassan knows what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
once I went to that deep dark place, I just cut them off.
Right.
I cut them off. And
That makes sense.
it's
Mm-hmm.
not to get back at them.
No,
It's
it's
not
for
to
your own
get back at
safety.
them. It's
Right.
for my own safety and it's
And peace
for
of mind.
everybody else's safety. You
Safety.
know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yep.
Because when everybody poke fun at a mug until they show up in that trench coat.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
That part.
So
That part. Right. Right.
that's why I just cut them off. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Right.
Because they too negative and it would bring out the negativity that's rooted in me.
Right. Okay. So let me just add one perspective. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. I agree with you 1,000,000,000%. I'd like to add a smidget to it, please. When you said you saw these things in your mom, how old were you?
I mean, I started seeing that early. 5,
Okay.
6.
All right. So do me a favor. How old are you now? I'll ask you a couple questions. How old are you now?
I ain't gonna say my age, brother, man. Now I'm in
Oh
got
no,
old, man.
roughly, roughly,
I'm
roughly, roughly,
34,
roughly.
man. I'm 34,
30,
man.
all right, in your
Dang,
30s, in your
man.
30s. All right, in your 30s. The impact of what you saw with mom is similar to not what, but the impact of what you saw 25 years ago. So if you're 30, what you saw 25 years ago still impacts you to this day. And that's the same with Pink. What she saw at 5 still impacts her 40 years later. So you both are actually saying the same thing. I saw some shit. I saw some shit. I experienced some shit. I experienced some shit. I'm good on men. I'll still love them. I'm good on women. I just got to go to a different place to find the one I want. So in some ways, you're both saying the same thing.
Oh, they're the same. No wonder.
And there's one other thought, just a perspective. Just a perspective.
I
When
just
do
want
we
to
learn
add, like, to what
Let
you
him
were
finish.
saying
Let
about.
Doc finish. Let Doc finish first. Pink, then you go. Go ahead, Doc.
I just want to say, if you think about it, when do we learn love first? 6 years old, 26 years old, or 46 years old? When do we learn love first? Not sex.
You learn it
When
from
do
your
we
parents.
learn love?
Learn it from your
5, 6 years
Right.
old.
So if it
From
was
your parents.
fragile then or broken then, that's what we take with us. And then someone wrote in the chat, you got to, not these words, but close to it, you got to grow the fuck up. You can't be walking around on your trauma. If you can correct your brain just by pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, please let me know. I'll invest in you so we can make $1 billion together. It doesn't work like that. When we're saying we're pulling ourselves up by the bootstraps, we're avoiding. We just don't deal with that shit. That's avoidance. At some point, someday, I hope we learn to work through. I would ask that we forgive our moms. Because the same way we have a 30-year gap between the two bookends, the same way we are impacting our children, the same way we've been holding on to stuff subconsciously for 30 years, what in the billion worlds do you think our parents did? Our parents have a 5-year-old story also, and it impacted them all through their life. Some shit they didn't know. Somebody didn't tell them like we're having this conversation. Somebody didn't tell them. And if they did, you can't jack off and then in the middle just stop and walk away without your balls still tingling. What does it have to do with anything? My point is, it is not that easy. It is not. We will come back to it. So, and I'm not angry. I'm just hyped about it. Like, listen, I invite you to someday. You don't have to forgive them and blah, 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 and I love you and all that. Just, if nothing else, okay, mama, it might not have been your fault, but I was a little shorty. How in the blink did you not know? And that's my question. How did you not know? But when
Hey
we're living
Doc,
in survival, it changes things. It changes things. And half of us, were we born to be born, or were we born because our parents were just fucking? And so every mother risked taking her last breath so her child can have her first. It's not like on TV where they say, get a bucket of hot water and Crisco, and the kid is born. If we are here to have this conversation, our mothers made a choice. Hint, hint. Our mothers made a choice. Even if they give us up for adoption, they made a choice. Now, again, well, you should have thought about that before you brought me in. If you were too messed up, if you were too fucked up, I totally get it. But how many of us are still operating? We shouldn't be going to our jobs knowing we might snap off one day and kill everybody up in the delete everyone up in the place. We shouldn't be going to work. We shouldn't be doing certain things.
But this is the
No,
thing,
I
though.
have to
This is the
disagree.
thing,
I
though,
have to
Doc.
disagree on that when it comes
When
to
you
children.
talk about you need to talk to them, right? Dealing with somebody like my mother, right? The statement that accountability that you hear on this internet, accountability is the modern B-dub kryptonite, that shit applies to her to a T. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, there will be no admittance of wrong. There will be no self-accountability, no matter how you try to approach the topic, no matter if you come in a submissive, respectful way, as like you're my mother, I'm talking to you as my mother. I just need to let you know some things that I didn't agree with when I was young. That don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So
Do you
when
know
you're
why,
dealing
though?
with a
You know why?
situation like that, but listen, I'm not going to make no excuses because throughout all my trauma, with being in the streets, being shot, doing horrible things to people, all of that stuff, I still have the gall and have the intellectual basically way to come to her and talk to her in a calm way. So
That's
that's not an excuse.
that's some real shit. That's some
That's
real
not an
shit.
excuse.
I disagree.
No. Listen. That's not an excuse. And this is the thing. We keep making excuses for them. Now, look, this is what I say. I forgive her. But in order for me to forgive her, I must forget her.
All right, that's true. The way it works is true. The way that works is true. This is why I say I disagree. If we're longing for the nurturing that we should have got from our mother, that's why I can talk to you peacefully. See, I wish my mother, I hoped my mother, blah, 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 blah. That's what you're offering. You're not offering this kindness. Think about what you just said you went through. Please, fuck you. But you know what? I know the nurturing that I'll extend that to you. And so some people mix their niceness, and then the other people think you're nice, and then they play off your niceness, and that's when they get fucked up, right? Because please don't get it confused. Let me just stay away from you. The best thing is please don't make it worse. Just stay away. Trust me when I tell you. No. Now, I said it once. I've asked you kindly twice. Now when I start calling you bitches, I'm the bad guy, the bad guy. That's why I don't fuck with y'all. That makes sense. And I just say at the root of that, people who don't know you, is be too exhausting to explain it to them. I think what you do is keep you safe, and it's better for both because it's too exhausting to try to explain. It's too exhausting. And then even if I explain, you still come at me like I'm crazy. After I was just vulnerable with you, and then you throw that shit back in my face, you really got me fucked up. Bye, Felicia.
It won't even be a bye, Felicia.
But hold on, real quick. Let me hop in here real quick.
I get the job done.
When we talking
You know what I'm
about,
saying? That's why I gotta get away.
Let me hold on, real quick, Hassan, real quick. But when I disagree, when we're talking about children and children in this situation, we gotta hold people accountable. When you're having kids out of wedlock, we gotta hold people accountable because it's no longer about you; it's about the life that's coming into this world, right? So whatever trauma you're dealing with, whatever deficit you're dealing with, it's not about when the kid comes in the world. It's not about you. So if you didn't have the foresight to use protection, or give it up for adoption,
I'm gonna let Pink go
whatever,
after hot sauce because she's been waiting to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, hot sauce. That's not how it works, though. That is not how it works. When you are in survivor mode, everything's about you.
I understand how it's not how to work, but that doesn't negate the being not held accountable for.
You're saying the responsibility.
Right?
That's what you're saying.
Just because people don't do that doesn't mean is all of a sudden right.
What?
Because it's not about you. It's not about them. It's about that child that's coming into this world.
Let me let Pink go, and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Pink.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I gotta speak about the kid stuff. Like, I don't mind getting on here. You know, I argue with Fred Guest on his show all the time. But when y'all be talking about the kids and stuff, don't talk about kids and you ain't got no damn kids. That I really take that serious. Okay, kids, and let's talk about
You don't
I
need to have kids to talk about kids. That's
no,
ridiculous.
no. The reason why I say that is because if you never had a child come up to you and call you daddy and look for you to take care of them, this not your conversation. Like, you can have outside observations and you can throw in your opinions and stuff like that and what you may think. But a live child, that's something that you can't speak on because you never experienced that. And you
The
can't say that
responsibility
somebody
of.
that's some
No, I
and
disagree
something
because when that child becomes a teenager, and we know that, what do we know? We know like 40 to 50% of them end up in jail because they didn't have male direction. And
that's
they're
not how
robbing
that works
people in
though,
the
Steve. That's
community.
what I'm trying to
They're
tell
robbing
you.
the people in
Kids,
the community.
that's not how that
So it
works with
does
kids.
affect
That's not,
people.
you can't use your statistics and your internet
Well,
information
but
when it comes
the
to
point
kids. That's
is,
not how that works. Don't
no
speak
man
on
is
something
an
I mean,
island,
that
right? What
there's a
you
happens in
got
certain
the
I agree
community
with
activity.
you.
affects us all.
I agree with you, hot
there,
sauce. I'm just saying you can't value having a child come from your loins the
No,
same.
no,
If you don't have the
I'm not.
kids, so
But
you
we're not
can't
talking about. We're
value.
not talking about value, right? We're using different terminology. What I'm saying is that
Mhm,
having kids out of wedlock, number one, is a social issue, not an individual issue. And number
mhm,
two, we need to start holding people accountable because other people in community, in society, are
mhm,
affected by that. That is what
mhm.
I'm saying. Now, if you don't want to take
Okay.
But
the
how
statistics, then
though?
I don't
How
care. But I know
I
that
happen
I'm
to come
exactly
from
right.
I
Oh,
happen
okay.
It's
to
not
my
an
Well, I
daddy
won't.
got a
individual
whole bunch
issue.
of kids. So I
Okay.
just
I
wonder
won't
how
argue.
that's negative. I just wonder why how is that negative? Because that
What's
means people
negative?
like me who have a bunch of brothers and sisters that don't belong to my mama, you are they less
Right.
valuable? Are we less valuable than people that come from more traditional homes? Because that's what it seemed like you saying, is that people who don't got that traditional nuclear
What I'm saying
thing
is
going
children
on,
need a
they
mother
less
and father.
valuable.
What
Right.
I'm
I don't think
So,
saying
it's
is
less
children
I just
valuable.
and
want to
mothers
say
need
this.
I
If I
fathers.
may
think
just say a couple
That's
more
what
things,
I'm
and
saying.
then I'll land my plane for the night. Is okay. I just think once again we're mixing, and it could just be we're just missing each other. Now we're mixing in socialization. We're talking about
That's
social
what I'm
stuff now.
saying. It's too much
As a,
morals mixed into regular reality stuff
No,
that don't have
but you
nothing to
know,
do
but
with
this
it.
is
what
my
I'm
thing,
saying is
and this
no,
what
I'm
children
just
makes me
saying
the
that.
children need
angriest,
a
Doc.
father
Right.
and a mother together
But
to
this
grow
what
up
makes me the
healthy.
Right.
angriest,
But
That
Doc.
is
what
When
I'm
I
exactly
saying
what
is
go
I'm
to other
saying.
places,
we're
it's
mixing
not like that.
individualism. We're mixing individualism with social stuff. We're mixing two different
No,
theories altogether. So that's why we're missing each other. When she's saying, "What's the problem with that?" You're like, "You're supposed to be married." She's asking you, "Why?" Because it's bad for society. Why? Those are social issues in an
That's why I'm asking.
individual
That's what I'm
conversation. That's
asking.
why y'all missing each other.
right?
So neither one of you are wrong. It's just
I'll
we're
It's
talking two
bad for
different
the child
theories.
too. It's bad for
I'll
the child
say
too. What
I'll
are we
say
talking
this.
about? It's bad for the child
It is
too.
all. It's always better if a child has both parents,
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe this
regardless.
is even a
That
fucking conversation.
it's always better. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, in the most opportune situation, if you just had a good mom, would it be better if you just had a good mom or a good mom and a good dad? If you just had a good father, would it be better if you had just a good father or a good father and a good mother? It's always going to be better to have two competent, able individuals raising that
Right.
child. That's always going to
Right.
be the
But
best.
I'm hearing marriage
But
in.
best case
So can you
scenario
have
doesn't happen all the time.
right? But can you have
We
two
admit that
healthy?
it doesn't happen all the time.
No.
My issue is this what we have, and I say we because we all
Mhm.
live in America. You know what I'm saying?
Ordering.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Ordering.
Go ahead. I'm
I'm
sorry.
like, shoot, I'm about to get the club and turn on the strobe lights on you,
Yeah.
freezy. But I could probably X Hassan out of this because he comes from a different culture. But the culture that we have in America is not conducive I'm talking about on the majority scale, just on the
Right.
majority. I'm not saying that some people are not successful, okay?
Right.
LeBron James comes from a single family home, okay? He's a billionaire sports athlete. He's very
Right.
successful.
I
There's
respect
always
him. Yep.
exceptions to the norm.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm just saying that the culture that we have breeded here on the majority scale does not produce successful children. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But
And I
is
mean the
marriage,
culture.
is it, but I think hot sauce is throwing what makes it a social difference, cultural difference in the conversation
Yeah.
is the word marriage.
Yeah.
Are you saying
Because
people
in
have to
other
be married?
but see, you see that in other cultures where
Yes.
that is really, really emphasized, there is a very vast difference in how the people behave. Now, don't get me wrong,
Right.
you have criminals everywhere, you got ancient people everywhere in every country. But I'm
Right.
Right.
just saying the society as a whole and what they value and how they raise them kids
Right.
are way better than what the fuck we got here. This is a
Right.
Fact.
cluster. This is
Fact.
a clusterfuck. This is a
Right.
clusterfuck. And P,
What?
I'm
Listen,
not saying everybody. Just
Right.
understand that I'm not saying everybody. I'm not
Right.
saying that there's not success stories out there. I'm not saying
Right.
that because there are. I'm just saying that that is not the norm in
well,
this society.
Right.
Issa, let
But
me say
what
this.
makes it challenging though, what makes it challenging is if you have someone who already has a child. We're not talking to someone who, when you plan for the future, please be married. What makes the conversation difficult and disingenuous is you're talking to a person who said, unless you guys have other evidence, who said, I take care of mine. So then when we're attacking that person as if, well, you didn't get married and you didn't, for the future, those who want to get married, cool. But are you saying two healthy parents, they have their father, they have their mother. So you're saying that a kid should have both parents? They have both parents, but you need to be married. Okay, I missed the boat on that one. I'm not interested in marriage. Good to know for the future. In fact, I might even teach that to my kids. But what makes it a tough conversation is when one person feels like I'm not shit, even though I'm doing exactly what you said, minus the marriage part.
Doc,
I
I
mean,
want to say
and then
before
also,
hold
I
up
believe,
before anybody says anything else, let me get this in. I agree with what Doc is saying. A lot of women have gone through a lot of trauma and it's conditioned, and a lot of it has to do with environmental, right? But I will say this: I agree with Hot Sauce when he said it doesn't negate the fact that, hey, we got kids that need to be raised in a healthy manner. That these people are responsible for other people that has came in the world, right? Now, I do understand what Doc is saying. A lot of the times, these people that we're talking about, I'm talking about the mature adults, they need therapy. We don't talk enough about that, right? A lot of grown people in the black community, we need therapy. But when we go to therapy, right? I'm gonna play a video, Doc, and I want you to tell me if this has been your experience as well.
So I was talking to a male friend of mine the other day, and he told me that women don't apologize and women can't be held accountable. And I began to really think deeply about this idea. And one of the things that came across my mind is, in the last 9 months or so of me being in my private practice, I have myself experienced many women, whether they came in as a couple or they came by themselves, they very abruptly discontinued their therapy. And I started to reflect and really think, what was going on here? And I noticed that after I had to confront them about something, I had to bring to their attention something they were doing that wasn't contributing to the health of the relationship, they became very defensive and very, just very harsh, and they stopped coming. And even though the husband would continue to come, he made it very clear that, yeah, she won't apologize. She thinks you're wrong. She thinks you're taking my side. And I began to really reflect, like, oh my gosh, is it true that women don't apologize? Is it that women struggle with being held accountable? I'd love your thoughts on this. Me personally, I think it has to do with a person's level of emotional maturity. What do you think?
Okay, what she talking? She talking to me.
Have you experienced that too, Doc, in your years of therapy?
Yeah. So here, yes, all the time, both sides.
Well,
but here's
before
the deal.
you go,
Men,
I think that's what Issa was trying to say as well about his experience with his mom, like, and women that he's encountered, black women he's encountered, like, no matter how you try to, no matter how you try to attack the situation or talk to a woman, even if you're talking at a low tone or you're trying to be polite, some women are just, you just can't get through to them.
right. So here's my experience, professional experience. And I've been doing this since 2005 for working with families and couples since 2005. The former surgeon, I don't normally drop lines, but for those who want receipts, the former Surgeon General, the guy with the big beard, Dr. C. Ever Coop. You can watch a documentary he did on me. It's on PBS decades ago, but family work.
What's his name, Doc?
That's dope. I'm gonna watch it.
The former Surgeon General, the guy who had that big beard he put on the side of cigarettes, smoking is bad for your health. He was under Reagan. Yeah. So he did a documentary. For those who want receipts, because when I'm about to speak to people, there's going to be some genius in the crowd here to say, you don't know, you don't. So I'm just telling you from my experience. Doesn't negate yours. It does not negate yours. I'm just saying, here's my professional experience. So women are used to feeling gaslit. Men are used to feeling ganged up on. So anytime one of them feels like the therapist has sided with one of them, the other person opts out. So usually men won't go to therapy at all. 85% of the clients that see me for relationship work is the woman saying, please help us. And it's the man saying, tell her I'm right. So the woman feels gaslit. So now the therapist is coming at me one side, and at home, what the therapist is me is my man saying, you ain't shit, and that's why you picked her to side with you. So I'm in the middle and I feel gaslit. Guys, if I side with her, he feels ganged up on, like, are y'all fucking? I mean, like, why are you picked that dude because you just wanted to. So both genders stop, but the reason it's more females is because they're the ones who seek out therapy more than men.
They seek what?
Seek out therapy more than men. So remember, 85% of my clients seek. So 85% of my clients that come for couples work is the woman that initiated, hi, we found you, we need help. And that's according to the Google stats. You know, you have to press, how'd you find me, blah, blah, blah. So 85% of the people that come see me, it's a woman leading therapy. Men don't want to get into it. And I either have to talk to them and say, hey, I try to stick right down the middle of the road. I'm going to point out where both of y'all fucked up. Really? Really? Yeah, come on in. But the women who feel like, remember what I did last night? You see this side of me in therapy, but here's the triple gang up on her. So on one side, she feels like you don't understand. I thought you were a woman. I thought you were a sister. And on this side, dude, I'm trying to make it equal for us, but we don't see the inside. She's already heard for decades, I'm a piece of shit. So every time the man over here goes, he doesn't see it. But if the therapist says, ooh, sister, you got to do better. So watch this. This is just theatrics. I'm cool. For those who don't know, I'm also a comedian. I do stand-up comedy and theatrics, all right? Mm-hmm. So the therapist is here. Not literally, you don't see hands. Internally, this is what happened. I'm already coming into this. Please help us with our relationship because I don't know how to take care of him. And I'm the one who had to track you down. So let's do this. Now, oh, sister, you don't think I'm a good woman? He goes, So what do you think after all that ass whooping? I'm done. I'm done. But again, you can't see it. It's internal. No one's sitting up there smacking each other. It's internal. And men do the same thing. The men do the same thing. Because when she's like, oh, Jesus, thank you. Would you? Oh, now see, he was a black man who told you. Now he's feeling violated. Wow. We couldn't just come here and you say we had some problems. You just got to make me look this fucking big. Thank you. So when this woman goes, and thank you, Jesus, it's not a smack. It's a fucking Hulk smash. Pow! And then if I say something, it's a poke in the eyes. Like, I knew, but you don't. You're not a man? Pow! It's a poke in the eyes. Hulk smash from her, poke in the eyes from you. So again, that's all kind of theatrical talk, but what I'm saying is, yes, to answer the question, more women leave therapy because more women go to therapy. More women feel gaslit, more men feel ganged up.
Right. The center subject of the video was taking accountability.
Accountability.
The therapist in the video was saying throughout her profession and her experience, more men were willing to take accountability than the women. Women, if they were told something that they didn't like or it was unfavorable to them, a lot of times they would leave.
Yeah. So my bad. My apologies to your audience and to the panel. I didn't even answer the question. I just sat up here and whooped my own ass for nothing and didn't even answer the question. That's fucked up. So so my bad. All right. Accountability. I agree with her in my profession. More women don't even get to that accountable word, like the word itself. They don't even get to that because they are looking for validation. I don't care who's right. In fact, I want him. She wants her man to be right and healed. She wants her man, king. Fuck what I'm doing bad. Fuck, whoa, but you're not taking accountability. Well, no, see, it's not, but you're not taking accountability. No, see, they see it as secondary and third to take accountability. Their need for validation is first.
Dog, you could keep going, but you about to make me catch the Holy Ghost.
Oh, what happened? What?
I'm saying what you just said was so on point. I don't know if you understand what you just said. You said when men and women go to therapy, they actually want their man to heal. Sincerely, they really do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But that's all they want.
Yeah.
That's all. Listen, they want the man to heal. But when it comes to them and the focus on them and the accountability and for them, the mirror is held up at them.
Yeah.
They have a hard time dealing with that shit.
Yeah, because if you're healed, what's the benefit? What's the benefit of you being healed? The stronger you are, the better you are, the more I benefit. Not talking about material things. I'm talking about I could be broken and messed up. As long as you're strong, you should be able to accept me as I am. The benefit of you being healed and the king, you get to. So accountability is last for me. Huh?
But I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why the man can take accountability.
Hold on, hot sauce. I'm gonna let Issa go because he was trying to go. Then I'm gonna let you go after Issa. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just wanted to say the reason why men can take accountability, particularly brothers of our hue, and I'm not saying all, because some brothers they act like females, bro, and they can't take accountability at all. They ain't gonna admit they wrong at all. But the reason why a lot of men can take accountability is because the whole world done told us what's fucked up with us as black men. The whole world know our problems through movies, through TV shows, talk shows. The whole world that came down. Black man ain't shit. Black man ain't got no job. Black man ain't so ain't really us saying what's wrong with us. It ain't no new information. You
Right,
know
but
what I'm
who's
saying?
the winner? Who's the winner? If she always feels violated, and the man always feels violated, meaning, so did you cheat? Fuck it. If that's what you want to hear, I did. But you had sex with all of them? Yeah, I fucked them all. What do you want?
Can we talk about how everything women complain about?
Yeah.
Y'all actually
Hold on. Wait, just a second, please. So he's saying he's taking accountability. I failed. I have to tell you 10 times to bring home the milk. But we have to understand, for my clients, I have to drop down 3, 4, 5 levels before psychology. We have to go to neurology. Sir, for whatever you experience as a child, that has a neurological impact on your brain. And do you know the more I pressure you about the milk, the less likely you're going to bring them. If you look at a child and I said, what's wrong? And then we get louder and they just seem to be like this. So men take accountability because if not, they'll freeze up. You're right. Fuck it. I mean, you're right. And then on top of that, so what are you gonna do? Leave. The women are less likely to take accountability. However, they feel violated, which is a different type of accountability. If I'm wrong or not, why did you do it? But you can't ask, what do you mean if you're wrong or not? You just take ownership. You're wrong, take accountability. So they won't take the accountability because they're still stuck in violated. And where did that come from? If you go back to your mom and say what she did to you was messed up, I'm willing to bet my Bears tickets what happened to her came at the hands of a man. I bet my Bears.
You said your what?
I said, who you want? Seahawks? Who? I'm just picking a team. I don't have the tickets. So yeah, that's why I was. My Bears.
Dang, man, we can't trust your medical opinion, man. You a Bears fan?
Yeah. You know, I'm just naming the team. I thought that was the hot team. Yeah. All right, Pete, what you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I just want to say this based on what the Freezy video said. So for me, man, I just got to be 100. If she's not willing to take accountability, that's just a anchor to my fucking sail, and I have to go, right? Because if a woman is not willing to be an adult and take accountability for her part, or if she's not willing to apologize, that's just not the life I want. So I'm just out of there. I mean,
that's cool. I do ask this
because let me finish because this is not in response to you. This is just a general statement in response to the video. So and then also when we talk and that's why pedigree matters, man. You gotta look at people's backgrounds and how they were raised, because I know like a lot of us come from trauma, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, man, try to pick someone who not broken, because black men, we're not here to fix broken motherfuckers. Right? So if what I mean, so if she comes from trauma or whatever, or don't grow with her father, man, you got to keep it pushing, bro. Because it's at the end of the day, man, we only got one life. If you want to be successful in it. And so as far as I'm concerned,
I just want to insert this in right quick.
Please let me finish.
We're gonna let Hot Sauce finish, and then Pink go next. Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
Right. So because I mean, I'm with Issa a little bit, man. Like when we talk about like they're not. I mean, I'm with you on that a little bit, because at the end of the day, man, pedigree matters, man. And if she don't have the right fucking pedigree, fucking bounce. And I'll leave it there. Because I mean, I understand these traumas and stuff like that.
I just want to say this.
My life is not designed to fix somebody's trauma.
The two guys talking or whatever, y'all like the same age. Y'all close in age to my son, so y'all are young to me. To me, y'all is boys, and I'm not insulting you.
I am older.
See, look, listen. This is where it's a disconnect automatically.
Yeah, so that's
you just don't listen.
Because I'm trying
you don't
to
call a black man a boy. You just don't do that.
I mean, this is hold on. First of all, man, Pink. I am older than you.
No, you're not. I'm 46 years old. I'm 46 years old.
Freezy, can you verify that I'm older than him? You know my age. And so,
he's much older than Issa. Yeah.
Pink, what you just did.
I'm older than Fred.
What you just did validated their very point. Instead of looking at what they were saying.
Talking though, like the minute I said what I said, everybody went.
Because you got disrespectful off back.
I didn't even say.
You started with disrespect.
Let me finish what I said.
Right.
I said that y'all is similar in age.
Before you
let her finish. Let Pink finish. Go ahead.
No, Freezy, no. Because the whole time, bro. Before she makes a point, she always got to disrespect the black man.
Well, listen. This is the thing. We have to. Hold on, Pink.
You trying to come up here?
Wait, Pink.
You won't fucking let me talk.
Hold
I'm
on,
trying to fucking be nice to
I got you.
bitches, and y'all won't fucking.
And then you call somebody
I can say what the fuck I'm trying
like
to say.
this is what we deal with.
Wait.
I'm through with it. Hey, listen, Freezy.
Wait.
I'm out of here.
Freezy.
I'm out of here. Hey, listen, I'm out of here, bro. Before I disrespect her on your show, bro. I'm out of here because I respect your show. Listen, Freezy. Regardless of whatever, I respect your show, and I'm out of here. I'm not finna deal with no copper-ass woman. A fucking infidel. A fucking infidel.
Issa, just
you
chill.
a Kaffir. You a
Issa.
Kaffir. You an
Murder
infidel.
on.
That's what
I'm
you
a real
is.
motherfucking thug.
You an
Freezy.
infidel. You
Freezy, would you
dirty
bring
and
me
you
up?
I'm a
nasty.
real
Freezy, would you
You
bring me
motherfucking
up?
can't.
thug.
We
Just you and
can't
I?
touch you.
Just you and I?
You hear
And
me?
Would you bring me
unlike
up?
you,
Yeah,
and
hold on. Here
unlike
Straight
we go.
you,
Kaffir. That's
I'm
what you
married
is.
with a
Look it up.
family, and my
Look up the
son
word.
mad too, but he at
You
home
a
with his
Kaffir.
Freezy,
wife and his and
Freezy,
he.
can you just bring me and
That's
you up?
good. I'm talking about his mother.
Listen. We got it. Just chill. I hate to mute you guys. Wait, just chill. Wait, please. We're gonna we have to let each other finish. Pink was talking, right? Every time somebody talks,
tolerate disrespect and like, you know what I mean? I gotta listen to her disrespect us and let her.
Wait, no. This is the thing. This hot sauce. This is the thing. Once she finishes, whoever wants to respond, I will give them the opportunity to respond, and then she has to be quiet.
She doesn't have the right to insult us.
Listen,
can I just say something before? Can I say something before? Please.
Go ahead, Doc.
She doesn't have the right to insult us.
We are
damn.
doing exactly what I just said.
Hey, man, listen. Hey, Doc. Hey, listen.
Hold on,
I'm out of
hear me
here,
out for a
man.
second,
Like
please.
I said,
All right.
fuck that
All right.
hoe.
All right.
From the bottom of my heart. You heard what I said. Fuck that hoe.
Stay off of my cousin show, you
Fuck
fat
that
ass
hoe. You heard what
raggedy
I
broke
said.
ass
Fuck you, bitch. You heard
wannabe
what I said.
gangster,
And I mean it
spit
from the
face
bottom of my
ass
heart.
nigga.
Fuck
Go
you,
lose
nasty
some
ass
weight,
C-Dub.
nigga.
Are you
Go
entertaining,
train
brothers? Come on,
somewhere.
can
Go
you
Fuck
walk
you.
can you
away.
stop it?
Take
Can
a
you stop
walk,
it?
nigga. Fat ass.
Go ahead, Doc.
Reason. Thank you. This just proves exactly what I was talking about. She was hurt or didn't feel validated. So because she didn't feel validated, her only weapon, her only get back is an insult. This is why I come to these panels to help, not save. But it doesn't do any good if people hear, because you don't have to subscribe to what I say. You don't have to. But if it makes an ounce of sense, then why do we cater? If we just invalidated her, I participated in invalidating her, the conversation. If we just invalidated her, why are we not understanding? It doesn't mean that we like it. I'm not saying it's right, but she is doing exactly what you just asked me about. You asked me about that video, and I said, yes, when women feel invalidated, they won't take accountability. So everything Hot Sauce said, even though it was eloquent and everything, Hot Sauce had a nice tone and everything. All that got registered was, you just invalidated me. On top of some shit the doc said just before you, and on top of now you kick it, boom, insult is my only weapon. Here's my final invite to all the brothers who say fuck this and fuck this and fuck the women. I ain't teaching them shit. This is my request to you. I don't owe none of you motherfuckers a thing. But I'm here. I don't owe near motherfucker on this YouTube a thing. I am here. You don't owe Pink anything. But if you give a fuck at all about your culture, about your people, the fucked up people, I'm asking. If you only do it for one scallywag, hoe, bitch, or whatever you want to call her, but if you do it for one motherfucking black woman, pour into them the same way I pour into you. Because I'm sitting up here, motherfucking nigga, motherfucker. The same way we all have some level of trash. We all have some level of trash. But I come here because I've not given up. And I'm not talking about some saved out black people. I'm talking about, I have this little bit of knowledge. If I don't know shit else, I just know this little bit about something, and I bring it to you. I owe you nothing. I ask that one sister in this world, one, not your mama, not your cousin, one sister who's so much trash that you don't owe her shit, but you find it in your heart to give a fuck for one black woman.
Absolutely not.
That's cool. That's my only plea.
Fuck him.
That's my only plea.
Why?
Okay?
No.
Burn in Jahannam. Fuck him.
Hold on, Issa. Issa, because this is insane. Because it's not even about F black women, because I'm not even on that page, right? But if you're telling me that I need to go back and pour into a black woman using your words that are quote unquote trash and put my life, my finances, my success in jeopardy? Hell no. Black men work way too hard for that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but it's how you don't have to use all them resources. It's costing me free. I'm up here free. In fact, I've been putting money into the. So I understand what you're saying. You don't have to use all your resources.
That's good. Your reward is with God. Your reward is with God.
It's worth it. He's not trash.
That's where your reward is.
Right?
That's who got your reward for doing what you do.
Freezy stole my woman. Freezy stole my woman. Freezy has never given me a cash app. Never. I give him cash apps and I donate to the show. And he stole my woman. Oh, sorry, I already said that one. But my point is my value. You're right. My value, my reward might be with my God. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be transparent.
I just feel like
Hold on. I'll be honest. I'll be transparent. My reward, my reason for giving back, is because when I say I got fucked over, this is my honey to the world. Because when I give the honey to the world, I receive the feel good. So I'm not gonna bullshit you about, I'm a good guy. I feel good. All I'm asking is, if ever, especially if you have a daughter someday, and if you ever forgive your mothers, okay? All I'm saying is, please consider, we don't wake up. The reason us brothers on this channel have the knowledge that we have is because we either woke up or we had an experience. We are blessed to be in the position we're in. We didn't wake up from day one, I am holier than thou. People don't know they're fucked up, and even when you have to hit rock bottom sometimes before they really realize it.
I understand all of that, but what I'm hearing is a lot of excuses.
Let me say this real quick. I'll be real quick. I promise. Respectfully, Doc, the black men who are making money on here has earned it, and you're putting your time here, but you get a return in an investment. Freezy is a good man who cares about his community, who's doing the work and putting time back into the community. So you spending time here, you get value out of putting your time here. I am a Harvard graduate. I lived abroad for 19 years. I run 2 businesses in 2 different continents, right? You spending your time here with these caliber of black men, right? So if you tell me to spend my time with the same quality and caliber of black women, cool, no problem. But telling black men who come from the bottom, because I came from the bottom, I came from shelters, homelessness, whatever, then to go back and put it in quote unquote your words, invest in a woman who is trash, absolutely not. You've worked too hard.
How did you overcome it? How did you overcome it? How did you overcome your
I worked and bust my ass. I stayed away from girls because while the other brothers was getting girls pregnant, because I'm a kid from the 90s, right? Teen pregnancy. I stayed a virgin. I kept my head in the books. Okay. I swam.
So nobody helped you? Right? Nobody helped you?
No.
Okay.
Homegrown. Right? Self-made man.
I want to say, 100%. let me say this, Hot Sauce. I want to say that I want Issa to get in there too.
The point is, I'm not saying don't help your community, right? But you don't throw your pearls after swine. So other good black women, absolutely. Women who want to hear it, absolutely. But going to trash men and trash women, hell no. Because what happens? What happens? Then we get killed. Look at the rappers who go back to the hood where they come from. They get robbed. They get killed. Why not go to the kids who are in the Boys and Girls Club at STEM and drop $1 million there so they can get into college?
Yeah, right? That's one way. That's one way.
We emphasize on the wrong things. Black people focus too much on trying to redeem the broken instead of uplifting the kids who are smart at STEM and other things, right? How about lifting those motherfuckers up?
Let me say this. On a platform,
you gotta invest in your best
hold
so
on,
that
Hot
we can
Sauce.
build up the community.
Hold on, Hot
Yes,
Sauce.
that is one way. That is one way of those who've become established. That is one way for them to do it. I was born to death. I was born to death. I'm going to die one day. And my investment is not in those who are already doing well, which I agree with you. If we build together, in fact, eventually we'll weed out those who are broken. I totally get it.
Right, you put your money in the best children.
Yeah, but I know someone put their foot up my ass to help me be successful. My way to pay it forward is not to help those who are successful. is to dig my hand back down in wherever we want to call it, dig my hand back down in it. When I go into the communities, and I'll have to show my receipts. I don't have them right now, but I mean, like on the show. When I go into the communities at risk into Chicago in the slump in the hood. I go to first of all, some people accept me like nice what you're doing, but we don't give a fuck what you're doing. Who are you? I don't mind putting my life at risk because I know at the end, if only one person hears, one person hears, and call it a simp, call it whatever you want. That's the route that I go. I appreciate the route that you go. We don't all have to be the same. We don't all have to be the same. So I thank you. I thank you for doing it the way that you do.
Hold on, hot sauce. Hot sauce. Let me. I gotta say this. What I was gonna say was this: is that on a platform like this, it makes sense, right? There are a plethora of people that might be watching. There people in the chat. There's some people that's not in the chat that's watching. Just because somebody might not be listening to, some wisdom that's being given on this platform, right? By anybody, especially Doc. Doesn't mean somebody else that's watching from the clouds might not take some jewels from this show. So that's the value of having a platform like this. You can reach more than one person indirectly, right? When you're in a relationship with someone and you're getting to know them, yeah, everybody, we should have empathy. I think that's what Doc is saying. We should have empathy, and that's the only way the community is going to get better. If we have empathy, not just for the well-to-do, but also the less fortunate, right? But I think that there is a threshold. Like when someone is showing you they refuse to listen, refuse to take accountability after a certain amount of time, there's someone else that might be being deprived of your wisdom. And so we have to learn how to spread our knowledge and wisdom in a I don't know. I was going to say wise way. I don't want to keep using wisdom, but we have to learn, in a good way, right? Because we don't want to just waste too much time on bad seeds when there's another seed that has potential that's willing to listen and willing to grow. The whole goal is to make this thing better. Right. And I'm gonna tell you something. What I realized a long time ago, some people are just not gonna get it. Some people are going to die with a certain mentality. Let me tell you something. My dad, listen, I love my dad, but my dad died with the same mentality. No matter how much somebody tried to talk to him, no matter how much my mom tried to talk to him, my dad was just dead set in his ways. And I realized that there's people out there in the world just like that. Like they just, I think what Hot Sauce is saying is you will be doing yourself a disservice by wasting time with somebody like that. Because they're going to go to the grave like that.
I'm going to hop off. But let me just say this, and, great conversation with everyone. I wish everybody a good day, good night, wherever you are in the world. I'm just going to say this. Every culture really focuses on investing in their best and brightest. There's a little girl right now that's amazing at graphics arts and design somewhere in the middle of Detroit. There's another kid that's probably excellent in computer science at 10 years old in Southside Chicago. That's where we all should be investing our time in, because by putting investments in our best, having the community get their back, they're going to have a tie and social obligation to the community when they're up and successful. That's all I'm saying, right? Every community does this. Every community put their resource and money behind their young, best, and brightest, right? Frederick Douglass says this best, and I'm going to end here, right? It is easier to build strong men than to fix. It's easier to change children into strong men than to fix broken men. And at the end of the day, right, it's about putting our resources into the children who show talent and promise and moving forward that way. Thank you guys. All you guys be blessed. And I'm out of here, man. Issa, great seeing you again.
Man,
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
your
Take
hot
care, brother.
sauce. See you. I see you again, bro.
Hey, Doc, you from
Hassan, in
Chicago?
your culture, Hassan, in your culture, do you have any slumlords or anything in your culture?
Yeah, let me say the one thing to Isa. Hey, brother, listen, you're a Muslim. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing upon him, said, your mother, your mother, your mother, then your dad. So as bad as you see as your mom, you as a duty, you gotta treat her well. Even if she's a terrible mother, I get that. Some mother don't deserve that. But you gotta do your part.
Hassan, let me tell you this, brother. Did I tell you where I was at with it?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, right? If I forced myself to be around that and then I did something to her, which one is better?
No.
To stay away or risk certain Jahannam by being around her? Like Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, know yourself. To know the self is to know your Lord. I know myself. So
Get
I'm
that.
not
I'm
gonna
with
put
you.
myself in that situation. So if I did something to my mother, right, where am I going? According to hadiths.
Hell, of course. I get what you're saying. I want you to
Right.
listen to what I'm saying.
So brother, don't put me in that situation, brother. Because listen, if I did what you suggested, brother, and then you seen me on the news, you'd feel bad.
No, I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is check on her once a month, once a week. If she
No,
needs love.
sir.
I'm not saying be there.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. She's a cancer. And I'm going to cut her out. No, sir. No, sir.
All right. I
I know
get you. It is
myself,
what it is.
Habibi. I know myself.
Are you willing to do the work? Are you willing to do the work to be better?
Listen, I've already tried to be by her. I'm not doing that. I'm
No,
not
not by
doing that.
her. But not by her, because you said all women or most women. So are you
No,
willing to do
no,
the
no,
work
no.
for
See, you
you?
don't understand. When I'm outside of this country, I have zero problems with women.
Okay, that's called avoidance.
Zero.
Are you willing to do the work for you though?
I'm already doing the work by not dealing with them.
No.
Don't get me
Okay.
wrong. I work in a
Okay.
professional setting, right? So dealing with them day to day, there's nothing wrong with respectful, you know what I'm saying, humble, treat everybody lovely. Okay? But as far as actually dealing with the person, I don't care what you got going. I don't give a fuck. This is Babylon. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And for myself, I go the other way. That's the reason
So
why.
Issa, when you
And
say
having this conversation just proves it.
Issa,
Being on the panel tonight proves it for me.
Issa, when you say dealing with a woman, you mean like exclusively, right? You saying you refuse to deal with them exclusively or something like that? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
travel all over and I spend my summers overseas and stuff like that. And that's why when black women travel and we go to different black American women, when we travel and we go to different countries, we get treated a certain way and disrespected by the foreign people that's there that never encountered us because men like him go there and tell everybody how horrible,
No.
black
Baby, you're not
American
a
women
topic.
are and
When
spread it
I'm
around the world that
overseas,
black American
you're not
women
a
ain't
topic.
shit
I don't care.
and
When I'm
and stuff
overseas,
like that.
you're
I mean,
not
I
a
don't know.
topic.
I don't know what you do in particular, but as somebody who actually travel for real and spend
Oh, there's
time
some
and
people that
live
do that.
overseas,
I'll agree with you on that. I'll agree with you on that.
it's
There's some people that
it's
do that. But when I
it's a
travel,
lot of
I
shit
don't
going
care about the
on.
woman here. I
It's a
won't bring
lot of
you
shit
up.
going on, and it
That's why
comes
I'm
from
traveling.
Let her
To get
let her
the fuck
finish,
away.
Issa. Let her finish, Issa. Go ahead, Pink.
he's entitled to his opinion. I'm not mad at nothing he's saying because I truly believe that we need to let people do them and mind our own business and not involve ourselves in other people's lifestyle. So that's why when y'all talk a lot about this person don't deserve this and this person shouldn't have this and the kids and I'm amused when people bring kids in it and they ain't got no kids because it ain't nothing you'll ever go through and it ain't no test that'll ever test you more than a child rearing a child. So if
I
you
I
if you've
I think the
never
people in power
if
is trying
you've
to
never
disagree.
participated in that, then I feel like you got to step back a little bit because yeah, you can talk about it, yeah, you can have opinions about it, yeah, you can observe, but until that live child is in your home, depending upon you, for guidance, food, and shelter, and to be raised, I feel like that's something people should step back
I
on
got
because that's
I
not
got a
something
question though.
that they
Who brung up the
participating in.
kids?
Huh?
I said, who brung up the kids? Because I know I didn't bring up children.
No, that wasn't you. That
Oh,
was before. I'm talking about when
yeah.
I didn't get to talk like early in the conversation. But
Oh,
when people was talking about kids and stuff like that. And then
okay.
about like how I react to stuff. The reason why I react and talk the way I act is because in the real world, even off the internet, dudes that don't know me from a can of goddamn paint, we could start off, it'll start cordial or whatever, and they'll feel comfortable physically threatening me. You know what I'm saying? Or coming for me. I be having to protect myself. I got protection and everything I gotta carry around because the average dude, you'll start off chilling or whatever, and it seems like it's okay. And the minute he feel like I done did too much, or said what he don't like, whether I could be not even realizing it, you know what I'm saying? And now this person might try to unalive me or beat me or do something to me. And this is what happens to most women at all times. Like when, the only time I'm safe around males is when I'm around my family members and husband and children. If I'm not around males that share DNA with me, then I'm in mortal danger, or something could happen to me, or they could pop off, and now I got to pull my shit out. You know what I'm saying? Because of how men act. A lot of women, they'll humble themselves and go to, they'll act more and more feminine to protect themselves. But I realize that shit don't work because the more girly you try to act to get out of it, the more aggressive they'll get. And now, depending on who the dude is, you fighting for your life. So that's why
See,
I don't play with that's why I don't play with none of them. And it don't come from hate. It come from, if anybody leave out of this situation alive, it's gonna be me.
I think
And that's how
and
I
that's
see
why that's
I
why I
think
don't deal with
women
it.
I think women have
Freeze.
a duty. I think women have also, just like men, right? Just like what Issa was saying and Hassan was saying. I think women also have a duty to place themselves in the right environment and around the right people too,
But
as men or whatever.
but y'all got to realize how men are. Y'all always say the right environment. I could be, I've been at country clubs and people and get dangerous. So it
So
don't got nothing to do with environment. Men and damn general, y'all are men that don't really probably act like that, but men are dangerous, and y'all don't want to hear that shit, and y'all get
I
mad
mean,
and offended.
it's
Issa,
always been like that
hold
though.
on. I
Men have
gotta announce
always
these.
been the most
Hold on,
dangerous things on
Issa.
the
I'm
planet.
gonna let you go because I really want to respond to what she said, but I gotta announce what Big Bad Bull just did.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull for gifting 5 No Captivity with Freezy memberships. Big Bad Bull, thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate it, bro. Big Bad Bull, that's my brother, y'all. Bro, I really appreciate it, man. I want to deal with what Pink just said as far as how she feels about all black men. Issa, you was about to go, and I want the doctor touched in on that too. Go ahead, Issa.
First, I just want to ask, Doc, you from Chicago?
New York.
New York, okay.
But I live in Minnesota. I live in Minnesota now, so just a hop, skip, and a jump from Chicago.
I'm from New York
Okay.
too. What's up, New York?
So, like, the reason why I stay away, bro, is mostly, bro, because of they mouths, bro. And they mouths are foul, bro. And in Chicago, bro, when you disrespect a person, bro, listen, bro, motherfucker don't care, bro. Man, woman, or child. Remember what I said, what my saying was, man, woman, or child, I get the job done.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That was my old life. But it's they mouths, bro. It's they mouths, bro. Because look, right, us as men, we understand, bro, that it's a low level threat of violence when we dealing with each other. We know that if we get loud or something like that, it's a low level threat of violence, bro. And things could explode, bro. The women don't see that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like really, and I'm not just talking about the sister up here. I'm not talking just about her, bro. I mean in general, the general populace, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the women don't see. I worked 3.5 years as a nighttime gas station manager. And women would come in, and I'm talking about, bro, the disrespect out their mouths. And in my head, I'm like, she don't even know. Like, if I wasn't holding on to my faith, I'll hunt you like an animal. Like you was a deer. You know what I'm saying? And it's because I stick to my faith is why I don't mess with them. My faith allows me to be civil.
And see, I'm not even
And
talking
and
about
and
talking loud and popping off. I'm just talking about talking normal to
no, I'm talking
dudes
about
and they.
disrespect.
No, I'm not even
My
talking
whole
about
issue
getting
with you
loud.
it
But
never
I'm not
had
even talking about
come
getting
from like
loud.
the way you talked, you know what I'm saying? Or how I don't listen, the jazziness, the sassiness, that's just a black sister being a black sister. I don't mind that. You know what I'm saying? It's the disrespectful words and then the paying attention to it like you saying it is not disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, I don't call women bitches. You know what I'm saying? Unless they either call me a bitch first or you call me a boy. If you know the history of this country, then you know what I'm talking about.
And
So
first of
I
all, you were so busy reacting, you ain't even let me finish. So let me finish.
the,
So what I had said
no,
was
I just
you
wanted
was
to
as
say the reason why
calm
I'm gonna
as
let you finish.
you had
But the
said
reason
was
why I
what I
did
had
that
said.
was because
One
you can't
second.
start off a conversation
You
like that.
jumped the gun. You jumped the
'Cause-
gun. You was ready for me before I got ready for you. You was
But
ready.
you
You was
can't
ready.
still
I
listen.
wasn't
But
even I
you
wasn't
can't
even gonna
define
insult you.
what's disrespectful to a person.
I wasn't even gonna insult you. I
I
was gonna
know,
say
but
something
this is what I'm
endearing.
saying.
I was trying to
This is
be
what I'm
cool,
saying.
and you took it
Ma,
far. You took it too far.
you
You
can't
was ready.
define what's disrespectful to a person. Just like
But
if I say
I
something,
wasn't
listen.
done talking. You was so busy trying
I
to
know.
show me how
But
tough you was. You
if
wasn't
I
letting me finish.
listen, if I say something to you, I can say like, yo, I didn't mean that disrespectfully. I didn't say it like that. It wasn't even meant like that. It was meant like this. But I don't get to define what you take as disrespect. You know what I'm saying?
That is
So
correct, and I
automatically,
agree with that. But you also cut me off and jumped the gun and assumed
I
before you
did.
would
I
finish
did.
hearing what
Listen.
I had said,
Watch me,
and we
watch me take
argued.
accountability.
And that's
I
just what
did.
time it is.
I
You
did
jumped the
cut you
gun.
off.
You
I
jumped the
did cut
gun.
you off. My apologies. Did you see me take accountability and then apologize for the action?
Yeah, it's not even no
So
beef because
so
this the internet. I don't take the internet
so
serious because I'm grown,
I
so it's not
understand
even
that.
no beef.
But this is the thing. I deal
But
with
you
women
jumped the
that speak
gun
like
and
that
you chose,
all the
and
time.
everybody not scared of that thug shit because I'm a motherfucking
It's not
thug
it's
too.
not it's not
Everybody not scared
no
of
no no,
that
it's
shit.
not thug stuff. It's not
Wait,
thug
hold
stuff.
on.
Everybody ain't
See,
scared of
sis,
that
don't
shit.
no.
It's
Hold
not
on. We
thug
can't
stuff.
let it get out of control. He just apologized. We're not
I
gonna let it get
accept
out
his
of control again.
apology,
Listen, it's not
and
thug
I'm
stuff.
glad that he's
It's not
talking to
thug
me
stuff.
like that. But in the future,
It's
just
not thug stuff.
know that
What
everybody
I'm
not
talking
like
about,
that.
the thugs don't do. The thugs don't do what I'm talking
Don't
about.
do
The thugs
that
don't
because
operate. The thugs don't operate
I
like
just
Hezbollah and the Mahdi army. They don't
I
operate
just
like that.
don't. You assuming I'm not that you more gangster than me, and that's
See,
what's
I
I'm
didn't
not
want.
being.
talking
Let's
about
not go
gangsterism.
there. Let's not.
I'm not talking about
Listen,
gangsterism.
please, please.
Hassan know what I'm talking
I
about, but I'm
listen,
not talking about
listen.
gangsterism at all.
I'm not gangster. I don't want. I
We
don't want to be a
cool.
part of this gangster shit.
We cool, and it ain't even no beef. But cause, like I say, you a random guy on the internet. Like I don't even know you. I'm not mad at you for real. Like I say, this is my cousin podcast. I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna argue with his guests so he can get views and get more popular. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here to support my motherfucking cousin. I'm not really here taking this shit serious like that. And sometimes I be feeling like podcast dudes, this be they real, like, like I'm talking shit because that's what I do off camera and on. this is how I am as a human being. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? So
I do
this is who
understand that,
this is who I am
but
as a human being. So I
this
don't
is
go
real
home.
life too.
I don't go,
This is
I
real
don't be on
life.
the other side of the internet, thinking up stuff like internet dudes do. Like y'all really take this shit serious to heart. And it's not that with me. It's not that.
Listen,
I'm just discussing the topics. It's not
I'm a
that serious. But
serious
I will
guy.
cuss your motherfucking ass out because I don't give a fuck.
Listen,
But at the
I'm a
same time,
serious guy. I can't
it's
help
not
that.
that serious.
I
I'm
can't
not
help that.
serious though. I'm not
It's
I'm
it.
not
Listen,
serious.
I
Okay,
believe
Pink.
that
Let
we live in the
Issa
end of times.
respond, and I want the doctor to get in there too. Go ahead.
But like, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So I'm gonna put it on me. I'm gonna put it on me. But just before I do, Pink was talking. We start cursing, blah blah blah. Pink stopped, calmed down. We went on and on and on and on. When I talk about, hey, don't give up on our sisters. See, men, when we get intense, we stand up, we have to posture. Look at all the animals of all the kingdoms, they posture, right? You square off a bear, a cat, they all posture. Women sit down, but they're strategic. They're collecting data. So they're strategic, observing, also being safe. I'm not gonna get out here with you and all in public, get my shit all dented in. No, you're right. You're right. Oh, baby, you're right. Smart, strategic. I watch Pink just go calm, and then just like a ninja, just a little slice, and it's almost to the point where it could be entertaining. I agree with both of you. Oh, actually, I have one pushback, brother man. If you say you're about the faith, when Hassan challenged you about the faith, you disregarded that part. So you might want to look a little bit more work into
Actually,
the.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. I don't mean to
Okay.
interrupt you, but please
Oh,
do
cool.
not speak on Islam unless you know. The greater
Okay.
sin, the greater sin would be if knowing how I am with my mother, and I continue to put myself in a situation, knowing that I don't have the tools to deal with
Right.
that. If something happened, it would be on me.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know the religion well enough, so I can't speak to that. I approached, you corrected me, I stepped back. The way I heard it, I thought you were resisting a certain part of it. So thank you for the correction. Thank you. Pink, I'm gonna put it on me. You heard me speak a little bit about my background. So first of all, and this is just being transparent, but putting it all together. I've craved the nurturing from what I wished my mother would have given. Now, I had a few boots up my ass to help me survive and make it, and then I went forward. And the only reason I really kept going was out of inadequacy. I wasn't thinking one day I'm gonna be a scholar and this and that. It was because I felt like I was never enough. I got this degree, damn, I still need to have this license. That's the only reason I kept climbing. That's being honest. I would see a sister like you, and the first thing I would be is sexually aroused. Like, God damn. And I'm not even talking about like your physical body, because I just see your face. I see the fact that you listen. That's arousing. I see the fact that you endure the abuse, like you do the back and forth. And even if you don't win the conversation, it's like whatever. And at the end, the men who keep going, the men who get the last word, is arousing to see how you endure a man's pain. Add on top of that, when I hear about your mother, when you say I raised, it's like, wow, she has mothering skills, endures a man's pain, selfishly will endure my pain, sound good, look good. So already I have this total arousal that you're not even aware about. I didn't even mention sex. I'm talking about arousal. Then when I talk to you, the fact that you would even talk back, so you acknowledge me, validate me, I feel heard with you. Hell, I'm damn near in love already for the person who've experienced trauma. And when you give off any type of attitude, which may not appear like attitude to you. Remember when I did it earlier, I asked you what's the first word that comes to mind? If any woman responds with her way of saying, because as much as I say you don't see the arousal, technically you do. I perceive it as you don't. I'm on some slick shit. I'm not trying to fuck. I'm just saying like, wow, yeah. All of a sudden, all the niceness comes out. But your experience is the niceness is attached to some shit. Here we go. Wait for it. So when you're responding, either trying to help me, stop. I already see where you're going. Either stop, you're warning me, or you let me deliver all that, and then I feel entitled. I feel entitled because I got to deliver. And when you're like, and now I feel insulted, which is my responsibility. My only get back, because we hear this all the time. 1 minute I'm trying to get your number, next minute you're a bitch. So my only get back now is like, hold on. Because my arousal to you, all of a sudden I had this mental clarity. My arousal to you ain't had shit to do with you. You got me fucked up. I was just saying how nice. Oh, I have you fucked up. So what happens is we get into this mental chess match. And because I feel you have the potential to give life, that's not a feeling. I believe you have the potential to give life and take life. So to me, you always have the greater weapon. And the only way to stop that is to crush you. Usually it's through sexual stuff first. Because if I feel like I can draw you in and set up some type of abuse situation, ABUSE, assassinate your character, set you up for betrayal, use you and all your resources so you're dependent on me, keep you just satisfied enough when you know your ass should be gone by keep you just satisfied enough, and then shade your emotions. I feel like if I can control your emotions, I've got you. So I just say all that to say, I believe in what you're saying 1 billion%. I just want to give my perspective, like my own experience of when I went through that. And all those years of not even knowing, like, I didn't do that to her. And it took a few good women who actually taught me that trick of, can I just show you your ad in the profile, the dating app? She can't, she better have, she can't, she better have, she can't, she better have. And I was like, damn. They were like, what's left? Like, you putting all these prerequisites on. Then I had the one who recorded me, or back on them old little mini tapes. And I was talking all that good shit. And I listened to it over and over and over and over. Then start doing my own work, so I don't have to go my own work. I almost slid in a slide there, which would have been disrespectful to your brother. So I started doing my own work, and then going back and recapturing like, oh, that's what they meant. So I just wanted to say to what you were saying, I totally understand, totally agree. That's just one clinical perspective. It may not land for everyone. I just want to give that one perspective on how sometimes men get caught in that lane.
Yeah, I'll go for that because, like I said, a lot of people feel like y'all would be surprised where the hell I be hanging out at, and it ain't nowhere, trashy or whatever. I could be anywhere high end, and that shit devolve quick as hell depending on, you know what I'm saying, who I'm talking to or who is around. If I'm not with, my husband or my son or other, my other brothers and stuff like that. If I'm not with somebody like that and I'm out and about and I'm with other chicks or by myself or whatever, dudes will get aggressive as hell and it'll get dangerous fast. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that. And it's like, that's why I talk the way I talk and act the way I act, because I know for a fact men can be dangerous as hell. And it's done got worse in 2023, where now it's predator level. Before, you would just get cussed out. They'll just call you a bitch or whatever. If you say, I don't want to talk to you, now they'll follow you to your car. They'll put their hand on you. They'll touch your arm and grab your arm. It's very scary being, a black woman, because they don't do that shit to other people. They only do it to a black woman that they feel like they can get over on. Plus, I'm a small person too. Like, I'm very skinny. So a lot of dudes also look at that like they can, maybe kidnap me or pick me up and walk away with me or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, men are just dangerous like that. And I have to deal with that shit literally every goddamn day. When I'm not around people that I know. So that's why dudes can get it from me at any time. I'm gonna cuss their ass out and I'm gonna let them know I'm dangerous and they could be in danger fucking with me, because I don't, you know what I'm saying? You have to do that. You have to let them know that you will pew them with your weapon or stab them or do something to them, because if you don't, the average dude that's out there now, you might not make it back to your car or back to your house. And that's just the atmosphere out here with men. Now, y'all particular men might not be like that, but I'm telling y'all counterparts are dangerous as fuck. And to me, black men, instead of focusing on who getting married and the kids, focus on your dangerous ass fucking friends. Your goddamn friends that'll follow people to their car and grab your arm, and your homeboys that's doing all kind of weird shit to girls and stuff. Talk to those. That's where it need to happen at, with your
Not my
homeboys and
responsibility.
stuff like that. That's
So I just
what
have one
needs to
question
happen.
though. I have one question. How come so many men are? How come you're in a predicament with so many men that are that way? Like, how come are they? Is like a community? Like,
Hold on, Pink.
Because
Do me a
that's how
favor,
men
Pink.
are in
Pink.
general. Because
Hold on,
when you be
Pink.
by yourself as a woman,
Pink.
that's
Do me
how
a favor,
men act.
Pink. Hold on before you go, Pink. Do me a favor. You and Issa, could y'all turn y'all phones to the side?
Oh, like this.
My bad. But that's the same old narrative, man. Same old narrative, the scared black woman narrative, bro.
When you're by yourself, I'm always
It just
driving
don't work
about.
no more. We've been hearing that narrative for 30 years. It don't work no more. It don't
No,
work
you
no
got
more.
to miss. You only 30 years old. What are you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? It don't work no more. Have you? I got uncles. I got
It's
older
not
males in
about
my
being.
family that don't work no more.
I don't want anything out of what I'm saying. I just want other men to be aware that y'all motherfuckers is dangerous.
Yeah. Most men on the planet are
Be
dangerous.
aware.
Men drop the atomic bomb. We know we dangerous.
Y'all dangerous. Men are dangerous.
Okay, we know we dangerous. That ain't nothing new. So what? That's the
But
same old narrative.
see
We
how
black
you
woman,
blowing it off.
we scared. We the least protected. Like Angry Man said, it's starting to sound like a wrestling promo. The black woman, the least
No, it's
protected,
not.
the least
And the
valued, the
reason
least
because y'all don't
it sounds like some
care.
Omar Johnson
Look
shit.
at your
No, bro.
attitude.
Y'all don't want protection. Women with
Look
mouths
at
you think
like that
Hassan?
shouldn't have
You think
protection.
Hassan is dangerous? You think Hassan is dangerous?
Who, Hassan? I
No,
know
he
what
ain't
time it
black.
is with Hassan. Hassan wouldn't be out there absconding me. Hassan would be in the house watching TV or something. He's not gonna be on the street trying to pull my arm and getting mad because I told him no
Why?
and all that shit.
Why
Like, he's
not?
not out there doing
Why
that.
not?
Because
Why
he's
not?
not out there on the streets doing that shit.
No. Why not though? No,
Because that's
no,
not what he do. He got home
no,
training. He be
no,
doing
no,
productive
no.
shit.
Do you
Because
think
he's
your
a
cousin? Do you think
Muslim.
your cousin would do it? You think your cousin would do
Who,
it?
Fred? I ain't gonna answer
Breezy.
that, but I know he ain't doing it now. He ain't doing shit now.
I don't do my boy like that.
No captivity.
He a changed man. He's saved.
All right. Hey, what's up, Smitty?
Now, for the record, I was never aggressive with women. I just want to put that out there. Go ahead.
Right. No, I was asking because when we say stuff like all men, but then now we excluded Hassan, we say all men, but then I also hear you say maybe not y'all. But sometimes we mix it, all men, sometimes not
No,
y'all.
I'm
So
not.
that's
I'm
what.
not one of them people that conflute all black men. I'm just saying, as someone who have to go outside in a woman's body,
Right.
men are dangerous, and that's just what time it is. It has nothing. It ain't even got nothing to do with black men in particular. All men. And this happens with
Yeah.
all of them. Black men. I'm black, so of course, black men I'm gonna be more around more black men. But in general, men are dangerous, and all I'm saying is, y'all be talking about, oh, y'all is this and it. No, a lot of the reactions women give y'all is out of fear of being harmed, or they have been harmed and don't want to be harmed again, or they trying to avoid that shit. It's everything that we do.
Hold on.
Derived from some shit that happened
Right.
or may
Well, can you
happen.
stay in the house?
Where was that
Can
fear
you
when they
stay in
was
the house
twerking on
then?
top of the slave castle? They ain't had
See,
no
that's
fear
what I'm
then.
talking about.
That's what I'm
just
saying. They
asking
ain't had
'cause-
no fear then. It wasn't no
No, I'm
fear
saying
to it.
if Hassan can stay home, can you? Is it possible you could stay home?
Who, me?
Uh-huh.
I could do. Yeah, hypothetically,
That's
I could
excusing
say.
that question to be. I don't want to be disingenuous to you. That question would excuse men's behavior. That right? So if I'm saying you stay home, that's excusing their behavior. So I
Yeah,
don't want to
but
be
you know what I'm
disingenuous.
talking about. It's like,
Right.
to me, when women talk about this stuff, men just want to say, not me, I don't do that, not all men. And it's not it's like if y'all pay attention and talk to y'all homeboys or start back shaming, because I remember back in the day, if I was out and about and a dude grabbed me, another dude a step and be like, why you did that? Why you doing to her? Like, or don't disrespect, it would always be some respectable guy somewhere, but they not out there no more. Nobody's respecting guy because everybody feel like women have to deserve to be protected. Back in the day, black dudes, if they saw somebody calling you a B or trying to push up, they'd be like, nigga, why you talking to that girl like that? Or don't do that girl like that. They don't even know your name. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, watch out, that's a female. They'll be respected, little gentlemen.
There were more respectable
They
women
not
back
out there
then.
no more. Now
That's all it was.
women got to prove first that she worthy of somebody stepping in. If the guy look at her and feel like, ooh, look how she look, I feel like she doesn't look it. She's wearing a wig. I don't think she deserves anything. And then, some guy start talking shit, he'll start laughing or participating because he feel like, well, she's yes, wrong, but she doesn't deserve to be protected. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's why it's a lot of stories of girls, stuff happening to them, and it be a bunch of dudes around, because even though it's a bunch of dudes around, they not gonna help because in their mind, she's too low quality or she's not worth me.
That's not their job. That's not
stepping
their job.
or just like that guy just said, it's not their job. But
It's not their job.
Back in my time, it was everybody's job, because if
the women were more respectable back then.
No, they wasn't. We was doing the same shit then we were doing now. I ain't never changed.
I will agree. They may have been doing the same stuff, but it was not out in the open like it is today.
Well, no,
it's not.
But hold on. Let me get in and say this. I want to say this. That's why I always say it's very important how a woman dresses, how she conducts herself, right? And I will agree with Pink where some environments it doesn't even matter. No matter how you dress, no matter how you conduct yourself, it's gonna be dudes that's going to act a certain way regardless, right? But I will say this, in my experience with men are more apt to protect women that's respectable towards themselves, that's more chaste, more more respectable with their conduct, more respectable with their dress. Those type of women, guys will jump in if guys see these women being disrespected by other men, being groped or something like that. Men are more willing to protect women like that than for them to protect Carisha from the damn City Girls. Carisha done already said.
Sexy Red, y'all ain't gonna help Sexy Red.
Listen, I'm not going to help. This is the point. This is the point. Sexy Red, the way she conducts herself, she done already said on interviews, she don't want to be around a nigga if he ain't got some felonies, if he ain't selling dope. She already telling me she's gonna put herself in that environment. No, I'm not gonna protect herself because she put me at risk because of how she's living her life.
You gonna just let people cuss her out? Like, what if she just?
Hell yeah.
You got to.
How you look defending a whore?
She said, listen, Sexy Red said, hold on. Sexy Red said, you're not a real dude if you don't cuss her out. That's what we dealing with.
But Freezy, you know what happens? We get it either way. I don't know if you remember the show I was just on where I told you I helped two sisters at the job. Two sisters got a brand new career job. They dropped a spork. And I said, sister, you want to be careful that spork's on the floor. All the cameras in the sky going to think that if I walk past it, you didn't get it. You left contraband on the floor. That meant I was trying to fuck them. I told another sister she was on her phone on one of the units, on one of the jail units. And I was like, damn, remember I'm a jokester first. damn, for real? So it's like that? We just all out on the pod with our phones and stuff? Then whispered, come on, sister, you gotta be more careful. You got a career position, you out on the phone, da da da. That means I was trying to fuck it. How many times I come into the channels here? Hey, hello everyone. There's sisters who won't even say 2 words to me. But some other person come in here talking wild. And they're like, hi, hi, world class, hi. I come in, hi. Now, again, it's not all about me getting the attention. What I'm saying is, I think it's both sides. There's so much hatred that even the guys who try to be good, I've already owned my shit. Like, there was a time I've gotten help. I continue to get help. I continue to get help, and I continue to try and do better. And there's still, I get treated like the same shit.
That's a
as
wonderful point.
So what's the difference?
I'm gonna agree with the doctor because I have observed men try to be gentlemen and women take it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or think that he pushing up when he was raised correctly. So I'm gonna agree with him on that. But I'm gonna still say the reason why a lot of women act like that is because of how damn dangerous men are, and y'all don't believe it because it sounds crazy because of how
I
extreme it
believe you,
sounds.
sister. Don't get me wrong.
I believe you.
I'm from Chicago.
But
You know how
we
many
believe
men
you.
have left dead bodies in front of my project building with the heads blown off?
it get
You know what I'm saying?
extreme. It
Yeah.
gets extreme.
Even in
Like
Idaho, they do it. In Idaho, yeah.
But this is the thing
it
in the chat, right? I just want to say this. In the chat, a chick, Travel One said, black man image is in the sunken place and sinking lower. This is my thing, right? Remember I was letting you know, y'all probably seen the video of the black woman twerking on top of the slave castle, right?
What?
That is the lowest image that you can get. Listen, Pink. Can I ask you a question? Out of any group of people, right, that you know of, that you smart and you informed of, right, and they went through as a people, they went through a traumatic pain, like slavery or something like that, right? The sight of their race's traumatic pain, do you see their women dancing sexually on the site of their racist traumatic pain? Like, do you see a Jewish woman dancing sexually at a Holocaust camp?
You know what? I'm a agree. This is a 2-part answer. Now you right, they wrong, but at the same time, black people don't take shit serious, and I think that's how come we survive the way we do because we make jokes out of everything and we make light out of everything, and we take the humor and turn the bad into a good. So I feel like they was disrespectful, but at the same time, that's how black people deal with stuff through humor sometimes. And even though shit don't be funny, so I feel
I
like
get
that's
what
how
you're
it is.
saying, but this is what I'm talking about. If you could, Pete, just go to the comments. Don't let your woman bias. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a little bit of man bias because I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I can't let my man bias get in the way of things. But don't
No,
let your woman
I
bias
think
get in the
it's
way.
wrong. I think that's wrong.
So
Twerking on the
I'm just
damn
saying,
stuff.
look at them in the comments and just look at them. Just look at the comments. One chick even said that I don't see that much. I don't have no danger from white man. Ask the motherfuckers in the top supermarket, do they have danger from white man?
Oh,
You know
Tops!
what I'm
I
saying?
ain't been
This
to
is the
Tops in a
stupid shit
long
I'm talking
time. I ain't
about.
heard. Where you at? Talking
This
about
why
Tops?
this why I don't fuck with them. This why I say fuck them. This
He
is
in the
the
north.
exact reason why. Fuck them. Listen, if I was there, Pink, you know what I would have did at that slave castle? I would push them hoes over the edge.
And you
This
know
is where
what? You
our
would have been,
ancestors died
and
at,
you would have been right
got
and
raped at,
wrong at the
raped at,
same
excuse
time,
me.
just like they would have been right and wrong. It's all trifling. It's all trifling. That's why I say
Right.
a lot of stuff black people do is just damn it trifling, and it ain't nothing that we can do
She
but
said it's the
admit
man with no power wanting
that.
to dictate the rules. You don't have no power except the power that man gave you.
Well,
Now, see,
hold. Wait.
go on
Listen.
top.
What
No,
about?
listen. If the man
You
never
was on
made
a
the
roll.
laws in this
You was on a
country,
roll, and then you fucked it up. Then
listen. This is what I'm trying to say. If the man never made the laws in this country the way there is, it wouldn't be like this. Yeah, the woman protested and all of that, but it was the man at the end of the day that passed the laws. These chicks really be trying to act like, oh, you a man, oh, you a black man, you ain't got no power. I'm like, yo, listen, that's why I don't care about them. I don't.
They mean
I really don't. Listen, one of them could be getting their ass kicked
They mean
brutally.
socially and economically. Y'all don't have no power. Then when they say that, that's what they mean.
Right.
I mean,
I just
I
want to say thank you.
understand that, but see, what they really have to say is that to them we don't have no power. But why are all of these damn different political organizations trying to get the black man to vote? I thought we don't have no power. If we have zero power, there's no reason to target us to try to get us to vote because we have no power. You know what I'm saying? So listen, these chicks in the chat, bro, it just be crazy, bro. And these the same chicks that I don't care about. And I know they don't care about me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when shit hit the fan in this country, they'll care then. And that's what this country needs. It needs to struggle. It needs another depression.
But you
COVID
gotta
was
care
beautiful.
though, because I don't
Listen,
listen. I
COVID
don't
was beautiful.
appreciate. I don't
You
appreciate
know
a lot
why?
of shit
You know
black
why?
men do, but I care about
Because
black men. I ain't gonna say I don't
Right.
care about black men.
Hold on, before the world goes in the handbasket, let me just say goodnight. Pink, it was an honor. Thank you for letting me be vulnerable, or you be vulnerable with me and let me chop it up with you. I appreciate you. Sir, I know that I don't know. Say your name again. I know it's not dreads, and I know it's not braids, and I know it's not
Issa.
whatever. So
Issa.
Say it again. Issa. Thank you. Issa, love it. I look forward to doing it again with you. Hassan,
Peace and
always an
blessings,
honor and
brother.
blessing. For those in the chat, thank you for allowing me to share these perspectives with you. As always, I thank you. We learn from each other. Again, I'm not here as the holy and the written in stone. I learn from you. You learn from me. We are in this together. So thank you. Freezy, Captain, Boss, always. Peace.
Love you, dog.
I said hello to Smitty. I don't know if he can hear me or not, but all right. Peace, everyone. Take care. Thank you.
All right, dog. Listen.
Look at them. Look at these nasty heifers in your comments, bro. And I mean it. These nasty ass heifers. These Jezebels. These whores of Babylon in your comments. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Freezy,
That's
for a
why,
religious man, you got a lot of whores in your comment section.
Listen.
See, dudes like talk to him. I feel like that should be funny. I can see why people be getting offended with y'all or whatever, because that be so over the top with y'all stuff.
No, I'm just reading their comments and I'm giving the same energy back. I'm not just starting off with this energy. I'm not. Don't get like, oh, you just.
I'm like, damn.
Yeah, I'm
like,
reading the comments. We going back and forth.
Well, Issa, this the thing. This the thing. We got some. It's got some professional trolls in it coming. It's expected. It's expected. I wouldn't put too much energy in it, but this.
I know.
But this the thing. This the thing. I want to say this. It has the goal is for everything to get better, for relationships to get better, for households to get better, for marriages to get better. I think that.
Wait. Hold on. Freezy.
Okay.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You see this right here? Now, Sugar Bum said that's why your mama ain't love you. Now, check this out, right?
Oh shit, they gotta
Check
chill.
this out, right? Check this out, right? That comment right there. That's why I don't care for them. That's why I let them. What happened to them happened to them.
Sugar Bum is just.
But you gotta be the bigger
I know
person.
people like that, but this is the thing.
It's your fault,
why
Hassan.
I don't care. This is why when you come across me at my lowest, you will see true evil. You know what I'm saying? You will see true evil.
She wasn't here. She wasn't here when
the
you was
bigger
talking about.
person, man.
She wasn't here when you was talking about your mom earlier. She's, they trolling and stuff.
Hey, listen. This is listen. Lano to law upon you, your mama, your family, your grandma, and I hope the angels not carrying Mercury beating their ass in the graves.
This is what I want to say. I think that the goal is for the improvement of the black household, for relationships to improve, for marriages to improve.
It's over for that, Freezy.
Hold on.
It's over for that, brother.
But no, this
It's
is the
over
thing.
for that, brother.
In your religion, right? And this is why I do think there's a place for religion, because there's order in religion, right? There's order. Like where there's
you ain't covered by no blood of Jesus. Most of you people don't even.
Lord.
If you go into that Bible, you don't know nothing about that Bible.
Saying, Fred, but I feel like you don't need religion to have structure. That's my personal opinion, and
That is
I
true.
respect
That is listen.
religion,
That is true.
and I respect
But hold
everybody's
on, let me
belief.
finish. Let me finish my thought. The reason why I said that is because I didn't want this to be a religious talk. You know, I tried to say that towards the end, but the thing.
Hey, Sugar Bub. I hope your mama get in a car crash on the way home.
Oh, hold on, Issa. Please let me get it out, Issa. Please.
Oh, my bad, brother. I'm sorry,
let me
brother.
get
I'm
it out.
dealing with that ugly ass Jezebel in the comment, man. That's probably got plenty penises in her mouth. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the reason I just said I identify with my belief because there's a universal law that we have to follow, right? It helps a nation. It helps a community. When everybody is expected to follow this universal law and you're not just moving by the beat of your own drum, it's less confusion, right? So if my kids are around some other kids that share the same universal law, I have less worry about them being tainted. That's the only reason why I went there. But I want to say this.
That makes sense in theory.
Yeah, okay. Well, as long as it makes sense a little bit. But I want to say this here. The goal, and I think everybody on the panel can agree with this, the goal is for us to improve relationships, improve marriages, improve households, right? To have less broken households. How are we going to do that? Within households, it has to be a level of understanding, a degree of understanding.
I feel like if in
let me finish. I'm gonna let you go, Pink, next. It has to be a degree of understanding, edification. In my house, everything would be in disarray if I didn't have an understanding of my position and my wife didn't have an understanding of hers. That's the only way we're gonna move fluently in this house. If that's not the case, we're gonna keep bumping heads.
Hold on.
Like if I
put her in the
hold on, Issa.
what
Hold on,
you
Issa.
think I'll do
If
to
I
you?
talk, if I'm trying to establish something, no matter what that is, in my house, right? It's never going to be understood if my wife keeps cutting me off, trying to enforce her will. And I think that's what's going on in a bunch of households. Everybody's trying to enforce their will. Well, how are we going to have a level of understanding if everybody's going to trying to enforce their will? Well, I liken it to, sports, right? Even on football team, basketball team, we got women's basketball. Even in women, let me tell you something. You know why I like watching the WNBA? Because that's one of the only times you're going to see women understanding their roles with one another. Listen. They understand that when the point guard calling the play, they need to listen. They do not have problems in the WNBA. You know why? Because they trying to win. More likely, there's a woman coach, there's a woman point guard, there's a woman center, and the rest of the team is filled with women. That lets me know it's possible for women to understand their roles, because you can just look at it, WNBA basketball game, and it's moving fluently. Every now and then they break out into a fight, but most of the time they understand their roles and they understand that's what it takes to win. Go ahead, Pink.
I think we need to go back to, and a lot of dudes, y'all probably gonna go crazy, but we need to go back to the traditional stuff, like the traditional, like my grandparents and my mom or her husband, stuff like that. That traditional stuff, like dudes, you got to pay the cost to be the boss. You ain't the boss of your house unless everything in that house, as a man, you done had a hand in paying for it or acquiring it or whatever. If the woman in there acquiring and got to pay and got to do this, got to do that, she is her own boss. You can't be my motherfucking boss and I got to contribute all the time, or I'm always doing, or I'm this and I'm that. My husband don't. Yeah, I'm free to do what I want. You know what I'm
In
saying? Finance
Islam,
or
the
whatever.
woman doesn't have to pay for her food, shelter, or
Yeah,
clothing. It's
that
automatically the
because
man's responsibility. All
a
her
lot
money
of
is her
men,
money. The man has no
right?
right
So
to it. That's how
right.
it's
So
supposed to be. You can't do that
that's
over
what
here,
we
sister.
on. See, that's what I'm on. What he just said. So with that being said, the the black men now, the dudes now ain't with that. They need you to pay half. They say they don't make no money on their job. That's what they be saying on the internet. They say they only make such
I
and such
agree with
money on
that.
their job.
That's a fact.
Then they say, well, you got a child already? I'm not finna be raising nobody's child. My grandma always raised us that a child is a blessing no matter where it come from. She used to collect random people and raise them and stuff. You know, I was taught that a child was a blessing. So when men see a woman and she already got a child, he'll be like, hell yeah, that's a child, and he would want to raise that family and contribute or whatever. It just was different back then. People, if you don't want to raise, get a woman who have a child and help her,
But Pink,
then
when you say it's a little more difficult dealing with a child that's not yours, because you not only are you dealing
no,
with not
no.
only are you dealing with the mom, but you're dealing with the baby's father too. I've heard men on these panels say, if a dude talk to my child wrong, okay, this dude ain't with his baby mama, right? But he's saying if his baby mama is with another guy and the child is under the guy's roof, I've heard guys say if he hear about another man even talking to his child wrong, he gonna go over there and get physical. It's gonna get violent.
And see, the reason why I'ma go ahead and speak on that, if the child ain't in the house with you, what the fuck you worrying about? What the child doing in the house with that woman and that man? The mama is taking care of the child. She got a safe person in there, and that man is feeding your child, clothing your child, raising your child. The child ain't even in the house with you. So that's why I don't even understand how a man would get mad about their
But
child being raped.
even if the child isn't in the house with him, that means he shouldn't worry about it because he's still the
No,
father.
because he should be in the house with his child. If you a man and you got a child and you didn't do what it takes to be with that child's mother, and you ain't married or be with that woman, and you ain't taking care of that woman, and you done had a child with her, you need to sit your ass down worrying about what the hell she doing and who in her house and who around your child. Because you was a grown man, you would be in the house with your child. You can't be worrying about who in the house with your damn child. You should be in there. If you ain't in there, then don't worry about who else in there.
Does
You ain't
anybody
in
want to
there.
respond to what Pink just said? Anybody?
I just don't. I don't know, man. That's a slippery slope right there, man. Because as a man, you got to be concerned about your child. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, as the man,
But not.
Yeah,
But
because you don't know what's
Issa.
going on. Because look, say if you leave it alone, right, and
Yeah.
like do what Pink's saying, like okay, that child is in that house with the woman, with the man, all of that, and that man abused that child in any way. That child gonna grow up and say, "Dog, I hate you. Why the fuck you ain't come help me?"
they
But
gonna say
Issa,
it
hold
anyway
on,
because
Pink.
they could have been in the
Pink.
house with you.
Hold on,
They could
but
have
I
been in the
think we're
house.
leaving out. I think we're leaving out
We in
one
America. We
important.
can't force
Hold
them.
on, Issa. Let me get in. I got to say this. I think we're leaving out one important thing. We stated earlier statistics in marriages, even with kids being involved. 80% of the time, it's not the men filing for divorce. It's the women breaking up the household. So a lot of these men are being forced to live separately from their family. And we know that family court is going to be more favorable to the mom getting, for the child living with the mom. We know that. So if that is a situation and the man was basically forced out of the house, the woman filed for divorce, what do you say to that man who never filed for divorce, didn't ask for a divorce? Now he's living separately from his wife. The wife got custody of the child, or well, she got majority custody of the child. The child is living with her. He's not supposed to be concerned about his child, even the
No,
guy
I'm
that
not.
she
I'm
brings
not
around the
saying.
child.
I'm not saying the man ain't supposed to be concerned. I'm saying he can't be running up in that other man's house talking about beating that man out when he ain't even the one taking. That's not his house. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't provide the shelter for your kid, you can't go into somebody else's house talking about what they doing to your kid, because why don't you have a house for your kid? Why is it the kid in the house with you? And if you get divorced, it's 2023 now. Like back in the day, I see that that's kind of true. You know, some women was leveraging kids. I'm gonna agree with that because I've seen that before. But in today's days, you can get a kid from a woman. You can go to that court and come and go get your child from that girl. You know
Hey,
what I mean?
Pink.
You can do that.
Pink, you do know though that in today's day and age, 2023, it's stories all on the internet about it. There's men that have been ruled to pay child support on kids that's
They have,
biologically and DNA
and I
testly been proven
and
that
I
ain't
know.
theirs.
And I know that's a thing. I know that's a thing too. So I'm
How
gonna
can we
add
win
this
against that
in.
though?
But I
I'm
also
asking you,
want to
like,
add
how
this
can I,
in.
me as a man, how can I win versus a system that will say, hey, we gonna take your money out your check before you even get it and
Man,
give it
I'm
to
gonna
this
keep it a
woman,
buck.
even though this
Y'all
child
need
ain't
to
yours.
start. Y'all need to start really as men. Listen, y'all really need to start. First of all, doing blood tests on these kids.
That's
That's
a
probably
fact.
the
That's a
first thing.
fact.
Or
Captivity.
or 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 getting them freedom papers and getting a woman up out this country.
Man, listen, bye. I'm talking
I'm just
about.
saying, it's an option. I'm just saying,
It
it's
is.
an option.
And that is, and you know why? And you know why I'm not gonna talk down on you? Because I'm married to a foreign person, so I did the exact same thing you did in reverse.
And you know what? You got away from the American culture that produced a toxic ass man and went
I
and
did.
got with a man from a traditional culture, and
I
you
did.
happy. And
I
I
did
can
do
see
that.
it on your
Hold on,
face.
y'all. Hold on.
Super chat.
Shout out to Big Dave with a $2 super cap. He said, yes, yes. Lost me at being a stepfather. Big Dave said he ain't with that
Listen, the reason
bullshit.
why I advocate for stepdaddies is because I'm gonna keep it a
Mm-mm.
buck. My
Mm-mm.
stepdaddy is the best dude ever. That man is a good man, okay? That's a good man. That man don't have no biological children at all. He take care of all my mama kids. We grown. That man's 70 something years old. We grown. I'm 46 years old. All my brothers, my mother's kids is 30s and 40s. That's a good man. That man didn't give a damn about who our daddies was or none of that. He took care of us. He put us through school. He did everything,
But
and
but
he
but
ain't give a
but
damn.
Pink, with all due
Well,
respect, your dad,
oh, freedom.
hold on. I gotta speak on this. Your biological dad, he's cool, calm, and collected. He ain't. I can imagine he wasn't the type of guy running up in houses and being violent and
Nah, nah, nah. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He respect the game, and him and my stepdaddy is friends, and he
right.
comes to my mama house all the time, and he hangs around with my mom and her husband
Yeah, that's
because
different. That's a little different
yeah. So,
than what we talking
but
about.
yeah. So what I'm saying is he never did that. He never. He knew what time it was, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying because he even showed respect that it was a man doing for his child. You understand what I'm saying? He respected that shit. So that's all I'm saying. Men should not feel no kind of way with a woman who got a child. You should be glad that that man love your child, and you should be partnering up with him because no matter what, even if that woman marries somebody else and go off with somebody else, that's your child's mother, and you gonna always have an obligation to take care of her in some kind of way. So that men don't know how to handle that shit. They be like, "Oh, that's my baby mama, and she fucking another dude, and she with another dude." They don't know how to be grown. You know what I'm saying? And understand that we an extended family now. Like now, this dude who is my child's stepdaddy, that's my dude now. Cause now me and him working together. You know what I'm saying? For the goal of keeping the kid together. And I watch my daddy and my stepdaddy. Like I say, them two dudes, they cool with each other. They, it's all love, or whatever, whatnot. They hang around with one another. So that's all I'm saying is you gotta, know the game. It's not, if the child is truly, what you say the goal is, you gonna do what it take to raise that child, even if you gotta hold hands with the next dude. Both of y'all gonna raise that child.
But at the same time, the ideal situation, right, is for all of the kids to be biologically yours and everybody is in the household together, right? But that's the ideal. That's the ideal situation. But we know this world isn't perfect. We know there are good women that were in relationships, that were married, that got kids out of it. But there's good women that just got left with kids and the man didn't do right. We know that. I understand that. I'm not negating that. All I'm saying is that I kind of understand in some incidences where, a man would talk to a woman with a child and then he said, oh, hell no, this ain't gonna work out. She might be defensive with the child. I've seen situations where the man tried to discipline the kids. The child is not his, and the woman gets very belligerent with him, because she's telling him, listen, don't talk to him like that. Don't talk to her like that. You can't whip my child. See, it's very difficult to have a strain on, to have a control of your household when you're when you're limited with how much discipline you can administer. You understand what I'm saying? That's very difficult.
But we also got to look at.
So I understand why some men would say, "Hey, to hell with that."
But we got to also look at what discipline is, because I my whole life of living, I ain't never had nobody whoop me or do any of those things. So with that being said, we got to look at what discipline and stuff is, because discipline ain't always beating and shaking down your kid. You know what I'm saying? Because I've never beat any of my children ever. I've never even yelled at them, and they college graduates.
But let's pretend that you and your husband wasn't together, and you had another guy living. Y'all was living together, and he was actually, he was serving as a step parent to your child, and he whooped one of your kids when they were smaller. Would you be upset about that?
Yeah, because I don't whoop them. If I was whooping them, then okay, then you know what I'm saying. We partners. We gonna negotiate how we do this. But I don't whoop nobody. I don't whoop kids. I don't yell at kids. I don't do stuff to kids. I love kids. I'm one of those kind of people. I would never whoop a child for anything. So if that wouldn't cut it with me, just because I don't do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But
so right there, what you're saying is going to be conflict, and so I don't think the man would be wrong for saying, "Hey, this ain't gonna work out," because
he's not wrong.
Right.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
he's not wrong. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, dudes, be putting it out there. Oh, women with kids ain't no different than a single woman, and they probably better than a single woman because she got responsibilities. She's not gonna be doing a lot of antics and stuff like that. She got to take care of her child. It's exceptions to every rule, but the rule that a lot of dudes got about not being with women with kids, that's not gonna cut the whole thing about bringing the Black, community together. Because what y'all gonna do? Leave out the single moms? Is only, those women deserve a family as well. You know what I'm saying? And they good girls. You know what I'm saying?
Smitty, what you got to say about all this, man? You've been listening for a while, man. Give us your thought.
I get where Pink coming from, but if a single man decides to put himself in a situation where he's talking to a woman that has a kid, that's his own personal right. You know what I'm saying? But I would never tell nobody for that to be your first choice. Because like you said, it is a lot that come with that. But then also too,
I have seen situations and talked to women with kids, and like you said, like when it come to like disciplining or like just certain things as a man, like you trying to run a household, they'll be like nah, like what I'm saying. It go from us to this me and mine, like what I'm saying, and that type of behavior is not conducive to trying to build a family and have a what I'm saying, like to steer the ship in a positive light. So I mean, when we talk about this whole community thing, I get it. There are a lot of women out here who have kids and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's not on a single man to come in. I ain't gonna say necessarily come in to save you, but you know what I'm saying. Like that's a choice that you made. Hopefully, you and that person are able to co-parent or be cordial enough to where y'all can handle handle y'all business. But a lot of times either one party or both party can't get along, or they have some type of issue, like what I'm saying. So to bring a third party into that is just gonna be even more mess.
Let me say this, man. Shout out to everybody that came over here because of Fatty too, man. I appreciate that. No Cap-tivity. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Gail and Knight in the chat too, man. Thank you, Gail, for leaving that chat, man. That's right. If you want to support this platform, you can either send a super cap, aka super chat, or cash cap, aka cash app, to $Freezer1976. Like Gail said, I want to kind of change the trajectory of this conversation. I want to go back to the original topic of this conversation. Wow. Hold on, man.
Super chat.
Anti-American man, Issa, I really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. Issa is he is officially the sponsor of tonight's show, and you will bleed over to the next show as well. You're gonna start out as a sponsor of tomorrow's show too as well. Shout out to Issa with the $20 super cap. He said, for the master of no cap. No Cap-tivity. I appreciate that, bro. Let me change.
I just wanted to say one thing, Freeze.
Go ahead.
Sour Bum in the chat asked, do I need a GoFundMe to get out the country? What I need is time. So what I need is time. 10 days. And then I can leave the country again. See, I can't leave the country right now because 3 years ago, a police officer shot my dog and I broke his jaw. So I can't leave the country until another 10 days. But
That's
after that, I'm
an
free.
appropriate reaction to that shit.
I'm just saying, it's just the truth. In 10 days, I can finally leave again, like I've been doing.
But where you going though? Where you getting them from?
Back to Brazil.
Oh damn. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put some respect on his name because he ain't say Vietnam or Thailand or no shit like that. He said Brazil. That's what's up.
This is what I'm saying, sister. I don't have a problem with all black women. I don't. I have a problem with what has been bred on a majority scale here in this country. I love black women. Please don't get me wrong. And the Brazilians is some of the most beautiful black women on the planet because a lot of people don't realize that.
That's what's up.
Most of the
Brazil,
slaves,
I was like, okay.
Most of the slaves went to Brazil. They didn't come to America. Most of them got dropped off in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people don't know that, man. When you go to Brazil, only thing they show to you on the TV screen is the white
black,
Brazilians.
super black.
But when you go there, everything's black. Yep. Everything's black. You'll see a speckle of like white Brazilians, but the majority of a lot of the cities, everything is black. Then she says Brazil is high in sex trafficking.
Colombia is like that too.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen. Medellin, I've only been there once. I will be there again. You know what I'm saying? And people also think that people go to these other countries just for the women. No. Most of the time, to keep it real, that I leave the country for religious reasons. I go to Najaf, which is a holy city for Shia Muslims. I go to Karbala, which is another holy city. I go to Qum in Iran, which is another holy city. Women are actually on the back burner when I travel. Now, I might go to Brazil, you know what I'm saying, and chill out or whatnot, But most of the time, I'm going for religious reasons. Something that Sour Bum don't know nothing about.
Hey,
Because she don't have no place to go.
Sugar Bun
She don't
say he
have no
buy
place outside the country to
Sugar
go.
Bun
For
Sugar Bun
religious reasons or otherwise.
Sugar Bun said he buy women for 2 for $5.
No. And then this is the thing though. Like, prostitution disgusts me, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I really consider like motherfuckers that buy pussy. I'll be like, bro, something wrong with you, bro. Like something wrong. Even here in America, bro, like something wrong with you, bro. If you buy a nookie, bro, like something wrong with you, bro. It's like I talk about a lot of the whores here, but bro, it's too many whores here for you to buy nookie, bro. Women that give it away for free.
Listen. Speaking of sex, right? Since Smitty just got here, I want to ask Smitty this too. Okay, so Pink said, I asked a question earlier, going back to the topic. We were talking about how Bree TC said she disclosed that Michael B. Jordan is not good in bed. She had sex with him. She let the cat out the bag and she took a lie detector test on what is that, Selling Sunset Reunion. And she said that Michael B. Jordan is not good in bed. They asked her the question while she was on the lie detector test, and she said he has bad sex. He's not good. Let me ask you a question, Smitty. Do you think, we know that body count matters with men. Men always say a lot of times we do care about body count. Some men don't, some men do. Let me ask you a question. Do you think whether a man is good in bed actually will determine if a woman will either marry a man or stay married to a man?
I'm gonna say this, like, there's women in marriages that, for example, they husbands ain't, in that department they're lacking of, but because of the other things that he bring to the table, they'll stay in that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But then also too, you do have some women who be like, if that ain't hitting on nothing, then I'm out. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
okay, but if the woman stays in the marriage, do you think there's a high probability that she'll cheat on him? If he's just shitty in bed.
If she can do it and he will never find out, yeah.
What do you say about that, Pink? Before Pink said that, I said that, Sugar Bomb. I said that's probably why Lori Harvey said, I'm not marrying this dude. This dude ain't got no good D. Yeah, I said that. What you gotta say about that, Pink? What Smith said?
I just feel like in real life, like on the internet streets, hell yeah, that sounds good. I'm not gonna be with no lame dude. I'm gonna do this. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But in real life, as a woman, we just don't want that smoke, like cheating and stuff. It's too much involved with that. The older, like when you young, you might get involved in that. But the older you get, we moving different. You don't want your people to know that you messing around on your, it's just too much going on. It's too much involved.
Pink,
like,
are you sure about that? Are you sure? Because I know some older people. they get.
I'm just saying it's just not like the older you get, it's just not gonna be like when you young. You might bounce off of this one and that one. You might get slick, have a sneaky link, all that. But now that you in these middle ages, yeah, people be cheating and stuff. But in real life, who want to be cheating? To me, it's just gross at this point. Like, it's just too much going on. You establish with your person, y'all got it going. Why you want to step out and do gross shit? You accepted they shortfalls or whatever is going on in the bedroom. You accepted that and you was with them or whatever. Just y'all work together and figure it out. But yeah, in real life, people cheat and people do stuff. But I just feel like it's not as prevalent as the internet trying to make
Pink,
it.
listen,
I don't feel like in real life
all throughout this show, women in the chat. First, it was Quantum Love. It was Automati. Who else? It was a couple more women. Now Sugar Bum is saying, I want an orgasm too. Women want to be satisfied, and I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah, we do, but in
Yeah,
real life, when it's man, people just don't want to maneuver like that in real life. You got to do a lot of dirty shit to cheat. You got to be lying, sneaking around, doing all kind of shit. Like if you really want to do all of that instead of just working with what you got at home, like if it stopped working, y'all get some pills and figure something out. Or if it's too small, then figure out what else y'all can do. Like to me, it's too much you can do than to cheat. But I'm not gonna act like in real life people are not gonna cheat. But in my
that's a
opinion,
fact.
it's just too damn messy. In my opinion, it's too much involved, and it's kind of gross because it's just gross. You know what I mean? But I just feel like in real life cheating in today's world is just too much involved. It's just too nasty.
Can I tell y'all something? This is real. This is a real story. Stories I'm about to tell. One of my homeboys, him and his wife, they love to have barbecues at their house. They got the music going, and they invited friends over and family. The husband left to go to the store because he forgot something. I don't know if it was some barbecue sauce or what. One of his friends had to use their bathroom. When he walked in the bathroom, he walked in on the dude's wife on her knees serving another guy up in their house.
Oh my gosh.
Let me give y'all another story.
Somebody got to go.
This another story. Word got back. This ain't the same couple. This another married couple. And I'm gonna tell you something. This lady, she seems so nice, and she looked so like this. If you talk to this lady, she's very soft spoken. She's very feminine, right? Word got back to my homeboy. Somebody walked in while she was at work. She was serving up a dude in the bathroom stall at her job. If y'all don't think these motherfuckers out here cheat, fucking niggas and stuff, fucking, well, what were they fucking? Y'all out y'all rabbit ass mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you right.
I can handle that better.
No Cap-tivity.
Like I said, to me, it's not. To me, see, that's nasty. But you see how that sound and how you told them two stories and that shit was crazy. Don't nobody want to be involved in no shit like that, because that's what you're gonna be involved in. You're gonna be the story on somebody's podcast, or you're gonna be the rumor around the town or some shit like that. Nobody not trying to do all of that. It's too much involved to cheat.
But
People are doing it.
That's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm
doing
telling
it. They doing it.
They doing it. And so this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I don't know if the sex life was bad. I don't know what was going on. I know both of the guys, they get egregiously drunk, and but my thing is this. I really do feel like sex does matter. Women can play like sex don't matter, but I think sex matters. And it's a lot of guys, it's a lot of men in sexless marriages. We ain't even begin to talk about that.
That's just crazy to me. I don't understand. Maybe they got self-esteem problems and they think they can't get nobody else.
It's not
Cause like,
that.
bro,
Y'all ain't got to the
it gotta
man.
be. You in a
No,
sexless marriage?
when you marry a certain length of time, because I've been married about 15 years, and when you marry,
I understand it. Slow down. I understand that.
It's not even
But
that. It's just
he
that your
said
whole
sex
focus started
less.
changing into something else. Like when you first get
No, just
married, it's
less.
like bing, bing, bing.
I've
But then
known married couples
it's different.
who may only do it once or twice a year. It sounds crazy to me, but they still do it though. He said sex
Oh
less,
yeah, you mean like not at all? Like
not
zero?
at all.
Well,
What
not
the
even
hell you
that.
married
Listen,
for then?
guess what I just found out? I wish Doc was still up here, but I heard this from a therapist on YouTube. No, it wasn't TikTok. It was one of the two. Do you know what's considered a sexless marriage? What's considered a sexless marriage is if you have sex with your spouse at least 10 times or less a year. That's considered a sexless marriage.
That's true.
Clinically, that's considered a sexless marriage. Now, there also, like Issa said, there are some people not having sex at all. But even if you're having sex 10 times or less a year in your marriage, therapists would consider that a sexless marriage, a very unhealthy marriage, and it needs to be corrected. You know how many couples I know sleeping in different bedrooms?
And you know why? That be on the man because men don't know. Men don't know how. Y'all just think y'all know about us. Y'all think of women like a child. You know, we observe kids and we tell kids what to do and we give kids rules and stuff. You know what I mean? But we don't know what they thinking. But that's how y'all are with women. Y'all observe us. Y'all feel like we should do this and we should dress like this and this how we should be and this is what going on. Blah blah blah. But y'all don't know what we be thinking. Y'all just feel like what y'all think we should be doing. And that's why a lot of y'all have bad luck with women because it's okay, you know, the internet stuff, the social stuff, but behind closed doors when you all alone with the woman, throw that shit away and just y'all two be in y'all world together and you figure that person out because you can't bring nothing outside inside your house when you got a woman, especially if you married to her, because
Hold
in
on,
real life.
but you see what Sugar Bun said? A lot
What?
of men cucumber game is weak. I said that earlier.
Yeah, that is part of it, but a lot of it, if you've been
How
together
many
for a
have you
long,
had
long,
that
long
you comparing?
time, you just naturally just start doing other stuff and forget about it. But if it's because he weak and don't got nothing going, you gotta work. If that's your husband, you need to figure out how to get that together. You need to work on it, or y'all need to figure out alternatives.
Hold on, I want to touch on that because what you just said was very significant, Pink.
Super chat.
Shout out to Issa again with the $10 super cap. He said, "This is for sour." This is for Sourbaum, who should be under our foot where a slore belongs oppressed.
No captivity.
The Sugar Ball, you need to send a super cap to match that right there. Send a super cap to match
Hey,
Issa.
Freezy, no
Yeah.
offense.
That's so funny.
But what you need to do is have her agitate me more. Because she agitated me, I'm just gonna keep donating to you. But listen, fuck it. Breakfast on me for the family.
Oh my gosh.
Hold on. I got another super cap. Hold on.
Super chat.
Shout out to Big Dave with the $2 super cap. He said 2023 and it's still always Jermaine's fault.
No captivity.
That's a fact though. But so you said so Pink, you said something significant. You said if a woman is having that type of problem, she should take an initiative to see what's the problem and try to make it better with her husband. How would you suggest a woman do that?
First, figure out what it is, because a woman can check out on you mentally and still be in the house with you, and you will think that y'all having it good and everything's great. Not even no arguing, they even acting normal and everything, but in her mind, she don't even go with your ass no more. Y'all ain't even together. So that could be a reason why. Or it could be you know, you got problems like, you know, sexual problems or ED or something like that. If it's like physical stuff with the male, then she should be figuring out what she can do with him that's satisfactory for both of them. You know what I mean? Like they need to figure out what they can do together to make it,
Pink, these floors ain't finna do that. Pink, you know they not finna do that. If it was a brother like that, they not finna do it. Now you talking about reality? I'ma need you to come back to reality with me,
I mean,
cause that's not
I
finna
know.
happen.
I'm talking about. I know in real life. I know in real life because I say to myself, in real life, you single, you trying to have some fun, so that's not gonna get it. But if you marry or if y'all on that track where he done said, I promise myself to you, we together, this gonna be a future together. If y'all in something like that, marriage or a relationship, then as the woman, bitch, you need to figure out what's going on, and y'all need to go in there and see what y'all can do. It's between y'all two. Nobody else ain't in there, so y'all should be getting something together in there. Shit,
I
you know
got
what I'm
one
saying?
more
So
thing. How
it
can we
should be
do
no
anything?
cheating.
She can just wake up. We can have the good sex, but she can just wake up one day and say, I'm unhappy and file for
But
divorce. And
you
there's
know
nothing
what?
we can do about it. There's
Guess
nothing
what?
we can do about it.
Guess what? If you would have want, if this is from a woman to men, if you were a woman and she say she ready to go and da 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 da, let her motherfucking go. Cause guess what?
Oh
She
yeah.
been gone. She just had the
Right.
strength to finally leave your motherfucking ass. If she finally say to your face that she tired of you and she finna leave, she been trying to gather up the strength probably for the last year to get away from your ass. So let her go and move on with your
So
life
Can
and
so
I?
just
Can I?
so
and just
so this is the
cut the
problem.
off.
Okay, go ahead.
You use a mug for the last year though.
But
You know
that's
what I'm
not
saying?
using. Y'all don't never
That
catch
is
on
using.
because
If you
y'all
don't want to
never
be
catch
with
on.
me, but you like, nah, I ain't gonna say it right now.
No, it's
I'm
just
gonna
that
wait.
y'all don't be catching on. Like women do shit. Women do shit in a subtle way, and we be thinking y'all catching on, but it's like we be doing insider shit, thinking that y'all catching the clues, and it's totally insider to
I
us. You know,
I ain't got time to
so
play Where's Waldo. I ain't got no time for
yeah.
that.
So
But
I ain't
I
got no
will
time.
give
That's why I
women.
walk away.
I will take a point away from women because we do that. We move in a way where
but
we
I'm gonna
feel
tell you
like y'all
something.
know
Here's
and
where
y'all
the
don't.
problem. Here's where the problem comes in. At we know women can abstain from sex longer than men. Women can go. We said that at the beginning of this podcast, Pink.
We
That
can go
women
the
can
rest
go.
of our life if we want to.
Women can
We ain't
go a
got to
long
never have
time
sex.
without sex.
Yeah.
Years, right? So if a woman, if a husband and a wife is in a sexless marriage, it's gonna hurt the man 10 times more than it hurt the
Oh, the
woman.
man is gonna be tripping. The woman is gonna be living her best life. She's
That's
gonna
a
be
fact.
No captivity.
So
and
hold
this,
But
on.
we incapable of love though. We
no,
incapable of
but
love if you let Tyra ball us
Right.
y'all
out.
gotta realize to a woman having a male companion in the house, that's an ideal situation. I don't care what no woman say, they can lie and act like it's not ideal. But and then to have y'all in the house and y'all don't want nothing going and we just chilling, man, that's the ideal situation. So that's why people end up in marriages like that or something, because to a woman, that's an ideal situation.
But I
You know
don't
what I
think
mean?
but I don't think a lot of women understand that. Like men need sex. We need it.
We don't understand how y'all need it. We just feel like, man, get the fuck out of here. What's wrong with
See
you? You know, because
and hold on. And therein line, hold on. You know what? We just got to a very important part of the show. Therein lies the problem. A big problem in these marriages, right? I'm telling y'all, 90% of these marriages, the problem is that what we talking about right now. Right?
that is true, because I've had that. I'm not even gonna act like that wasn't a problem with me as well, because you get into a situation where, like I say, to a woman, we don't think about like that, like the way y'all can just anything, the wind to blow and y'all will be ready to go. Like we can just really let's say, because I have two career paths. I'm a data analyst and then I teach part time at the vocational school. So to me, that's a fulfilling life. You know what I mean? Like I'm just doing my stuff and I'm doing my corporate stuff. I'm teaching people. You know, to me, that's great. I don't never have to do anything X-rated. You know, I'm having a great time, but my husband ain't having a great time because you know what I'm saying, because he's a man.
That's a
So with
point.
that being said, women
Did
can
y'all see
occupy
Freezy?
themselves.
Huh?
No,
Y'all
women
see
can occupy
Freezy?
themselves
That's
with
how
career
important
and
it is.
pets and kids and
The thought
not have a thought about
of
it.
it being taken away. That brother said, "We need sex." Did you see the earnesty in his voice? Did you see it? You know what I'm saying? Just the thought of not having it no more. Listen, I told my scholar, right? This is how important woman is. I said, bro, listen, we all know Hassan, well, not we all, but Hassan knows suicide is extremely haram, right? If I wake up and ain't no woman on the planet at all, I'm killing myself. And I'm going to God and say,
Oh
hey, bro,
my
it wasn't no
God.
reason for me to be down there. Straight up. It really wasn't no reason for me to be down there.
The
What the
same
fuck am
ones
I
you
down there
wasn't
for?
talking to. What if the only ones left was the ones you don't like, the ones you said you wasn't talking to? Then what you gonna do?
But listen, I'm gonna have to do. I'm a man. I adapt and I survive. I'm not one of them dudes that's gonna sit up here. No, I don't give a damn if they was the last woman on earth. I can't stand the American black woman. If they the last woman on earth, bitch, I might be looking like this while I'm hitting it. I don't even want to look at you. But I'm still gonna hit it. I'm still gonna hit it.
That's
See,
so
and that's the
funny.
thing. I think this is why I think this is my theory. I think a lot of men, their goal is to be faithful. A lot of men want to be faithful to their wives. But when you have dynamics like that, and a woman really doesn't have to have sex, but a man starts wondering, damn, when is we gonna have sex? We ain't had sex in about a month.
Yeah, and then y'all be like, and then I'm gonna put it like this: when we be in that rut, and then y'all be like, "Well, what's going on?" It to us, it seemed like y'all weird. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, why are you acting like
That's
you know
the
what I'm saying?
problem.
It's like, what, are you crazy? You don't have anything else to do? Because in my mind, you should have something else to do than think about sex. Like, don't you
But
have
no,
hobbies? You know
listen,
what I
listen.
mean?
We're married. We're married. The only person I'm supposed to be having sex with is you. Before
I know.
hold
I
on,
know.
let me finish. Before I got married, guess what? If you ain't want to have sex with me, guess what? I just call the next chick on my damn phone. It's okay, it's not a problem. But once I got married, now this sexual burden is on you. A lot of listen. A lot of women say they want to get married. A
We
lot
not
of
equipped
women
for
say they
that.
want that special day, but they
We
really
not
don't
equipped
want to be married. They really
because
don't
we
know what
not
it takes
equipped
to
for
be
that.
in a monogamous marriage, right? And just shout out to Edie Man Williams. He said that word monogamous in the chat. But yeah, what I'm saying is that Kevin Samuels. That's one thing I always agree with Kevin Samuels when he said, no matter what, before your man leave the house, make sure your man balls is drained, even if you don't feel like it. Yeah, because that will
listen,
prevent a lot of infidelity.
that is wild because y'all don't realize y'all is like, I don't know, it's hard to explain men to men because from a woman point of view, because y'all is not like what y'all think y'all are. Nobody don't want to be having sex with y'all all the time. Y'all
See
So
now,
let me get multiple wives
now I see
then.
why dudes don't want to get married. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When women talk like that, I'm telling you.
You don't nobody want to have sex with you all the time. Like, I like having sex with my husband, but damn, not all the fucking time. Like, I have shit to do. Like, I have my dog. I'd rather be walking my dog or buying clothes or doing some other activity. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit started getting into my
She
daily
said, I'd rather
routine.
be walking the dog.
What about, hold on,
Like, I
Pink,
would rather be with my dog.
What about at least 3 times a week? Is that too much?
That's outrageous. Now you
What?
That's outrageous.
No captivity.
That is crazy. That's outrageous.
Hey, listen. Hey,
That's
listen.
too much.
Man,
Hey,
I'm
listen.
telling you, bro.
Listen. Listen, Pink. I don't want no smoke. I don't want no smoke. Your husband to kill me. That brother's strong. I know he's strong.
He's strong. He
I
got
know
to be
he. I don't
strong.
want no. I apologize. Please don't send the strong man on me. Don't do it. Cause he just waiting. Like, you know what? I'm gonna fuck something up. I know
Man,
he. I don't want no smoke. He's strong.
he He a good dude, man. He a good dude.
He
Not
got to
3
be.
times is too much. Listen, let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
it's crazy.
Superman don't want no smoke with him. You know what I'm saying? Superman think Doomsday punch hard. Wait till he fight your husband.
Hold on.
Super chat.
Shout out to Big Dave, man. He said, 1, foreplay is key. 2, Pink just told on women. Yup.
No captivity.
Because I'm gonna tell
Play with
y'all
that
for
thing.
real, like 9 times out of 10, if you get in sex from your girl or whatever, she didn't really want to have sex. She just be like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna have sex with him so he can get away from me because I have other shit to do." Look, like we wanting to do other stuff. Like having sex with y'all is not a priority. Like when we be in the mood, you'll know because that's the y'all will feel like it's y'all lucky day. When you be having them lucky days, that's when we want y'all. Other than that, it's all courtesy because we really be having other shit going. We be trying to watch
So
Netflix. If you got a dog, we definitely trying to walk the dog and hang
if
out with our kids.
if that's the case, not to cut you off, if that's the case, then why get mad when bruh bust down little Tanisha goddamn on the side?
Because
That's what I'm saying.
why would you do that? Because we feel like if you took the time to marry us, like me, I feel like I am the fucking center of this person's universe. I don't give a fuck what's going on. The sun rise and shine with me every time I get up.
There go
Goddamn, this day
that
starts,
Disney
and
princess
it
shit.
don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
I am
and
the
it can't be.
fucking.
A
I am
woman
the
can't be the
lord
center of my
of this
universe.
domain. That's
Fellas,
what time it
Like,
is.
hold on.
So why
Fellas,
would you
fellas.
go out and be with somebody else when you could be with the queen of your castle?
he
You
tried.
bought the
He
castle
try
for the
no,
queen.
no.
Why would you go elsewhere?
Smitty is saying sexually. You don't want to have sex. You feel like it's a burden at time. But this man say,
It's too much. Like once
okay,
a month.
but
like,
listen.
That's all you need.
Okay, you're saying it's too much. But let's say he finds sexual pleasure. He doesn't bother you with sex, but he finds sexual pleasure from another woman. Would you have a problem with that?
Yeah, him and her gonna be together, and I'm gonna be in the house by myself.
See, bro, that is the most unfair shit. I come to
No,
my wife
hold on,
and I
Issa.
say I need you, baby.
Issa, I'm gonna
And
tell
you
you what
tell me no.
Issa, I'm gonna tell you what Issa, fellas, I'm gonna tell y'all what it boiled down to.
I'm gonna leave so fast, and then I'm
Listen.
gonna leave dirty too. I'm gonna leave the house all empty and shit. Take the child. I'm gonna disappear.
This is why I say walk away, bro. I'm sorry, Pete. I'm
Listen.
sorry, Pete. Listen, listen. You was getting back in good with me, Pete. I was seeing you. I'm
No
seeing the family
captivity.
resemblance and everything. And then you just turned. You just turned. You remember? Oh, don't be a menace. Sometimes I
Y'all
get a
be
little
doing
crazy.
y'all
You just
don't
turned.
realize how much y'all like to do it. Y'all is normal, but it's not. It's fucking abnormal. It's too much. Like y'all
So
don't
let that
pace
man have.
yourself.
Listen, you know what I hear in Brazil? You know what
It's
I
too
hear
much.
when I go to Iraq? You know what the women say? If they are like that, like they don't want to have sex like that, you know what they'll tell their husband? You need to get a second wife.
That's a fact.
Listen,
And listen,
if that
listen,
bitch
I
was
know
rich, she
American
can
women
move
can't
in
handle that.
here. I'm not. Let a rich
I know,
bitch come in
know.
here. She can come in.
I know. Listen, I know American women can't handle that. I'm already there. But I'm just saying, that woman in that other country gonna be like, hey, get you a second wife and hump on her. Cause
But Issa,
nah. You know what I'm saying?
Issa, you know what this is revealing
That's
though?
too much.
Well, I've been noted, but what this is revealing is what it should be revealing to everybody watching, right? The reason why women in other countries, in other cultures, I should say, would say, you know what, get another wife. I seen a short on YouTube where it was interviewing Oriental women, Asian women. They said they don't mind their husbands getting like escort services or you know, they don't mind as long as they know about it, they don't mind. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a transactional thing. The reason why women of certain cultures would say, hey, well, maybe it's good if you get another wife. Women of other cultures understand they should not be controlling their husband. They understand that, right? With Western women, what I'm growing to understand, what I'm gathering is they like control.
I don't want to control my husband. If you know what, I don't control every man I ever had except for my husband. I don't want no dude I can control because to me you just ain't shit. You just a weak ass punk and I can do whatever I want. And at some point I'm gonna
So,
get bored.
but you're
So I don't
saying
want to. I don't
if
want to
you,
control
but
no
hold on,
man.
you're saying if you don't, you're saying if you don't feel like having sex, you're not going to be having sex 3 times a week, right?
No,
you're not going to be doing that. Your husband wants sex damn near. Let's say your husband wants sex 2 times a day. But he's willing to accept you having sex with him 3 times a week, but you still don't want to do that. If he goes and sold his raw oats somewhere else and then comes back home to you, love you, provide for you and your family, treat you with respect, you saying you're still gonna have a problem with that. To me, that is that's a sense of control.
No, listen, I'm gonna keep it a buck because that's my purpose in life is to tell the truth. I ain't gonna go no motherfucking where because I'm his wife. So I'm gonna still be in my home and enjoying the comforts of my lifestyle. I'm not gonna go nowhere. But hell yeah, I'm gonna talk shit. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be doing all this kind of stuff. But I'm not gonna leave out of my house. It ain't nothing my husband can do to make me leave out this damn house. Except for come
did
back
y'all hear what she
with
said?
another kid or something like that. Like if he go out and come back with another child or whatever, I'm gonna dip out. But I ain't gonna leave out my house. The life I live, I'll be a goddamn fool to leave out my damn house because he fucking some random bitch. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna leave my house. But at the same time, you know, he also ain't gonna go out there and fuck nobody else. He's not gonna do that. So I
Sour
mean, that's
Bomb
where we
said,
at.
"My body, my choice." Okay, that's cool.
It's not
My
even
wallet,
that.
my
It's just
choice
that
too.
he just
Listen,
ain't
my
like
wallet,
that.
my
Like
choice.
he not the kind of
My
dude
wallet, my
that's gonna be.
choice.
Hold on, let
He
Issa
not
say
like that.
let Issa say what he was about to say. Say it again, Issa.
No, I'm saying Sour Bombs said, "My body, my choice." So I said, "My wallet, my choice. My protection, my choice." You know what I'm saying? That's what they hit you with. Pink, that's what they
And
hit
you
us
know
with.
what?
My body,
With
my
the
choice. Okay, that's fine. We gonna go ahead and agree with it. That's right. That's right.
she
My
right
wallet,
though,
my
but at the
choice.
same time, you can't. I don't know. This is how I feel about the whole thing. Some men, a man is a man. Like I said, I don't control nothing my husband do. I don't have no control over him. So he chooses to be in here, you know, with me or whatever. I can't make him be in here with me. I can't, I can't make him do a motherfucking thing. He want to be in here. So with that being said, he like that goddamn shit. So he can leave at any time. So with that being said, men stay with their wife whether it's sex going on or not. That's where the hell they want to be at. They don't want to be nowhere else. That's
I
where they want
think
to be.
that if a man that's not prone to cheat, but he just can't take it no more, but he ends up cheating because his wife isn't giving him any sex, and then she leaves him. I think later on down the line, she's going to reevaluate that whole situation and say, I get it. I understand. Like it's to me, women are, have you ever heard this term before? Women always coin this term financial abuse. We've heard women say that men commit financial abuse on women.
They do.
I'm gonna tell you, in this incident, this is sexual abuse to their men. Because men that control finances, right? If a man is threatening a woman on taking finances away, women will say that's financial abuse. But we know women control sex. It's not like your man is going to hit you across the head and grape his own wife. If you're withholding sex from your man, why wouldn't that be considered sexual abuse?
That's actually a thing, Fred. It's called withholding sex, and that's actually like a thing that
is that sexual abuse?
That's an actual. Yeah, they don't call it that. It's called withholding sex. But you're right. That is like an abusive.
It's the same thing.
It is. It's an abusive behavior. I mean, I'm not doing it maliciously. Like I'm not saying, oh, I'm not gonna have sex with you. You know what I mean? I just, God damn it, I got shit going and I don't want to do it. I'm busy.
And that's cool. And that's cool. He got shit going too when he busting out the little chick from the Texas coast.
I mean, he can't. You know what? I'm at the point now, and I feel like more women need to get this attitude. I don't give a damn about that shit. Like I say, it's 2023. If he go out there and let's say he find him a stripper hoe or he get a sneaky leak or whatever, that's none of my motherfucking business. As long as I can get in this gate and get in this goddamn place and live here and take my trips and live my life and buy my dog clothes and shit and have a good time, I'm straight. When my lifestyle start changing, then my attitude will start changing. About what he's doing. But for now, to be honest with you, I don't even know if my husband cheated on me. I don't know. I don't know what the hell he's doing because my life isn't changing. I'm not checking up on him or doing anything. I don't know. I don't care. But, as long as my life is not affected by that shit. But I'm not gonna be bouncing off with dicks all fucking day. I have shit to do. So if other people want to do that shit for free,
Basically, it costs to
that's
be the
on him.
boss. All right, I got you.
Yeah, that's all. It paid a cost to be the boss. Like if he was a regular ass dude or a fuck ass dude and he tried to cheat on me or whatever, I'm gonna embarrass his ass. I'm gonna fuck his daddy and son his motherfucking ass and be his mama. So with that said,
You disrespectful.
yeah, but see he done paid the membership price and now I'm gonna act like a person. So
hold on one second. Shout out to Issa again with the $5 super cat. He said, this is for Ada Mija. Shout out to Ada
it's
Mija
the chick
and
in the
Issa.
super chat.
Huh?
She said she didn't give no pushback. She just said valid. My wallet, my choice.
Oh, that's what she said. Oh, okay. Shout out to Ada Mija.
In real life, that's what time it is. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, take it off the internet, all that shit. Take all this shit off. In real life, if your man ain't taking care of you, or if you having some kind of struggles when y'all go home, or y'all stomach grumbling because y'all ain't got meat in the refrigerator, y'all drinking water and all that shit. If any kind of craziness go off in the relationship, like the man trying to be slick or the lady being slick, that shit gonna end. It's gonna be a fight. Everybody gonna be tussling. But if he paying the cost to be the boss, he gonna be able to move how he want to move, and it's gonna be peace in his household. So I mean, when it come, it's levels to that shit. When it come to
So if a man is paying the cost to be the boss, he should get sex when he want it.
I mean, he's still gonna be in the same. Listen, just because you got money don't mean you gonna get more sex. It just means you can go do whatever you. It
can't win. Either man. Either man, you can't win. Either lawyer. What you gotta say? Either lawyer. Go ahead, because I know you bubbling there. Either lawyer.
If you choose to it just mean if you choose to partake outside the home, your household ain't gonna be disturbed. The only time you see people in their household is having a problem. That man can't sustain that household and do whatever the hell it is he's doing on the side.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna end up happening. The wife that's not having sex with her husband, the guy that's making a considerable amount of money, right? This is what usually happens. She's not having sex with him. When he goes out and cheats, or not say cheat, let's just say not cheat. Let's just say he even letting her know, hey, I'm going on a vacation or I'm going to another woman's house. Y'all rich, right? What usually happens is that woman, the wife that was initially not having sex with her husband, guess what she gonna do? She gonna start having sex with the pool boy.
I don't think so. You know what? I think people having.
When she could have had sex with her damn husband.
I don't think so.
Man, tell me I'm wrong.
Let me tell you what's
I think that if your husband is providing you the food, like I'm gonna keep it a buck. It's rules to that shit. Like, and a bunch of women gonna get mad or whatever. But when you in a situation and your husband, your boss, and he is providing y'all a lifestyle, you can't be doing no shit like that. You can't go out fucking the pool man and all that kind of shit like that. He literally your boss. So you have to sit your ass down somewhere because he out doing this and doing that. But women just can't do that on their end because unless you fucking his boss, somebody richer than him, then I don't understand why you would be messing with.
That's the only stipulation.
But
Yeah,
no,
like
that's
it's
not what
rules to the
happened
game.
now.
You
Hold
can't
on.
just be
Let,
out there doing all kind of shit.
I'm
let
gonna
me tell you.
let either lawyer get in there. Go ahead, either lawyer.
Let me tell y'all the truth. When she found out you fucking that bitch from Texaco, you know what she do? Start sucking your dick from the back. That bitch start throwing that shit back. Listen, she show up.
Cap-tivity.
Listen, she like, you know what? If she know that it's competition, you know what she do? She don't be tired no more. She want to fuck now. Like I'm telling you, like it's
I feel like
crazy.
that's another side effect. He not wrong. That's another side effect. That's not so. I mean, the man wins in both scenarios because if the wife leave, then you know that's a bill that he done cut off, and the side chick usually a cheaper bitch that'll take less, you know, to take care of her. If the wife stay, then she gonna, like he says, she gonna up her game, and they might even have more adventure in the house because you know it's something going. So either way, the man comes out on top. But as a woman who particularly not into sex like that, and that's in that same situation y'all talking about, my husband, I like I said, to me he not cheating. If he is, then good for him. I don't know anything about it, and it's not affecting my goddamn life.
No, we ain't saying your husband cheating. We ain't saying that.
No,
We
no,
ain't
I'm
saying
just
that.
saying. I'm not putting myself in. I'm just saying, like,
This
as
all
a
I'm saying,
scenario.
P. Why do it gotta come down to all that? Why the dude gotta go bust down this young chick, make you jealous?
He don't. He
All
don't.
that stuff.
He don't. We just talking crazy because we on the internet. But in real life,
No, I'm not talking about
that's
you.
not like that.
No, I'm not talking about you. But why do a dude gotta go and do all this other stuff to make you act right? To do what you supposed to been doing from the get go.
I mean,
That.
he really don't, because it's just not. Y'all just don't understand how much y'all like sex. See, y'all is normal, but it's not. It's a lie, and it's a lie. And women really be putting up with y'all because they want to keep the peace in the house, and they want y'all to be. You know, we do a lot of on our end
We
with
really
that.
acting like women don't like sex, man.
We do, but not like
Y'all
that.
love it.
Shit.
Y'all look. Did you see? Did you
Y'all
see
can
Joe Smith
y'all
wife? She
can
getting bust
go.
down by the midget now.
Man, the
Now,
wind can blow and y'all can be ready at attention. Y'all can go outside and watch a bird fly, and now y'all gotta go back in the
Hey,
house
but
and
check
get
this out.
done.
I'm gonna tell you how it's different. A man can only have, like, I'm saying, even if he is up there, what you gonna have? You gonna bust what, 2, 3 nuts and be done? You might. Some
Yeah,
man
but
might be
y'all
able
want
to
to do
extend
that
it
every
to
other
5, 6.
hour.
A
Y'all be
woman,
ready
a
to do it
woman,
all day.
a woman will have 30 something orgasms. You understand me?
I
That
think
we.
I think you I think you're taking it out of context though, bro. Women do want to have sex, but they want to have sex on their time. They don't want to have
Yeah,
sex
that
on ours.
basically that's what
So
it
it's not
is.
that
It's
they
like
don't
when
want
y'all
to have
want to
sex.
do it, we don't want to do it. That's
Oh,
what it is.
they
It's
want
more
What if they
like
listen,
time?
and it
What if
goes
they
back to what
time is
Freezy say:
once a
the
month?
control, the power, and the control.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. No, let's be honest. If she only want to have sex one time a month, she really don't want to have sex with you. Let's call it a bean. Like if your girl truthfully is like, man, I only want to fuck you once a month, she don't want to fuck you.
that's not true. It get like that. Like when you first be in your relationship, it's gonna be
Nah, hey, I
regular.
gotta agree with E on that one. Hey, I gotta agree with E on that one.
It's not like that's not true. That's not
So
true.
so
It's just
E
that
should a
that's
woman
just not
should
important to some people. That shit just not
but
important.
E should that same woman get upset if he say, okay, I know a woman that do want to fuck me.
I actually don't think women have a problem with men sleep with other women. They have a problem when it's the lies that comes with it. Like,
Shit, you a damn lie,
no,
either
no,
lawyer.
No, he right, friend.
I'm
He
Man,
telling
they
right.
you,
gon'
He
they gonna
right.
go crazy.
He
no, they
right
not. Like,
because you don't want to be dealing with. It's more like if you keep it 100 and be like, and it is what it is. We'll go for it 9 times out of 10. You know what I'm saying? But if it's lying and cheating and and then it's more about the other lady making a fool out of you, especially if you married.
I think truthfully and honestly, like if a dude, this is just me, right? If a dude came to his wife and said, "Man, I just got to have sex more, and I can't get it from you," I gotta get it from somewhere else. Like I got my lawyer to draw this NDA for this hoe at Texaco, and this ain't gonna bother. Like you just got me depressed. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy, but man, I'm gonna get this hoe. Like you ain't gonna find about it. If she said she get to talking, we buying the Texaco. That bitch ain't gonna have no job. We taking her dog. We taking her apartment. We taking her little beetle. Like I think if men did it more professional and they didn't try to lie, I think more women would be going for it. Now, it's some women that's just crazy. They ain't gonna be down for it. But if she knew that they couldn't that the backlash that crazy bitch getting on the internet and talking about she's sleeping with your man, embarrassing you in front of your friends and your family and stuff. That's kind
what
of
it
stuff
is.
like.
Okay, but okay, listen. So now what I want us to do is come back to the real world, right? So now, do what I want to say. So it's a lot of women, eat a lawyer. If you even try them like that with a proposition, man, they gonna, bitch. I know you ain't just try me like that.
This is what you see, Freezy. Let me put you on game, Freezy. See, you never say you want to sleep with another woman. You just like, man, I need sex, 5 times a week, and you at 1 time a week. Hey, babe, what we gonna do about these other 4 times? We gotta find a solution. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be like adults, and we gotta solve the problem. And then you know what she gonna do? She's like, well, I ain't gonna do it for you. I was like, cool. That means we got to find somebody. Listen, you got like, we got to find somebody else to do it. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but I think that women are willing to have a conversation. Niggas is just scared to have a conversation. It's two things.
I'm not gonna act like he lying. He not lying.
It's two things coming out
you
of this
can't come in
conversation.
like that though.
You listen, this is 2 things. Either your wife about to start fucking you 5 times a week, or she gonna agree to something else. She's not gonna, like, if she truly love you, she ain't gonna put you in a situation that you suffering in the marriage. Most women don't want to see their men suffer.
I don't know.
You
like
a damn
with
lie.
No Cap-tivity.
Man, these motherfuckers don't give a damn.
Hey, E-Man. Hey, E-Man.
No.
Come on, dog. Come on, dog.
Have you ever had this conversation with a woman? If you ain't had no conversation like this with a woman, you can't tell me I'm lying.
I'm gonna say that what he's saying ain't too far off. He just saying it all
Ain't you from
corny.
Chicago?
Pete, you know that man capping. Come on now.
No, I'm gonna put it
E-Man,
like
ain't you from Chicago?
I'm from Georgia.
You from Georgia? Oh, okay then, bro. Listen, bro. I don't know how they do it in Georgia, bro. But bro, no, bro. I can't agree with that, bro. Like, even if it's a front, and I'm not lying, it could be a front that they doing. It could be. But the majority of the women, bro, if they really, really heads over heels over you, bro, it could go one or two ways. Because she heads over heels over you, she might do it. But because she heads over heels over you, she might blow the fuck up.
No, but she had 2
that's
options.
what I'm saying. What he's saying ain't too far off because depending on, I'm gonna put it like this on lifestyle. If you all at certain levels of life, hell yeah, she finna pop off immediately when you try that shit. Like y'all gonna be in danger and everything. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all lifestyle a little bit more elevated, then things will get a little bit more, cooperative or what have you. But if y'all regular, that shit finna be a
Oh, so you
fight
said.
and everything.
So what you're saying is, if Shaq be like, "Hey, I want a threesome," she gonna be like,
It's
"All right,
not a
Shaq
threesome.
Daddy." You know what I'm
That's
saying?
different.
But if the
But hold
regular man say
She
that
might
shit,
not do it, but she might not say nothing if he go out there and do it with other people. You know what I'm saying?
that you know why? Because she ain't got no
listen.
choice.
No, listen. No, I think what y'all missing is I never said a threesome. I ain't say no freaky stuff that she got to be involved in this too. That's not what I
Or
said.
just with another woman. Just going
He
out with
just
another woman.
means somebody else. Period. Like if she not gonna do it, somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, a lot of the women ain't gonna go for, like,
Man, women ain't going for that
a lot of the
shit,
women
man.
I know ain't going for that. Now,
They
some
ain't
women
going for that.
overseas that I've met will go for that.
I don't think
Listen,
overseas girls
it's
would
all
go for it.
Pink is saying something
It
that
depends
y'all
on where
guys are
you at.
missing. Listen. Pink is saying something that y'all missing. If you got your girl eating ramen noodles and hot dogs and sandwiches, she ain't going for it. Listen, she is not
Exactly.
going for it. But if you're in a situation that you know she ain't working, you know you taking care of the bill, she kind of call her own shot, and you tell her, hey, check this out. You know we got that trip to Paris next week that we going. You know what I'm saying? But I got some stuff that's important that we need to talk about before we go to Paris. See, like it's just a different energy.
Listen, if that's the case,
Yeah.
why are so many millionaires? Why have so many millionaires, professional basketball players, professional golfers, professional NFL players, CEOs of companies have suffered divorce because they got caught cheating?
No,
Because
that's
they was
not why. No,
disrespectful with it. They was
no,
disrespectful.
No,
stop it.
that's
Them
the
niggas
reason for
been
them to
cheating.
divorce them so they can get that money. That's what that is.
No. Let's tell the truth. These niggas been cheating for 20 years in these
Yeah,
damn
they was
marriages. Well, let me
disrespecting the
tell you what.
person to the point where they couldn't
Let
take
me
it no more.
let me tell you
Tiger
why.
Woods'
I'm
wife
not,
bust out his damn window.
no, let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you this is what it is. Why is usually the embarrassment, and that dude don't want her no more. He don't want her no more. When you see these dudes, like when we saw the richest man write a check for what was it, like something $1 billion, he did not want that woman no more. That's why he wrote the
I
check.
remember that.
I
He
think
didn't
Tiger
want
Woods. I think Tiger Woods wanted his wife.
No,
He
he did
just
not. Tiger Woods went on record talking about he wanted. He had 40 women on the side. He didn't want his wife. Like we see now we being dishonest, right?
well.
A difference. Hold on. It is a difference between you trying to satisfy your niche and you are all out hoe out there fucking everything. Like that's two different things. You talk about
That is
two
true.
totally
I
different
agree.
things.
But no, it's on
Tiger was
record.
out there. He just didn't
It's
have a mistress. He had
it's
a roster.
but it's on record
Football
that
roster.
he was trying to reconcile with her.
I mean, trying to save some money.
I think
He
it's
had a
because of how much
62-man
money he
football
had to
roster.
pay her.
But no, the point I'm trying to make is it still goes against y'all point that just if you got money and a woman is well taken care of, she won't push the divorce button.
No. So I think
No,
it was
she'll
the
let you.
embarrassment. The whole
No,
point that
not.
we're saying is she was embarrassed.
Yeah.
If we really talk about what happened with Tiger Woods' wife, like this was all on national news. Like women don't like being embarrassed, bro. Like let's just keep. Like, I think that she knew, but it was a secret, so she didn't have a problem with it. She started having a problem with it when it hit national news. When these women start coming out, talking about they've been with Tiger.
But it ain't hit national news till she went crazy.
No, that's when he cheated.
No,
Isn't that when
no.
he?
It was on
Yeah.
national news already.
So when
And
she
then
was
she went
when
nuts.
she was beating out his windows in his car, that was because it was national news that he was out there cheating. It wasn't because he
So
was
it
cheating.
was already national news before she beat out his window and everything.
No, it was national
it was
news
bad.
with like
I don't
10
remember
of the
that.
women.
Because
And
he was
then
seen
it
like
was
with
like
so many
5
other
more.
bitches.
And then like another 6 more. And then like another 2, 3 more. When she did that, it was only like 10 to 15 women. But then after she wowed out on him, the full roster came out. And everybody was surprised. We was like, damn, we ain't no Tiger had hoes like that. He
Yeah.
came out as a square. You know what I'm
Plus, he
saying?
was an
Like,
alcoholic and everything. Like he was off the chain. He was doing a lot
Okay,
of stuff.
so
but you
what
know,
about Michael Jordan? What about Jeff Bezos?
Well,
Michael Jordan cheated
Jeff
on his
Bezos ain't
wife.
want his wife no more.
hey,
Michael
Okay,
hey,
what
Jordan
about
listen,
Michael
cheated on his
Jordan?
wife.
I
He
gotta
cheated.
tell the women this. You can't get I'm sorry. It's just when your husband is known unequivocally as the GOAT. You know what I'm saying? We all men on this panel, but none of us is known as the GOAT in whatever we do. We not
I
known
am.
nationally as the GOAT.
I am. I
That
don't know what
man,
you talking about. I'm the
that
golden
man is
salesman.
known
I'm telling
nationally
you.
as the GOAT. When you see the nigga, you go by. That's what you do. You don't say hi. You go by. You know what I'm saying? So like She should have known, man. Like, I'm just sorry, man. Like, and I know it seems like a double standard, and in ways it is. But that's Michael Jordan, man. You know he got what he gone all the time. All the time. He in the finals every year. He
Right.
gone all the time. You telling me you ain't know he
see
had women?
the part that you're
But
not talking
the
about.
hold on, E. The point I was trying to make is money don't keep women.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay.
No,
That's
what
what
we
I thought y'all
saying
was saying.
is what we saying is the like if these scenarios with the cheating and stuff is more than likely not to disturb your household. Like it's not gonna be arguments
But
in your
what we
house.
saying
Your
is
wife's not
it
gonna be
did. It
slashing your
disturbed Michael
tires and shit
Jordan's
like that.
household. It disturbed a lot of these rich dudes' household.
But
Because they
Freezy,
went too
I think
far. Michael
no, it
Jordan
isn't.
cheated
See,
on his
listen,
wife bold
you
facedly.
can't Freezy, you can't tell me that Michael Jordan was a Q and his woman thought that he was gonna be faithful. It's like certain things she knew getting with this man who he was.
But E, you know as well as I do, women will convince themselves that they are the special one, they are the only one. They do
He was
they do
special.
shit like that.
But we are. That's what
She
y'all
was
tell
special.
us
She married.
until
She
we
married.
No,
He
find
I
married
see.
her.
I
out.
don't tell y'all that. I
He
tell any
married her.
woman, listen,
Hold
first in
on.
my life is
You
God.
don't think,
That's
you
first.
don't. I got you, but y'all don't think that Michael Jordan's wife was special? That out of all the women that he could have married, he married
No,
her.
but what I'm saying is women like to think of themselves and they brainwash themselves into thinking I'm the only one. My husband is not cheating on me. My husband loves me. My husband loves my family. He wouldn't do that to
But they
me.
don't think that.
But
They
why
don't
would
think
she
that.
have to bring? But see, that goes back to where I say how I feel like men's is just, in general trash. Because if you with a woman and y'all married, she's supposed to damn think that. Why would she be thinking
Right, but
otherwise? She's supposed.
it's like
That's what she's
You
supposed to
it's
can't be
like
think.
the
the
center of
famous
my
saying.
universe, though.
This is how women work. What you don't know won't hurt you. Women will tell you quick. Just don't let me find out about it.
But that's true though, and I just said that. I said that about my own household. I wouldn't give a damn what was going on as long as that shit don't interrupt my lifestyle. That's what make rich people get divorced. It's not that the person was cheating. If their lifestyle was interrupted in some way, either their peace was interrupted by the other woman trying to include herself and be too present, or the man was taking money out the house and her levels dropped. Something about her lifestyle changed where she couldn't be no longer putting up with that shit. It started being embarrassing. You know what I mean? So she had to leave.
I got some questions for the dudes, right? I want to see if the dudes are honest, right? Because I hear all this cap tonight. So let me ask you a question, right? If you couldn't please your wife, or you in the situation that you had ED, or for some reason that you couldn't please her, would you have a problem her fulfilling her sexual needs?
Hell
I'm gonna
to
tell
the
you what I
yeah.
do. No. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. Right? I would release her.
Oh, this
I
nigga.
would listen. No, listen. I would release her
That's a great answer.
That's a
because
But what
horrible
if she want to
answer.
stay with you
listen. But
though?
I want to explain my answer because as a Muslim, that's part of my duty. Okay, it is plain and simple. It's part of my duty to please my wife. That's one of my responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? And if I cannot fulfill my responsibility and I put that pressure on her and she can't handle it and she go out and she commit adultery, that's on me for putting her in that situation.
But Issa, I'm gonna tell you like this. Why that's a great answer. If she refuses and she says no, I'm going to stay loyal to my husband. If I can't have sex for the rest of my life, I just won't. Or if we can find other ways for me to get off, right? If she agrees to that, she's just proving her loyalty again to you.
But see,
If she
this
did
is the
that, I'm
problem.
gonna give her the world. If I had ED and she did that and was true to that, I'm
But
gonna give
that's
her
the
the world
problem I
because
have.
she sacrificed for me.
This
That's
is
right.
the biggest. This is the biggest problem that I have. I hear dudes say, "If I'm not being fulfilled sexually, I should have the right to go out. I should do this. I should do this. And then if I just change the genders and ask that exact same question, y'all say, I should divorce her. And then these same dudes, and I'm not talking about y'all, will be in these spaces talking about women shouldn't divorce men. They should stay with them regardless of what's going on, regardless if he cheat or this, that, and the third. It's like one of those things that's so hypocritical to me. Like, I believe, like, if you gonna stand on, you should be able to be pleased. You should stand on that. She should be able to be pleased too.
Well, no, because we have to understand realistically, whether you like it or not, it is a double standard, right? Men look at women different than men are very, when it comes to their woman, they're very possessive. We are our woman's protector, right? When we get married, the husband plays a certain role and the wife plays a certain role. Women become our possession, right? So it's just not as easy as me saying, yeah, I'll let another nigga dick you down. We don't know.
It's different. It's conquering. Sex is conquering.
Exactly.
So it's it's totally different.
Well, you
And
should
I
be
know it's a double
monogamous, sir.
standard.
Listen,
I
get
just
what
want to
you're
admit
saying.
it.
Well, you
I
should
just
be
want to admit it off the
monogamous.
bat.
Listen, if you feel that regardless if you can fulfill your wife or not, she should be monogamous. That it should be vice versa. Regardless if your wife can
See, no,
fulfill you sexually,
but this is why it's
you
not.
should be monogamous. Like
No,
it's
no, 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 no.
common
This
sense.
is why it's not. I understand your point. I understand your free thinking. Okay, I understand it. But in the culture and the society that I belong to, and don't let me ever get this wrong. I want nobody on this panel or anyone anywhere to think that I'm saying I am the perfect Muslim. No. I hope to be the perfect Muslim. I hope to be a believer. I'm a Muslim. I submit to God. I am not a believer yet. You know what I'm saying? There's levels to it. You know what I mean? But in my situation, I cannot allow my wife to be conquered in such a way and then come back to me. I said, when you put the shoe on the other foot, it's the same for me. If she can't please me and I'm thinking about going out and committing adultery, I have to end it. I have to. Because no matter what my pride, listen, let me tell you something. No
I'm
matter
listening.
what my no matter what my pride or whatever tells me, I would have to let her go because I'm in even more trouble if I commit adultery. From my own moral standards,
But
I'm in
hold on,
even more
Issa. Let me
trouble.
tell E this. Let me tell E this. Another reason why that's an unfair question, because we know it's a reason why throughout history, men have been allowed to have more than one wife and women haven't been allowed to have more than one husband. It's a reason for that.
That's not true. Every woman of statue have had more than, like, go to the Greeks. Do you think these queens
Are
only
we
had
really
their
using the
husbands?
Greeks?
Hold on, no, listen. The reason I have a problem, hold on, I don't know too much about Muslims, so I ain't gonna speak on that. But I know in the Bible it don't say you can leave your wife if y'all ain't having sex. I know in the so
Wait,
when you
hold on,
start,
E. Before you
hold
launch
on.
into that, you don't know that because I'm sorry to break it to you. No, hold on. I'm sorry to
Not
break it to
about
you, E.
Muslim. I'm talking about Bible, not the Quran.
I know. But this is what I want to say. When you deal with the Hebraic faith, which is Judaism, Hebrewism, whatever you want to call it, Yahwehism, whatever you want to call it, the path that Christ followed, their laws are very, very, very similar to Islamic laws. Hold on, let me tell you this. It's
You're talking
similar to
about
the
Jew
fact
laws
where,
that have
listen,
nothing to do with the Bible. The Jew law says that you don't supposed to eat pork. That have nothing to do with the Bible.
well, what you
No,
mean? It has
I
not, that's the
disagree. I disagree.
that's
Yes,
the
it does.
That's
listen.
the
Let
that's
me
y'all
let me just
talking
say
about
this.
Old Testament, New Testament stuff.
Right. We talking about the Hebrews, okay? I'm not talking about the every average day Christian
You're talking
because
about
a
the
true
Jews.
right,
You're
but
talking
no,
about the Jews,
not
not the
just Jew.
Hebrews.
No,
He's
listen.
talking about like them
Jews.
Hebrew Israelite
I
dudes.
just no. I just want to understand. I just want to make this clear so everybody don't get confused. I'm knowledgeable about certain subjects. And what I'm saying is, don't confuse Jews with the Israelites, okay? The Jews are one tribe. They call themselves Jews from Judah when the kingdom split, okay? That's why they shouldn't even call the state of Israel Israel, because it's not all 12 tribes. It's only one. But that's beside the point. What I'm saying
Can
is,
you tell me in the Bible?
in that line of thought, their law is very, very similar to Muslims' law. That is the
Well,
reason why a
I get
Hebrew, a
the
true
law.
Hebrew,
I'm not. Hold on, because you keep trying to talk. I understand the law of people, but when I talk about where do God tells you can leave your wife because you're not having sex, I will wait.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
in
I
the
will tell
Bible,
you.
because we're talking about the Bible, and I feel like I gotta get in here, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the Bible, if a man commits himself to his wife, right, except for fornication, does the Bible permit you to leave your wife or your wife? You know, now there also Paul also said in Romans that if a husband and a wife come together and make an agreement that, hey, this is just not going to work out, they can both separate. But at the same time, there's still a stipulation. She can't have sex with anybody until her husband dies, and
They're still
he
married.
right.
Exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about.
No.
It's
But E,
they're
what I'm
still
saying, I'm just
married.
trying to bring clarity to it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, E, what I'm saying. But the point I'm trying to make is that still does not negate the fact that that's sexual abuse if a woman behaves herself like that in a marriage.
I agree. Listen, we're not disagreeing with that. When I hear people say that I will release this woman because we're not having sex, or I'll release this woman, it's just not biblical. I can say that it's part of your culture. I'm cool with that. But biblically, it doesn't say that you can
Okay,
do that.
but biblically, that man could grab another wife.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that
Okay.
point.
Oh, well, we fine then. As long as that's okay, that man can grab another wife like that Bible says, we fine then.
No,
No,
but
but
But the
listen,
Bible, but the Bible
you're going away.
also say that men is the provider and that the man take care of the house. And then even if he do
Yeah,
add on another wife, it's
he
unlawful
got to
for him
provide
to
for
add
her.
the wife if he can't feed her. So
that's a
the
No,
fact.
man,
see,
in the
Yeah,
Bible, the man is the number
we,
one income
it's the
for
same
every
in the
goddamn
Quran.
body in the whole
but listen,
house.
Am I
we
lying,
got
Hassan?
we got to go back to
Marry
my
one,
original point.
two,
Hold on,
three, or four women. But if you cannot
we're
take
getting
care of
away.
them, then only marry one.
No,
Yeah, you can only marry as many as you can
hold on.
take
We
care
getting
of.
away from my original point, right? You can't please your wife, right? And your wife says, "Hey, man, you can't please me." You said you will release her because you cannot please her, correct?
I would release her, because if she's gonna go out there and commit adultery, the covenant's already broken.
So basically, hold on. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, right? So you saying just because there's a possibility that she's going to commit adultery, you can release her based off your faith.
If Yeah, I would release her. Yeah. Cause listen, let me tell you something. Okay. If I stay with this woman, right, even though she couldn't please me, right, and I go out and I start dabbling in what we call the dunya, the world, and I start messing with a whole bunch of women, fornicating, adultery,
But no, listen. We're not
my
arguing that
ass
you
is
can't
grass.
leave her if she fornicated. We're not arguing that you can't leave her if she was an adulterer. That's not the point. You said just because I believe that she might do it one day, I could leave her.
No. You misheard me. I didn't say just because I believe she might do it one day. No. But if it's pushing her to go out there to do it, I would much rather take the divorce and you can go get married to somebody that can please you rather than you go out there and commit adultery. And then listen, just say me as a man, right? say if I tried to live with that, right? If I tried to live with that, right? And she do her thing, I let her come back home. That could cause other explosiveness.
But
That
see,
could cause something else.
this is the problem with what you're saying. If you divorce her, I'm sad to tell you this, buddy. It's still adultery. It's
Not in
still adultery.
Islam. In
It do
Islam,
say that in the Bible that if you get divorced and then you mess around or whatever, that's still considered adultery until the other person died. Because you're not supposed to remarry or nothing. If you take it serious, if you religious,
that's the Hebrew law. That's the Hebrew
if
law.
you're religious.
But in the Islamic law, I'm not gonna do that. I would if I couldn't please her, I'm gonna exhaust every resource that I can to try to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing. That's the first level. You know what I'm saying? Because there's other ways to please a woman other than just, you know what I'm saying, regular, you know what I'm saying, sex. You know what I mean? So you
I
have to
got it.
exhaust
But
through everything.
what is a reason in Islamic law that you can leave your wife?
Adultery and obligations not being fulfilled. So like
Obligation.
she could
Help me
leave,
understand the
yeah.
obligations.
Like I had explained them, what sex is an obligation. You know what I'm saying? In Islam, sex, and that's on both sides. It's not just the
Really?
woman. I'm not just saying, oh, the woman, she has to have sex with me. It's on both sides. It's an
It's actually
obligation
the
on both
same thing
sides.
with the Bible too.
Hold
It's
on, no,
You know
no,
what I'm
no,
saying
no.
saying?
Hold on. Be careful, Freezy.
Are
Hassan.
you
So,
sure it's
hold on.
obligated? That seemed like strong
it
verbiage.
is.
Hold
Obligated to have sex?
Yeah.
Hold on
Yeah,
one
but
second.
and I'm obligated to have sex
Hassan gonna
with
tell us
you
the truth.
because you my
Hassan,
wife.
in Islamic law, can you leave them if obligations is not being fulfilled?
Yeah. It's like I said, if you're not doing, you can't perform. If it doesn't have to be perform. If you guys not getting along, like it's just not working out for whatever
Hey,
reason, you tried
hey,
everything
hey,
there is.
hey, bump the bull. I got the law books right here. I can pull
Listen,
out the
hold
law for
on.
you right here if you want me to.
I got you. Listen, because I have seen in Islamic faith, if you're not getting fulfillment from your wife, they just go get another wife, typically, right? But you saying today, Islamic faith is a big supporter of divorce if you're
It's
not
not a
being.
supporter. It's
It allows it.
because it says that divorce is the only halal, which means like kosher, lawful. Divorce is the only halal thing that God hates. It's the only thing that he made that you can do it, but he doesn't like it.
I
So
think I
you said
understand what E is saying. Like that's new to me too. Like I didn't know in Islam where you could actually just because you and your wife aren't getting along, y'all can that's permitted. You can just divorce. I didn't know that.
No, but
Yeah,
if the
because like, look,
situation
right?
That's not the case with the Bible though. That's not the case. So.
Yeah, I understand that. You know what I'm saying? But like, you have to understand that, like I said, like I wanted to tell E, like Hebrews and Jews, they will come pray in the masjid. Believe it or not,
They
they will
will.
not enter a church to pray.
You say they will do what now?
They will enter a mosque. A
Oh.
Jew will enter a mosque to pray because even though we're different, they still acknowledge us as a monotheistic faith. You know what I'm saying? But a Jew will not go. It is forbidden for them to go into a church and pray
Really?
because it's regarded as idolatry.
Hmm.
let me look this up because I've seen some Jews
Oh,
go
you
they
mean
have
like
their own
because of
church.
all of the Christian idols and stuff?
There and worshiping Christ, worshiping anything in creation, the same as in Judaism, is the same in Islam. That is a vile sin. It's called shirk, which means
So,
associating partners with God. You know how
so hold
God
on,
say in the Bible,
hold on
I'm a
before we go
jealous
too
God,
deep.
don't put nobody before me? That's
I
shirk.
got you. So a synagogue is not a church.
No, a synagogue is the Jewish place for worship. That's their mosque. That's their church.
Okay, that's their church.
No, I'm just saying, like that's the equivalent to their church. Is the synagogue. Just like A Muslim's equivalent to a church is a mosque or a masjid or a musalla, whatever you want to call it. But that's our equivalent to our religious building where we meet. The Christians have the church, the Jews have the synagogues, Muslims have the mosque, Sikhs have the holy temples, you know what I'm saying, and so on and so
I
on.
get it, but I'm trying to figure out if you. It's almost like you're trying to make a difference between a church and a synagogue.
Yes, there is a big difference.
What's the difference?
There's a big in a synagogue, nothing is equated with God except God.
He mean
There's
like
nothing
in
on his
mosques
level.
and synagogues, they don't use idols. It's only
Nothing.
there's no
No one,
pictures,
no man.
there's no images.
Christ in Islam is regarded as a prophet.
I,
We
I,
don't
I know
worship
that,
him.
but no, I want to
Right.
talk about the Jews. I get what I'm not going to argue Islam, right? But you're saying the difference between a synagogue and a church is the idols, right?
Yes. That's the main difference. There's
Because
other differences, but that's the main difference.
you believe most churches have idols.
Yes. I mean, that's a
Give me an
fact.
example. Give me an example.
Jesus has become the idol.
White Jesus.
No, and this is what I'm saying. And
I'm,
don't get
I'm,
me
I'm not,
wrong,
I'm not going to argue with
because
you.
look. Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, told his nation, he said, and not his nation, but he told Imam Ali, alayhi salam, his successor, he said, I would tell the people more about you, but I don't, for I fear they will do with you what the Jews and the Christians did with Jesus, the son of Mary, which is elevate him to God's status and worship him. And some of the Muslims did that anyway. They're called Nazarites. You know what I'm saying? That worship Imam Ali, which is not, you're not supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Nothing on the face of this planet is worthy of worship. Allah says in the Quran, O mankind, I created you for one thing, so that you worship me.
Well, see, that's
That's
the
what we
thing.
were created for.
That's the thing with that's why it is a difference between Hebrew Israelites in America, you know, of different color versus the small hats that we know today in Israel, right? Like what Issa said earlier, he said they're not divided, it's just they just called the Jews, right? But see, that totally contradicts the Bible, because in the Bible
No. They are divided, Freezy. I didn't say that.
No,
They are divided.
what I'm saying is, you're saying as far as tribes, right? 12 tribes.
Yeah, the tribes are scattered. What I said is, in Israel today, they call it Israel, but they shouldn't call it that because it's not all 12 tribes.
Right. But hold on. What I'm telling you is that they, right? They only consider themselves Jewish. There's
for the tribe of Judah. They are the descendants of the
they
tribe
don't.
of
They
Judah.
don't listen to what I'm saying. They don't consider themselves from the tribe of Judah. They consider themselves Jewish. Period. That's it.
I understand that. Listen, I got Ashkenazi friends.
Exactly.
That's what they are. They're Ashkenazis, Khazarian from the Khazarian Empire that converted to Judaism. But when they converted to Judaism, they converted to the stream of thought of Judaism that the Jews followed, the tribe of Judah. That tribe.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you believe that the Bible is true or false?
I believe that most of the Bible is true. I believe that man has tampered with the Bible. One of my biggest, and this, I know this is gonna blow Freezy wig back, right? But my biggest opponent is in the Bible is Paul. That's my biggest opponent.
I got you. And so, let me ask you a question about the Quran, right? So,
Okay.
do you believe that the Quran have been tampered with?
I don't believe that the Quran has been tampered with, but I believe that the interpretation of the Quran has been tampered with. And this is what I mean by that. There's two major sects of Islam, Sunni and Shia.
I
We
got
all
I got that. I get
listen,
it.
I'm
See,
just telling
I'm
you,
trying to have
we
a different
all agree.
conversation. Hello, I get what you're trying to talk about, but I'm trying to have a different conversation, right? Because we know
Okay, go ahead.
The Bible came way before the Quran. Do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
I mean, listen, I
No,
don't
so
go into
ask
that
me my
argument.
question first,
Hold on,
though.
hold on, hold
This
on.
is-
I'm going to agree with you, but let me get this out. I don't go into that argument when people say that argument. You know what I'm saying? Because before the Bible, God talked to people and other people had scriptures that came before that. So there's always been a previous scripture.
I got it. I got it. I'm not arguing that. What I'm asking is, do you
Okay.
believe that the Bible came before the Quran, and do you believe the Quran is based off some parts of the Bible?
I don't believe that the Bible became before the Quran. That's a fact. There's no belief in that.
So you think the Quran came before? Hold on. You believe the Quran came before the Bible?
Did you hear what I said?
No,
I
I
said I
didn't. That's
don't.
what I'm trying to
Okay, I
understand.
said,
I'm really trying to
listen.
understand you. I promise
I
you, I am.
said, I don't believe that the Bible came before the Quran. I know it because that's a fact.
Okay, so okay, you do. So do we
That I don't
believe?
believe that. That's just fact.
It's a fact. I got you. I got you. So the Bible came before the Quran, and we can
Mhm.
prove that the Quran have taken certain things out of the Bible. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I actually disagree with that.
So nothing in the Quran came out of the Bible.
I'm not going to say that nothing in the Quran came out of the Bible, but what I'm saying is the Quran story of relating things differs from the Bible. And I'm going to give you this example. The Pharaoh that Moses dealt with, right? The Pharaoh that Moses dealt with, the Quran doesn't call him a Pharaoh. The Quran calls him a king. Now, this is Christian scholars. You don't, if you look it up for yourself. When they go back and they study the history of the ancient civilizations, right? What they found out is that the so-called Pharaoh during Moses' time was not called the Pharaoh. They weren't called that yet. They were
I
called
know.
kings.
I
So,
get it. Yeah, I get we
good.
can get caught up when we have multiple languages. We can say that one person call you mama, and one person call you mom, one person like I don't want to get caught up in that. The only problem that I have when I talk to people that's of other faith, they don't want to be honest to say that hey, a portion of our belief is built off the Bible, not Christianity. Is built off the
No,
Bible. And then when
no,
we
see, I
really
don't say that
Y'all keep
because
talking.
that
I'll
would
be
be
right back.
against
Go
the
ahead.
Quran. The Quran says that it comes to confirm and clarify what came in previous scriptures.
So exactly. So when people say, "Hey, a portion of the Bible is not true," but you are coming to confirm and translate what's in the Bible, do you kind of
See,
understand what I'm saying? Or you not
I see what you're
following
going,
what I'm
and I'm
saying?
gonna answer your question. The way that I do it, okay, and the way that the particular scholar that I follow does it, okay. I don't throw the whole Bible away like some Muslims do. Some Muslims just throw the whole Bible away. The Quran doesn't say that. The Quran says the opposite. The Quran says, verily, those that believe in the Christian scriptures, those that believe in the Jewish scriptures, those that believe in the Sabian scriptures, and those and the Muslims that believe in the Quran, verily, all of them that believe in Allah in the last day, which is the day of judgment, verily, all of them that believe in Allah in the last day will have their reward with their Lord. So I don't throw the Bible away. Listen, I still read the Bible. I have a Bible that a lot of people don't have. I have an Ethiopian Tewido Church Bible, which
I
is
know
one of the
some.
oldest sects on the planet. And if you go to Ethiopia, they pray like Muslims. Them Christians, they pray like Muslims. They put their head to the foreground. Now,
You're wrong. Listen, the reason you're wrong is because Muslims pray like the Ethiopians. They was praying like that before Muslims.
listen.
That's
I'm
the
not listen.
truth. Like you
But
can't move
but
past
check
that
this out.
point without.
Check this out. Check this out, E. I'm not contending with you with that.
We're
The
not. We're having
Quran,
a conversation.
I know, but what I'm saying is I'm not disputing with you with that. The Quran says that God has always spoke to the people. It says that Islam, which is submission to God, is not a new way of life. That's why even on the walls of the Egyptians that came way before the Ethiopians, you see them in the same prayer prostrations, bowing, standing, prostrating. This has always been the way of life. You know what I'm saying? Adam, when he got in trouble with God, what did he do? He fell. He prostrated. You know what I'm saying? When Moses, when he was on the mountain, he
Yeah.
prostrated. This is
So
this is this is an
listen.
old way of thinking.
The whole point that I'm saying is I'm not against praying 5 times a day. If you take most Christians, they eat 3 times a day. They pray when they wake up and they pray when they go to sleep. They pray 5 times a day. I'm not trying to get into like the mechanics of it, but if the Bible came first, if the Ethiopian church came first, what we do know is that Muslim is actually imitating them. Like when you tried to make the statement that Ethiopians was imitating Muslims, if they came first, how do you imitate somebody that came first?
Listen. But see, you're misunderstanding my conversation. I didn't say the Ethiopians was imitating us. What I said was they pray like the Muslims pray. If you look here in America, most of the Christians here don't pray like that. Some do, don't get me wrong, some do. I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying most of them don't. You know what I'm saying?
But listen, but let me tell you why I said what I said. It's almost like Freezy having a son. And I walk up to Freezy and say, "Hey, Freezy, you acting just like your 5-year-old." Freezy will look at me like I'm crazy. He's like, "What you? I've been here with 30 years before this 5-year-old got here." No, my 5-year-old is acting like me. I don't see how you don't understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that we are the only faith on a universal scale that held on to that.
I think
because if you look at most of the Christian churches here in America, they don't do that. They don't.
So this is the thing, right? This is what I want to say. Let me say this. These conversations kind of get a little murky and testy or whatever. And I want to say I want to give you and Issa and E some props for keeping it respectful, because a lot of times these conversations, these religious debates and stuff, they get kind of they get kind of testy.
It get hectic.
Yeah, it get hectic, right? But I do want to say that dealing with modern day Christian, I think what Issa is talking about is modern day Christianity. It has infused a lot of it's taken out a lot of laws. It's taken out a lot of laws, statutes, and commandments, and it's infused a lot of paganism as well, as far as Christmas and Easter and all that kind of stuff. But I think what E the man is saying, that doesn't negate the Bible being the predecessor of what the Quran has developed to be. I think that's what
and I agree. I agree with it.
One only thing I want to say: if I take a Muslim from America, it's gonna be a big difference of the practice of a Muslim from the Middle East.
No, it won't. No, it won't, brother. No, it won't.
And
this is why I say no, it won't. This is why I say no, it won't, brother. Can I tell you, brother? I lived in Iran for 2 years. Listen, I lived in Iran for 2 years. You know why I was able to hit the ground running over there with no problem? You know, I got some stares because they don't really see a lot of Black American brothers over there. But that's not nothing out of the ordinary. But I'm just saying, the reason why I was able to hit the ground running is because the way I practice is the same over there. The only difference is that the Islamic law is the law. That's the difference, because that's the law over there. The Constitution is the Quran.
I just want to ask
it's the same.
Hold on. I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to paint. Hassan, you believe There is no difference between the American Muslim and the Middle East Muslim. They all the same. They all do the same.
If they
I just want
practice
to
and
see.
hold
I
on to their
want to
religion.
ask Hassan. I know you want to respond, but Hassan, I just want to see if he's on the same page. Do you think you the same as the Muslims in America? Honestly, don't lie to me.
But now let's say a new Muslim, like
Eat
in
a man ain't
America or
shit, man.
Brazil.
Eat a man.
Oh no. If a new, let's say somebody becomes a Muslim, he's gonna take a slow process. He's not gonna do the whole thing. Like, don't pressure. Like, give him a time to adjust because he's new to the faith. He's not gonna give up his old life right away. Give him time. But eventually, once he gets it, yeah, it's gonna be the same. The prayer, the Ramadan, the five pillars. It's the same. It's just the language barrier.
Thank you. I appreciate you being honest. And I say the same thing about the Christian, the new Christian. They still gonna dabble in the world a little bit. They still gonna do some things like that. But once they really get into their faith, they gonna look a lot like these old quote unquote values that y'all see in the Christian church.
I didn't say values. I said practice. They're not
Practices.
gonna look the same. Because listen, they lost a lot of that. They did. They lost okay, I'm gonna ask you this, right? If you perform, can you perform any prayer in Hebrew?
Nope.
So it's different all the
Well,
way around.
I don't
Listen,
speak
it's
Hebrew.
so different that
I don't speak Hebrew.
a Christian here, and a Christian from another sect will have this brother over here might have 72 books in his Bible.
See,
This Christian over here
but
might only
that's the
have
whole
66.
that's the whole point. I believe that heavenly language, when you're talking to God, I know some of y'all might not believe into that. We get so caught up in 3D worldly type things, the language that we speak into God, as if God is not smart enough to comprehend the language that we're speaking in.
I'm
Hold
not
on.
saying that.
I know what you're not saying, but when people say, "Hey, you cannot speak Hebrew," that doesn't devalue my prayers. That doesn't devalue
It
my
doesn't.
worship. It
Well,
does not.
actually, no. Also,
But let me tell you.
In the
Oh, go ahead,
Bible,
Free.
right? One big misinterpretation is when the Bible talks about people speaking in different tongues. A lot of the Christian church has kind of perverted that into this strange Holy Ghost. You know,
Yeah.
what the Bible is
And you know, to
actually
Muslims, you know
referring
what
to.
speaking in tongues is? To
What the
Muslims,
Bible is actually referring to with people speaking in different tongues is languages. So the Bible knew that, you know, there will be, just like Isa said, the Israelites were scattered to throughout four corners of the earth. And the Most High knew that these Israelites would adopt different languages and they would praise him in different tongues, in different languages.
No,
That's how I understand it.
listen.
I
But this is what I
disagree with
want to
that,
say to
Freezy.
E.
It is. Hold on one second. Let me respond to Freezy.
Do
It
your
is
thing, bro.
it is a heavenly language, and most people just don't know it. Right?
Give me a
It is.
scripture. Give me a scripture that say that.
I got you. Hold on.
Because I can
I
give
do.
you a scripture where it's talking about it's correlating tongues with language.
No, I got you. It is a heavenly language that your soul might not understand, but your spirit do.
Show me in the
But I
Bible
got.
where it say that.
I'm gonna give it to you. Go ahead and let him respond. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
But yeah, like I was saying, there's plenty texts that correlate tongues with language, right? Even like what Issa was saying about Hebrew, when we translate the Bible with ancient Hebrew texts, tongue actually means language. In a certain tongue, it means language. Right? Now I don't know if that's the same way with, you know, Islam, but
In Islam, it says that, well, most of like the imams said that when the Bible said speaking in tongues, it was talking about the revelation of the Quran. This is the Islamic interpretation. You know what I'm
okay.
saying? The Arabic in the Quran If you try to speak Arabic, you will notice that to speak it is nothing but a language of the tongue. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you see Arabs speaking, hash, or they say, Ashadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, Ashadu anna aliyan waliyullah, Ashadu anna aliyan amir mu'mineen hujjatullah. When you hear them say that, it's all with the tongue. That's just the Islamic interpretation. But I
I got
wanted to get back to E, what he
hold on,
Even
let
if
me
you
said.
go,
ask
even
When
if
it
you
this
go
comes to
to
the
question.
language.
vocabulary.com, it says tongue also means language, like the
Listen,
German tongue, Cajun
I
tongue.
get it. I got it, but I want to answer your question you asked me. If we go
Go
to
ahead.
1 Corinthians 14 and 14, for if I pray in an unknown tongue, my
Mhm.
spirit pray, but my understanding is unfruitful. That's how I know it's not an earthly language because it's
Hold on.
my
Who wrote that?
understanding.
No,
Huh?
hold on, Issa. Let him finish because he's proving my point. Go ahead. Read that again. Hold on. What scripture that is again? What is this?
1 Corinthians 14 and 14.
Right. 14 and 14. Right. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Remember, you're talking about the different languages of earth. Right?
Right.
That's what. All right. For if I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prays. Okay? So we're not talking about something in this 3D world. We're not talking about a language in this 3D world. What we're talking about is our spirit actually praying. But my understanding is unfruitful. That means that men cannot understand the heavenly language of the spirit. Do you agree with that or you disagree with what I'm saying?
No, because if you understand this is awesome. If you understand the context of that text, right? An unknown tongue to native Israelites at the time would be anything outside of Hebrew. A lot of at that time in Corinthians, right? There were Hebrews that actually lived as Romans or Greek.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So there were Hebrews that actually took up Greek custom, Roman custom. That was their primary language. They prayed in Greek tongue. They prayed in a Greek tongue. So if they was to pray with native Israelites, and let's just say they found their natives and they wanted to pray with native Israelites, their native tongue, right? The native people probably would not be able to understand the Greek language. But what it's saying is that my spirit prayeth is what God understands. Even though they're praying in a different language, God still understands their spirit.
But you're making it as a group, and he's talking as an individual.
Right.
I'm not talking about 10. Hold on,
this
listen,
individual.
I'm not talking about 10 people praying. I'm gonna read it one more time. For if I pray in an unknown tongue, that means I am praying in a tongue that I can't pronounce. It have nothing to do with other people praying around me. So if I pray in an unknown tongue, my spirit prays. So I can still talk about me. My spirit is actually praying, but my understanding is not fruitful. That means I do not understand what I am praying.
Okay, listen. Like I said, you have to read the whole chapter in context, right?
Yes, this is the gift of tongues. If you go to 1 Corinthians 14 and 14, he's actually breaking it down.
Right, but it's not, listen what I'm saying. Nowhere, it's not about the gift of tongues, right? If you read that chapter, right, it's talking about spiritual gifts. It says nothing about the gift of tongue. Now this is where the Christian church starts. It just starts twisting scripture, and this is why a lot of people, just get confused. It's not talking about the gift of tongues. It's talking about spiritual gifts, right? Like prophecy, people being able to prophesy. Listen what I'm saying. It's talking about people being able to prophesy. Listen. Let me finish. People being able to prophesy, right? And it's evident because right here, the first verse, 14th chapter, the first verse says, follow after charity and desire spiritual gifts, but rather that ye may prophesy, right? Then it goes on to say, for he that speaketh in an unknown tongue, speaketh not unto men, but unto God, right?
So like that. Hold on. Let's digest what you just read. Because we can read it all. If we digest exactly what you said, when I speak, this is not a group thing. I get you. It's not when I speak directly to God in an unknown tongue. I do not know what I speak of. It's a heavenly language. Are you disagreeing with that part? Because it's not about the people on the other side of the room. It's about me. Like, this is a personal thing that people kind of took out of context. God is talking about you speaking to him in a language that you don't understand.
Right. So we can correlate that, right? Let's just say there was a Christian that was an Ethiopian. If a Christian spoke in Ethiopian, but he was giving praises to God, you as a man, would you be able to understand him?
You still are taking it out of context.
No.
I'm talking about
Before you say I'm taking it out of context, just answer my question. Would you be able to?
I wouldn't be able to understand a man in his private praying to God in the Ethiopian.
Okay, but this isn't saying in private. So let's keep reading because you keep wanting to corner it in a man praying in private.
I'm just going scripture by scripture. And if we go to verse 2, if you read it again.
But just let me finish this. You keep trying to corner this text into a man praying in private, right? Listen to what it's saying. It goes on to say, but he that prophesies speaketh unto men to edification and exhortation and comfort. He that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifieth himself, but he that prophesieth edifieth the church, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, but every time I'm trying to interject, you asking me not to. So I'm just saying.
No, I was just asking you to let me finish, but go ahead. You can talk.
I see, and this is kind of the complex of scripture, right? I think we don't understand that they're talking about two different things here. When he talked about for he who speak in an unknown tongue and speak not unto man, so he's not talking to no men around. This have nothing to do with men. This have nothing to do with prophesying. But he's talking about but unto God. This is a man speaking in an unknown tongue directly to the Father. It have nothing to do with nobody else. And it's very suspicious. It's definitely pointing out a direct point of you praying in an unknown tongue to God. It have nothing to do with language, other people's language. It's a heavenly language.
Right. So if you go to the fifth verse, it actually directly contradicts what you're saying. Because if speaking in an unknown tongues is a heavenly language, that means God would approve of that, right? You doing that, right? But
so, yes, God in the scripture says God is okay with you speaking in an unknown tongue directly to him in private.
Okay. Now in the fifth verse it says, I would rather ye all speak with tongues, but rather ye prophesied. For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues. Right?
Okay.
So obviously what you're saying isn't all that great. Because God trumps. Hold on, listen. God trumps speaking in if what you're saying is true, that means that God don't really care too much about people saying I'm a lumber summer layer, rather than you actually prophesying, right? You prophesying to the people. And it says, listen what I'm saying. Listen. No, let me finish. This is gonna take 5 seconds. For greater is he that prophesieth than he that speaketh with tongues, except he and you said only. Now you said earlier that when a person speaks in tongues in their own room, and even nobody else will understand it but them. But the Bible saying, except he interpret. That is a key word. Listen, interpret, that the church may receive edifying. Now tell me, you don't have to answer this, Issa, Chaz, Hassan.
Well, I gotta answer it. Then
Hold
you can let
on.
them in.
When do you need an interpreter?
When you don't understand what's being spoken.
When you don't speak the language.
Thank you. That is a key word. And what I'm trying to tell you is the meaning of tongues has not changed from antiquity to now. If you look up a solid meaning of speaking in a certain tongue, it is universally known as a language. The German tongue, Ethiopian tongue, African tongue, English tongue.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's a heavenly tongue. I get you trying to bring this down to the earth level.
Can I
and say,
interject
hey,
a little bit on the topic that we was on? I just
yeah,
want to
but
interject a
I
little
just
bit on the
want
topic that we was on.
I
And
just want
also
to
answer a
respond to
brother
verse
question.
5. Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You got
I'm
it.
sorry.
Go ahead.
It was just one brother asked me, he said, what's the difference between Sunni and Shia Islam? And I say the Shias we follow as far as authority after Prophet Muhammad, we follow his family, which is these 12 men that you see listed right here. That's the difference. Even in the Bible, it tells you when God tells Ishmael that he will make him a great nation too, and that he will beget 12 princes too, those are the 12 princes that it's talking about. But what I want to say to get back to our point.
Before you say that, I want to Edie respond because he didn't get a chance to talk. Go ahead, Edie.
Yeah. So in verse 5, it's saying that it's levels to this thing, right?
No, it's not saying that. You just made that up, E. That's what I'm saying. I can't let you just make stuff up. You just made that up, E. With all due respect.
You just made up a whole bunch of stuff, and I let you make your point.
No,
I
didn't
know
make
you
up.
don't agree with that. Listen, I know you don't agree with it because when you start talking about all these other tongues that have nothing to do with this Bible verse, when you start saying the Jew tongue and the German tongue, that was you actually putting your interpretation into this scripture. Do you agree with that or you disagree with that?
No, that's scripture. Because
so
hold on, hold on. Did anybody hear me say if you match up, and this is why I agree with Issa. A lot of modern day Christians do not match up the Bible with ancient Hebrew texts, which is the proper thing to do. If you match up the Bible with ancient Hebrew scripture, you will then know the proper meaning of certain words. Tongues, listen what I'm telling you. Tongues in Hebrew scripture means language.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. And it's true. I can take
if you're not disagreeing with me, that means you understand I'm not making this up. I'm not just throwing some stuff out there.
The fluff was made up. That's the point that I'm telling you. But listen, if Issa is being correct, I can take one word today that means multiple things in the Hebrew. Is that correct or incorrect?
Repeat that. Say it
Yes,
again.
you can take one word and you can say that it means something else, and it'll change the whole interpretation of that verse.
No. So what I'm saying is, I could take a word that's in English language, and I can actually trace it back in Hebrew to be multiple words. Yes or no?
In a way, yes, but also in a way, no. Because there's certain words, because Arabic and Hebrew are sister languages. They're both descendants of Aramaic. That's the mother tongue of that of Arabic and
also
Hebrew.
it's not going to mean
But
it's
some
not
words
going to
just
mean
can't be
several
translated.
things. According to that
can't.
specific text, no, it's not going to mean several other things. It's going to mean that one thing in that text.
So your biggest argument, what you keep saying is that tongues mean language. And I'm saying yes. It says spiritual language, heavenly language. It have nothing to do with the world language. It wouldn't say spiritual, then language.
Well,
Then we
let me
compare it
ask you
to
this. Let me ask you
Jew
this, E.
tongue,
E, let me ask you
German
this.
tongue.
E, let me ask you this. Do you think that when the Israelites quoted all the law, statutes, and commandments, that was heavenly?
No, I think it's laws in the Bible. That's not so. If you understand, especially the Old Testament, they said to obey the law or follow the law of the lands, right? So it was certain Jew laws that the Bible never spoke against because they said follow the law. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
What? You just confused me.
I'll run it back again, okay? So the Bible says follow the law of the land. So it's certain things that's actually in the Old Testament that was Jews' law, or you can say Hebrew law. We can say whatever you guys want to say for the words,
Do the
right?
Old Testament say follow the law of the land?
No.
Well,
no, that's the New Testament. The Old Testament, the Hebrews was never going. They was never going. Either they was going to worship their
It didn't
God
say that.
or they was
It didn't
going to
say
worship
that.
idols.
It didn't say that, but I want E to finish his thought, though. Go ahead, E.
The point that I'm saying is this right here. It's certain things. It's two different things that we see happening. We see the Jew law, the laws of the Jews, right? Don't eat pork. It's a lot of things that it was unclean to Jews to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we see God commandments and what God was saying. And these things actually go side by side in the Bible. I know y'all guys gonna disagree with it because a lot of y'all guys got y'all man made up. But I just don't. I want before I leave, I just want Freezy to break down one thing for me. When this scripture and throughout this whole passage, it says spiritual tongues. Can you please tell me what you think that spiritual tongues mean?
Okay, listen. I'm gonna do that, right? But please allow me to do this before I do that. Because I do think that we need edification. So right here. Let me show you this. Cause I'm willing to, concede if I'm wrong, right? If I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, this one part of me, a lot of people don't know. I study scripture heavily. Every day, right? Right here, this is the King James Version. This is what you're referring to. Right here in the fifth verse, right? This is the 14th chapter. 14th chapter right there. In the 5th verse, it's saying, I would ye that ye all speak with tongues, but rather that ye prophesied, right? If we go over to the New Living Translation, what is it saying? Actually, I read the wrong verse. 6. Now, brethren, if I come unto you speaking with tongues, what shall I prophesy you? Right? Now, brethren, if I come unto you speaking with tongues, what shall I profit you? Except I shall speak to you either by revelation or by knowledge or by prophesying or by doctrine. What is it saying in the New Living Translation? Verse 6. Dear brothers and sisters, if I should come to you speaking in an unknown language, how would that help you? But if I bring you a revelation or some special knowledge or prophecy or teaching, that will be helpful. So even in the new translation, it's saying, even if, let's just go with what you're saying, a spiritual language, because you're making it sound special. The scripture is saying it still wouldn't be helpful. So the only way we can...
You're right.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Let me respond to this.
Listen to what I'm saying.
But you gotta let me respond to
I'm
what
gonna
you said.
let you respond. What I'm telling you
when
is...
y'all get finished, I want to respond to the original topic or what we was discussing,
Okay,
so you guys can
I got
understand.
you,
Well,
but I
typically,
just want to say this. But
when you
let's
said
take it out. I said
it's
even if we was to go with what you're saying, right? But the text, even in traditional translations, it's saying exactly what I said. It's saying language.
yes, you're right, but you're not listening. You took that out of context. Put it back up. Put it back. No, please, for me, put it back up. In verse 6, he's talking to people. In verse 2, he's talking to God. You're talking about two different people talking to. And we're talking about unto God. So when I'm talking to God and when I'm talking to man, it's something totally different. If it's unfruitful to man because man can't understand it, it was built for God. In verse 6, he's literally talking to brothers and sisters. He's talking about people in this earth. Why would I talk to you in a language that's meant for God to people? Like, if we really listen to what you're saying, verse 6 is breaking that down to you that he's talking to brothers and sisters. And verse 2 is breaking down that he's talking to God. This language was meant for God. So God understands it. That's why we're supposed to talk to God. When we're talking to our brothers and sisters, we're supposed to talk in a language that they understand.
Okay, listen what I'm telling you. You putting too much on it. What I'm telling you is you can speak in an unknown language. You can speak in a foreign language to God. Listen to what the text is saying. It's saying, follow after charity and desire spiritual gifts. That's separate. Then it says, but rather ye may prophesy. Right? Then it says, for he that speaketh. Can I ask you something? Is it a gift to know more than one language? Anybody can answer that. Is it a gift to be multilingual?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Back then, there were skillful people that were gifted that could speak in more than one language. I'm telling you, this is not a new concept. So what I'm telling you, listen what I'm saying. So when it says in verse 2, for he that speaketh in an unknown tongue speaketh not unto men, but unto God. What is that saying?
It's saying that you're talking to God.
No. What that's saying is whatever he is conveying, whatever he is speaking, it's going to be godly. It's going to be unto God, not unto man. Right? For no man understandeth him, right? Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Listen to what I'm telling you. What I'm saying is, if you're speaking to people, to the flesh, right, you're not going to understand it. But if you're in the spirit, and I don't know if you understand. I don't know if you understand this though. Listen, there are people that actually read the Bible and still don't understand it.
I understand.
Listen what I'm saying.
But the one
do you agree with that?
Oh,
do you agree with that?
Listen, yes, it's people who read the Bible who don't understand it.
Why is that? No, why is that? Why is that?
Maybe because they don't have the understanding of God.
No, it's because they don't harness the right spirit.
I got you. But listen, one thing that you're not addressing. I told you in 6, he's talking to people, and in 2, in 14, he's talking to God. So
right, but you're still trying to make tongues. You're still trying to say that tongues does not mean language. When
I never said that.
No, you're saying you're saying
never said that.
I'm talking about in verse 2. You're trying to say that it doesn't mean language in verse 2.
I never said, please tell him I have agreed with him 10 times about the language. I said spiritual language.
Listen, I understand. That's why I've been trying to interject, because I'm trying to bring some clarity to this. Now, in the Islamic religion, okay, and it's the same in the Hebrew religion. This is what has been lost in Christianity, okay? There is a difference between dua, which is prayer. I can say dua in any language. I could say a dua, a prayer to God right now in any language, whatever language I speak. But salat, worship, is what is spoken in the language that God told us to speak in. Now, what I'm saying is, if you don't know, God, in Islam, God doesn't judge you on what you don't know. All right? He judges you on intentions. If you don't know, the judgment is disqualified for you because you just don't know. Okay? But those are two different things.
So you
Hold on.
hold on,
Worship,
you agree. So
worship,
you agree with
and
me.
prayer is
So
two different things. Now, your prayer, your dua can be said in any language. And I'm going to relate to the story to you about how Satan fell in the Quran, right? Satan fell because, in the Quran, because it was told to him to prostrate to Adam, bow down to Adam. He refused based on ego and racism. He said, he is created out of clay and I am created out of fire. So he fell after that. That's the big thing. And God told him, you don't worship me how you want to worship me. You worship me how I say worship me.
Okay. I appreciate y'all guys having me tonight. It's time for me to get
Hold on,
up out of here.
before you leave, E, I think T Will just hit it on the head. He says heavenly gifts is tongue, is a man being able to speak in different languages. Then he goes on to say, that's why he went to the scattered, because listen, this is excellent, T Will, and I could tell T Will been actually studying. That's why Paul. Listen to this. That's why he went to the scattered. Because in order to actually win over the scattered, you have to have gifts. You have to be able to have a gift to be able to speak in different languages, right? So he's saying that's why he went to the scattered, because he could speak different languages, and that was a gift.
You are talking about something totally different.
I'm telling you the correct context of the text.
I'm about to tell you why we're so different. You are equating speaking in tongues to actually speaking to other humans. When I talk about speaking in tongues, I'm talking about speaking to God, actually speaking to God in tongues. So I get it. You don't supposed to walk up to a human and try to speak a language that they don't understand to prophesy to them. That doesn't make sense. I'm not disagreeing with you, but when you speak to God in that heavenly language, it have nothing to do with the earthly language. It's definitely something on a spiritual level. I appreciate y'all guys coming up here and us having this conversation.
Appreciate you, E. It's always a spirited debate. Spirited.
Yeah,
you like that, E? Spirited.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, man.
But yeah, Freezy, that's what I think is lost in the translation, brother. I think, bro, that worship and prayer is two different things. People don't understand that. You can pray anytime. We all can pray right now together to God. But worshiping him is only for the way that he told us to do it in. We don't dictate how we worship God. We can dictate our prayers all day. We can pray to him all day. But we can't dictate how to worship him. That's not our call.
Well, in my belief, the Bible says they honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me, right? People pray all the time with their mouths. They pray all the time. But the way you actually worship God, according to my beliefs, is actually by obeying his commands. That's how you truly worship God. By actually showing him the way you live. This is what I was trying to tell E. You know, when people in these modern day Christian churches, when they be like sama lama 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 and acting like their eyes roll in the back of their head, and then as soon as they leave the church, they going to F somebody's wife or take down a gallon of gin. That shit don't mean nothing. They honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. The way you actually worship God is actually obeying him. The Bible says obedience is greater than sacrifice, is better than sacrifice.
Yeah.
That's what the Bible says.
Submit. You gotta submit.
Got to. You got to. So this is why I kind of like went away from the modern day Christian church, because it began to be very, very, very hypocritical. And think about it. I said this last night, and some people will not agree with me, but what has the black church actually done for the black community?
Nothing. They're a buffer. They're a hope factory. That's what they do. They keep us calm so we don't wild out too much. They're a hope factory.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And so when I look at that dynamic, right, I refuse to be to keep being a part of that, because I actually sincerely want, our people to be in a better position. I sincerely want us to get better. I don't just want us to just go to church on Sunday, the preacher happy as long as you pay that damn money. It's just the same old song and dance. And nothing's gonna change. Nothing. And what's our biggest complaint in these spaces? The conduct of the black woman. Well, guess what? Guess what? And what black woman goes every Sunday?
To the church that validate her. The church ain't finna go against that black woman. That's the money.
So if they go to church, if these same black women go to church, what the fuck is the problem? Why are they getting worse?
These the same women that listen, T.D. Jakes was they boy for years. He gave one little speech kind of coming at the black woman for behavior.
Let me respond to Eater Man. Eater Man, you can come back up. You hit the link, bro. Just come back up. Just come back up. All you gotta do is hit the link. But go ahead, Issa. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, bro, it's so ridiculous today. And I know Brother Hassan probably be looking at me like, man, Brother Issa wild. He one of the wild brothers, man. But I'm so tough, bro, because I've seen a lot of suffering growing up in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was something. And then I went to some of these war-torn countries, and I seen that suffering. And I'm like, bro, that's why I'm the way I am, bro. This whole, the Quran tells us, bro, this is the dunya, the world. You know what dunya means, Freezy?
What's that?
It means little to no value. Because when you die, this world is little to no value to you, except for the deeds that you left behind.
Bro, you know what? That's a fact. And I'm going to tell you, I will give Islam credit, because all my years as a youth in the modern day Christian church, I first became impressed when I watched the movie, the Spike Lee movie Malcolm X. And the reason why I was so impressed was because of how much order their communities had, how the women were moving, how the men were moving in a unified fashion, the way they walked together, just their organization. It was so different from the modern day Christian church. And that's why I was so impressed. I'm telling you, bro, I was very impressed, man. And when you said something earlier too about how many times you guys pray, it's order. That's you understand what I'm saying? And that's a big thing.
But see, the majority
of America, the majority of the world is Christianity.
Yeah.
And secondly, it's Islam, right? But ask yourself a question. Why is the majority of the world damn near is in disarray? I mean, ask yourself why. Either man says, so you think most black women are in church? I don't know how many black. I don't know how many black women are in church, but I do know when I go to a black church, the majority of the church is comprised of black women. What is the problem? Did that make sense what I just said? He asked me, you think most black women are in church? I don't know, but I do know when you go to a black church, damn near 80% of the attendees are black women. Am I off on that, Chaz?
Nah, that's their moneymaker.
So what's the problem? Why
Because
are most
they
of these
can't say
women?
nothing to
Why
them.
are most of these women divorced, not married?
Because if you say something to them, you lose your money. Because the man ain't going to church. So if you say something to them women, you rebuke them women in any way, you lose your money. The church is ran by money now.
But this
They
is
not
what.
gonna lose that bread.
Listen, this is why this is the problem I have with the black church. They get very defensive, and they don't want to just actually tell the truth. What I'm saying is the truth. And this is why I say the black church is one of the main problems in the black community. They refuse to actually adhere to the truth. What I just said was the truth. But they're so defensive of the black church. And this is why there's little to no progress in the black community. We could just speak on why are there damn near in one small neighborhood, it might be 20 damn churches.
You know who spoke on the church is the best? And if you want to know the state of the black church, and I'm even telling a Christian brother, look up the speeches of Malcolm X when he used to go at the black church. All of what he said is relevant today. I mean, listen, that's why I call Malcolm the Black Messiah. Because damn near everything he said, he told us, he said, hey man, y'all think these conservative whites is bad. He said, hey, to tell the truth, the liberal whites is worse for the community than the other side. And what do most black women do? They go liberal. They vote Democrat. He told us. He told us what was going to happen. He told us by integration, we was going to lose everything. And we lost everything. Before integration, we had our own banks, our own lands, our own everything. And when we integrated, we lost a lot of that. But he told us, we just didn't listen. Even Martin Luther King told us, toward the end of his life, one of his most famous sayings is, I fear I have integrated my people into a burning house. And also in his last speech, what got him killed was he said 4 words that really got him killed. And a lot of people don't realize this. He said, we gonna march on Washington and I'm coming for my check.
So listen, this is a great discussion because it's a learning moment, right? He said you cannot pray in your mind, right? Doug Will said, where do you get that from? Then he said, Doug Will said, either man, show me in the Bible where you have to pray out loud. I'm gonna show y'all something. This is why I know a lot of Christians, modern day Christians, they really don't study. They probably just be repeating what the pastors say, right? Actually, the Bible talks against praying out in public like that. Right here where it says, verse 5 and 6, it says, and when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, meaning us, right? When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. That directly goes against what Edomman said. But I understand why Edomman thinks that way. It's because he gets his doctrine from where most black people get their doctrine. From the black church, from modern day Christian church. This is the propaganda that the church spews. See, when I tell y'all, I actually study fervently. I don't go to church. As a matter of fact, in the in the Old Testament, the church wasn't considered a building. The church was actually, there's a scripture that says that the church was considered the people. That's what the church was considered. The church was considered the Israelites, the chosen people. Though they were considered the church, not a brick and mortar place. No. With a 501c. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But I mean, I could talk. Go ahead, Hassan, because you ain't said nothing.
Brother Isa, you said earlier why no one's listening to Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. Well, no one's listening to Allah's word or God's word, and no one listens to the prophet. You think they're gonna listen to Malcolm X and what he said? That's true.
That's true.
No one listening
if
to
they gonna disregard God, they ain't gonna give a damn about a man.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Hassan. That's a fact, man.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're not listening to God's words, Moses, Abraham, Jesus, Muhammad, and all of them, peace and blessing on all of them, what makes you think they're gonna listen to man? So, in the end of the day, even in the holy book, like, we gotta treat everybody else our brother in humanity. Even the atheists, we gotta share this world with them. It is what it is. We're not God, or you're going to hell, or hey, let them live their life. Live your life as a Christian man or a believer or a Muslim. We have to. That's why in the Quran says Allah created tribes and nations. True, He created difference, but we got to get along with each other. Not
okay.
I did not create mankind so they can get to know one another. That's what he said.
Yeah. Listen. There's a scripture that says that. It said in Romans 12 and 18, it says, if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. That's a scripture.
But again,
if it's possible.
Again,
key word, if it's possible.
Again,
God, like, man, I know you niggas crazy, man.
Right.
If you can do it, do it.
Hey, God, a real ass dude, man.
The devil's playground. The devil still exists among us, so we cannot allow him to get near us. That's why we got to keep praying, and also, we as humanity, is it possible to get along? Some people, yeah. Some people don't. But it is what it is. But we have to try our best to get along, even though we can disagree with each other. That's fine. I can say, Freezy, you're wrong. Freezy can tell us we're wrong. But we got to keep respect. As long as we keep it respectful, we're good. It is what it is. We still got to move on with our lives. But we keep disrespecting one another, that's not going to work out. There's going to be a problem for you, and it's going to be a problem for me, So we got to keep it respectful.
No Cap-tivity. Throw the horn on that, because that's exactly why I try to maintain a certain level of respect, because that is a universal language, whether people realize it or not. Respect, right?
Do you know at the end of all times, and this is what a lot of people do not know, right? At the end of times in Islam, the Mahdi, which is the awaited one, comes back along with Christ, right? To fill the world with justice as it's been filled with injustice. It says that when they come back, the Mahdi, even though he's the Islamic Messiah, right? If you a Christian, he gonna judge you according to your Bible. You know what I'm saying? If you a Muslim,
you're absolutely
he
right.
gonna judge you with the Quran. No matter what you is,
That's a fact.
he gonna pull out the actual scripture, unadulterated, and judge you according to your scripture. And I tell Christians that a lot, modern day Christians. Like, yo, do you really want? You say because they just throw the laws away, bro.
They do.
And that's why I say they Paulites, bro. Because Paul threw all of the law away. He said you can eat pork, you can do this. He threw the law away. Christ never taught that.
But I'm
What
gonna tell
Christ
you
thought
how.
about pigs, he caused demons into them and sent them over the side of a mountain.
Issa, I'm gonna tell you how hypocritical that is. Christians like to say the laws are done away with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't tell you to stop tithing. In the Bible, tithing was a law. Come on. See, Cap-tivity. See, in the Bible, tithing was a law. So if all the laws was done away with, why in the hell I got to keep tithing?
Hey, Freezy, man, you better be careful, man. They gonna come after you, brother.
They don't want to deal with Freezy. Bro, I do this. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying?
You say get rid of tithing too. You don't need
Yeah,
my
get
money.
rid of
We
that
get rid of
too.
all the laws.
Get rid of all of them. Get rid of that. Come on, man.
Hey, if the law don't matter, right? How come I gotta get married before I have sex, even in the New Testament? That's a part of the law, ain't it?
Right.
I'm just saying. We just picking laws of God to throw away with, and that's dangerous. Because in the Islamic faith, he says one of the worst sins is to make what's lawful unlawful, and to make what's unlawful lawful. That's a horrible sin.
But this is why I know the black church are bullies, and they're very cruel because they say the laws are done away with, right? But they will tell you, if you don't tithe, you're robbing God and you're cursing yourself.
Look, one person in the chat say the letter of the law is done away with, but the principle of the law remains. The principle is the law. That's the principle. Just like Prophet Muhammad used to brush his teeth, peace and blessings be upon him, with a miswak, a stick. That when you use it, it shreds and kind of turns into a toothbrush. Now, we don't have to use miswak today, but what is the principle behind that? Brush your teeth. So what do you mean that the letter is gone? They like to pick like that, bro. I'm like, bro, how do y'all do that? I call it the ever-changing religion.
So hold on, not one. Okay, so what do you have to do in order to write a letter? What do you have to do?
To write a letter?
I mean, what do you have to do to create a letter? You have to write it down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me pull this up. You know what? I'll just show this. I'll just show this right here. Right here. Right here it says, I'm gonna go to the King James version. Let me see. King James, right here. The top one right here. It's all of them the same, but I'm just showing y'all the King. It says, for verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle. You know how you jot down something? Jot means to write. One jot or one tittle in no wise shall pass from the law till all be fulfilled. So that right there is saying that the letter still remains. You know what I'm saying? Nothing against Doug Will, but it says till heaven and earth pass, not one jot or tittle shall in no wise pass from the law.
In the Quran, the only time the law is done away with is after Judgment Day. So it's the same.
Right. So the reason why this is a great discussion is because if you actually pick up and study the Bible the way it need be, right? Study the show so you can be approved to speak on it, right? You will understand that the modern day Christian church been lying to you the whole time. Even in slavery, right? Even in slavery, a lot of people think the Bible was tempered. The Bible really wasn't tempered with. What happened was they told us to teach it a certain way. They told us to teach it in their favor, right? They told us to teach it in their favor. So, but once slaves learned how to read themselves and started understanding the truth of the Bible, that's why I consider myself in the truth and not in the black church. You understand what I'm saying?
Makes sense.
Yeah, but I understand. But the truth is though, books were taken away from the Bible. That is the truth. Like if you
I got all of them. All the missing books of the Bible. Book of Enoch, the 6th, 7th, and 8th book of Moses. You know what I'm saying? All of them.
Do you got the Apocrypha?
I got all of the Apocrypha.
Okay, good.
That Ethiopian Toledo Church Bible has the most books in the Bible out of any sect. It has 84 books.
Listen, guys.
Protestant Bibles have 66. Catholic Bibles have 72.
It's about time for me to lay it down because I gotta wake up tomorrow and I got to go. So I got to travel somewhere. But I want Chaz to say. I want him to give some last words because he hasn't gotten a chance to speak yet. You got anything to say, Chaz? What we've been talking about?
No, I kind of came in late. So for me, usually what I'll do is just kind of just let the panel run and just kind of try to pick up before I put my 2 cents into it. But no, I mean, I just appreciate this. The first time I really seen people talk about religion and everybody's not like going out of control and you know what I'm saying? Getting outside their body and cussing and doing all that. So I just appreciate, you know what I'm saying? Just a good conversation and stuff. And I just wanted to say also, man, like congratulations on the channel and stuff. I be watching you, bro. A lot of the times I be at work when you have your stuff, so I be there. I just can't really text, you know what I'm saying? So I have you on the headphones and I be watching and stuff. So I've been told you I was supposed to come on the panel a few times. So you know, I was like, damn, wait a minute. Is this a playback? Is this a premiere? What's the hell going on? Freezy at 3 a.m. I'm like, oh hell yeah, I'm jumping on. So you know, so shout out to you, bro. And Hassan, I know you just sent from like your reputation with Freezy on here and stuff. So shout out to you too, bro.
Man, bro, just for you being up here this morning, man, I really appreciate it. I've been knowing you're rocking with me, and I don't know if you remember this. You actually said that in the chat. You was like, Freezy, I be working, but I'm always tuning in to you. I know once you tell me something, I can just it's good as gold. I don't refute anything you say, bro.
Thing. Come on now, you already know. It's a thing, you know?
But this just lets me know that this is not going to be your last time hitting my panel when you can. Yeah. I know that, you know.
I'm making my rounds. I'm getting back into space a little bit here and there. You know, I've been you don't do shows in the morning time, so
but you know what though, Chaz? I think I should start doing morning shows too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there's more traffic during the daytime, like in the morning, like with viewers and stuff?
I think I don't know if it's more. I just know just a lot of the heavy hitter shows, you're not competing with them in the morning per se, depending on what time you get on. I know like Anton got the show, I think around 11 or 10 or something. I don't know. But I know he got his show. But if you can get in there before the morning, I mean, for the most part, I think you're going to have like, if people know that it's going to be consistent, I think you're going to get people coming around. It's going to be a different show. Because then you can do that. And then if you do a night show, you know, if you feel like doing a night show, like, you know what I'm saying? You'll have those people and you have the people from the mornings too. So.
Hey, but let me ask you something. I know you're good at graphics too, right?
Yeah, I do a lot of like editing and kind of like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
You mess with Final Cut? Not Final Cut. No, Photoshop. Photoshop or.
Yeah, I deal with. I don't really like to talk about the tools I use in the background. I just.
Okay.
But
No, because I
yeah, I
downloaded
can use Photoshop.
DaVinci. Is DaVinci good? I just
Yeah,
want
this
to
is
ask.
DaVinci right here.
Oh, it is. Is it an easy learning curve, or I need to spend some time with it?
All
That's
of them.
what I was trying to ask you.
They all had a basics, but it just depends. I think DaVinci. I would always recommend DaVinci for everybody because the free version, 90% of the software is free. Like the stuff that's not free, you don't really need it to learn.
Oh shit. Okay, good. Yeah.
So yeah,
gotcha.
and it don't leave no watermarks. Like if you render stuff, if you do if you edit and do all the stuff, if you do basic editing and even color grading to a degree, like if you do all that stuff with it, you don't really need you don't need the other stuff they have anyway. Is like stuff that you can just get like plugins and stuff for anyway. Like you know what I'm saying? But
right.
For me, I use it a lot before I ended up buying it because it's just a great software. A lot of people that use like Premiere Pro and stuff, they switch over. But I use both. I use like After Effects and all that stuff. I started doing a little bit of animating and stuff like that too.
See, I need to start learning how to do all that stuff, man. Because you know it's good to have that skill, those skills in your arsenal. It just makes you more powerful on the internet, man.
For sure. And then like no one can really replicate your work if you kind of have like skills in like a few different areas and stuff like that. It's hard to kind of.
Because I use Canva, but everybody uses Canva. It's like everybody and their mama use Canva, dog. You know what I'm saying? So,
I think though, Freezy, like if you want to be good at the software, you just have to because a lot of people don't have the time. A lot of people, and it shows in their work too. I'm very critical when I look at stuff, but a lot of people just won't invest the time. But it's like this is if this is your bread and butter, why would you not invest the time and put your best effort behind your brand? You know what I'm saying?
That's
I'm really big on that. So
that's a fact, man. Words of wisdom from Chaz, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Issa
that brother
Hassan,
look like he in the booth. He look like he about to lay down a track.
Oh no, Chaz! Chaz is the real deal. He just quiet. He's like a quiet assassin. That dude is the real deal over there, man. Real time.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, some of your channels that you might be aware of, Chaz has probably done some work for these. Not probably, but I know he's done a lot of work for these guys and probably taught them some things too.
Well, no, I could tell you this, and I'm gonna just leave it at this when I say this. A lot of them took what we did on Jay Priz's channel. A lot of people stole it. So that's that. We're not gonna name no names, but a lot of people stole our shit when we started doing work for Jay Prince.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people would hit me up and ask me, "Hey, did you do so and so stuff? Did you do this?" I was like, "Nah." I was like, "Look, this looked like your work." So a lot of people won't spend the time to just perfect their craft and be different. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
That's kind of where I am with it. But I'm gonna start doing my thing too. I just started, like I said, I promised I would come to your show, rock with you and stuff. If I get more time, you know what I'm saying? If I have a day off and you got a panel, I'm gonna jump up on there now. You know what I'm saying? But we'll talk in the back because I already had mentioned you a couple of times to some people. You know what I'm saying? We'll do some work. We'll get some shit going.
I got your Instagram, so we can definitely message each other too, and possibly in the future exchange numbers as well, bro.
Yeah. We could do that. No problem with that.
You got a PO box?
Nah, not a PO.
When you get a PO box, you big time. You know that, right?
But no, I want to send you something.
Okay.
And it's a book, but it has every Islamic prophecy concerning the end times. So I want to send you that book, not to try to convert you, just so you can be aware of the signs.
No, I like to read, bro. Yeah. I appreciate that too. Issa, you got any last words? You and Hassan?
Yeah, I got two things. Thank you, Issa. Crazy, great panel as always. Thank you for having me on, being patient with me like always. But I did send you something on your email, similar Islamic stuff. Hopefully, you watch it and have a better understanding on your
Okay.
email. And two, guys, on the private chat, Asa and Chad, can you do me a favor and subscribe to my new channel? I don't know if Freezy wants me to put on the.
No, I'll
Oh,
put you
brother,
up
I
there.
got you.
Hold
Right
up. Let me see. Hassan.
I don't
in
see.
the private
I don't
gas
private
see.
chat
chat,
in the
right?
bottom.
You put it in the private chat?
I don't see
There's
anything.
nothing
Yeah,
there
yeah.
right now.
I don't
Okay,
see
I thought it
nothing.
was just
Oh,
me.
Hassan. Okay, I got you. I got you. Let me put it up there.
I was about to put it in the chat, but I don't know if Freezy.
Hassan,
No,
what's
I
your
got you. I got you. I
Hassan,
got you, bro.
what's your channel gonna be about?
Oh, for me, everything. Religion, politics, war, whatever you want.
I'd be
I'm open-minded.
really careful with those. Those are very, very
Yeah,
sensitive
yeah,
topics. You
son.
gotta
Hey,
be
listen.
really
Hey,
careful.
hey, them people who not be named. Hey, listen, bro.
Hmm.
They been tube yanking lately, bro. be
Yeah,
careful.
they for some reason they on the hunt for blood. They trying to take everybody.
Yeah, listen. You cannot say anything about them. You
Mhm.
really can't. Listen, the whole world is going against them. What they doing? You know, the only two people supporting them, they selves and the United States.
Can you put that back up, Freezy? Because this definitely don't look like no Hassan.
Okay, hold on.
Not at all. It's some random some dude with like
Appreciate
65.
you.
Okay.
Okay, I see you. Okay, you got the Iraqi pompadour
You know what's
haircut. I see
crazy?
you, brother.
It's
Yeah.
another guy with the same name. He looks like some sort of photographer. Yeah, album maker. Da, 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 da. Let me
Oh
go
yeah,
to
brother. You can't, brother. It's 100 million people with the same first name and last name in
there you go.
Islam.
Okay, it's got Daffy Duck.
I'm
All
about
right.
to post. I'm about to post his channel in the chat so people can subscribe. Let me see.
I
And my
got a
brother,
gift
you
for
got
you
a
too,
channel as
Hassan.
well? You got a channel as well?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah, brother. I be in the trenches too much. When I say the
Okay, I
trenches,
ain't.
I mean, and I don't mean the streets. I mean the hot kitchen, brother.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I got
But
you.
Hassan, I got a gift for you too, man. I don't know if you got a PO box.
I appreciate you. What is it?
I'm gonna send you one of these.
Oh, the Quran?
But not any Quran.
Is it the?
Samak D Puya.
Y'all
I would
see
send
Issa
you that.
serious about his thing. Issa serious, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know I'm a hard individual sometimes and I come off as rough, man. But if you ask me my true opinion about the state of our relationship with the woman here, bro, my actual true opinion, just flat out, I believe that we must turn our backs for it to get better. Drew Ali said it the best. He said, our people are a stiff, hard-headed, ignorant people who have never did anything except at the point of a sword. And I truly believe that. Our people have to suffer consequences first before their behavior changes. And that's really with anybody. You know what I'm saying? When that stove is on and people tell you not to touch the stove, you be hard headed and you touch that stove and you want to. You learn when you get burnt. You don't learn just by people talking or nobody doing nothing. You truly learn when you get hurt.
Hey, man. We're gonna leave off that because that was some words of wisdom, man. I want to thank everybody for showing up. Chaz, thank you, man. You made my night. Hassan, as always. Issa, I want to thank y'all for rocking with me, always riding with me. Pink, Eda, man. Thank y'all. Who else was up here? Doc was up here, and Smitty. Thank y'all, man. I really appreciate it. Oh, look at Rush Entertainment. It just came in the chat. What's going on, Rush? Rush must be just waking up. I'm finna lay down. Shoot. Shout out to Big Dave. Shout out to everybody who gave a super chat. Dr. Nakambe, Only Bill Favela, Big Dave, the sponsor of the show, Issa. He will start out as the sponsor of the show tomorrow as well. I really appreciate everybody, the whole No Cap crew. Thank y'all, all the mods, man. Thank y'all, man. Ain't no need to even show no scriptures because we done showed enough already anyway. I want to say that y'all know what I always like to say, man. And I be meaning this when I say that. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here.
No captivity. Freezy.